The sense of satiety which arises in those who have attained their end varies greatly in intensity from person to person. There are similar variations in adaptability to a new and anti-democratic environment, or to an environment hostile to the ideas which the individual has at heart. Some socialists, for instance, are so greatly intimidated by the parliamentary milieu that they are ashamed in that milieu to make use of the expressions class struggle and collectivism, although it is to the unwearying insistence upon these ideas that they owe their present position. Others among their comrades find amid all the circumstances of their new life that right feeling and that old courage of conviction which cannot be prescribed by any formal rules. It is absurd to maintain, as does Giuseppe Prezzolini, that in the parliamentary atmosphere it is as impossible for a deputy to preserve his socialist purity as it would be for a Joseph to remain chaste while frequently visiting brothels. Such a view is false, if only for the reason that here, as in all social phenomena, we have to consider the personal as well as the environmental factor. It is nevertheless true that in the course of party evolution, as the lead becomes a subordinate leader, and from that a leader of the first rank, he himself undergoes a mental evolution, which often effects a complete transformation in his personality. When this happens, the leader often sees in his own transformation nothing more than a reflex of a transformation in the surrounding world. The times have changed, he tells us, and consequently a new tactic and a new theory are necessary. A greater maturity of judgment corresponds to the greater maturity of the new age. The reformist and revisionist theory in the International Socialist Party is largely the outcome of the psychological need to furnish an explanation and an excuse for the metamorphosis which has taken place in the leaders. A few years ago, one of the leaders of the Italian clericals, after declaring that triumphant reformism, having an evolutionary and legalist character, was in these respects preferable to strict syndicalism, went on to say that in his view the basis of reformist socialism was still the materialist conception of man, of life, and of history, but further corrupted by contact with the utilitarian and Epicurean spirit of the free-thinking bourgeoisie, and that it was consequently even more profoundly anti-Christian than the ideas of the ultra-revolutionists. There is a kernel of truth in this idea. However much we are forced to recognize that reformism sometimes manifests itself as a sane rebellion against the a priorism of orthodox Marxist dogma, and as a scientific reaction against the phraseology of pseudo-revolutionary stump orators, it is nevertheless incontestable that reformism has a logical and causal connection with the insipid and blasé socialism and with the decadent tendencies which are so plainly manifest in a large section of the modern bourgeois literary world. In many instances, in fact, reformism is no more than the theoretical expression of the skepticism of the disillusioned, of the outwearied, of those who have lost their faith. It is the socialism of non-socialists with a socialist past. It is above all the sudden passage from opposition to participation in power which exercises a powerful influence on the mentality of the leaders. It is evident that in a period of proscriptions and persecutions of the new doctrine and its advocates on the part of society and of the state, the morality of the party leaders will maintain itself at a much higher level than in a period of triumph and of peace, if only for the reason that in the former conditions those of egoistic temperament and those inspired by narrow personal ambition will hold aloof from the party since they have no desire for the martyr's crown. These considerations apply, not merely to the old leaders who have been members of the party during its days of tribulation, and whose qualities, if not completely corrupted by the sun of governmental favor, so as to lead them to abandon the cause of the proletariat, are yet so greatly changed as to render them almost unrecognizable by the masses. But it is equally true of the new leaders who do not put in an appearance until the sun has begun to shine upon the party. As long as the struggle on behalf of the oppressed brings to those engaged in it nothing more than a crown of thorns, those members of the bourgeoisie who adhere to socialism must fulfill functions in the party exacting great personal disinterestedness. Bourgeois adherents do not become a danger to socialism until the labor movement, abandoning its principles, enters the slippery paths of a policy of compromise. At the International Congress of Amsterdam, Bebel exclaimed with perfect truth, in answer to Jaws, when a socialist party forms an alliance with a section of the bourgeoisie, and institutes a policy of cooperation with the government, not only does it repel its own best militants, driving them into the ranks of the anarchists, or into isolated action, but it also attracts to itself a swarm of bourgeois of very dubious value. In Italy, during the period of persecutions, all scientific investigators bore striking witness to the high moral qualities of the socialist leaders. No sooner, however, had the Socialist Party, towards 1900, begun to display friendship for the government, then voices were heard on all hands deploring a deterioration in the composition of the party, and denouncing the numerous elements entering the party simply because they regarded it as the best means by which they could secure a share in the loaves and fishes of public administration. Wherever the socialists have gained control of the municipalities, wherever they run people's banks and distributive cooperative societies, wherever they have remunerative posts at their disposal, we cannot fail to observe a notable decline in their moral level, and to see that the ignorant and the self-seeking now constitute the majority among them. Le Bruyere, Caractères, Pinard, Paris, page 156. Love of power, as well as of independence and freedom, are the inherent human passions. Holbach, Systèmes sociaux, aux principes naturels de la morale et de l'art. Politique, Niogret, Paris, 1822, Volume 1, page 196. Prezzolini, La Teoria Syndicalista, Perella, Naples, 1909, page 65. From the report in Het Volk, v. No. 1341. In the German protocol, which, be it remarked in passing, is extremely inadequate, this passage is not reported. Bebel's observation is in flat contradiction with what he has frequently said in the Reichstag, that in his view the carrying of socialism into effect after the victory would be greatly facilitated by the inevitable adhesion to the various branches of the new administration of numerous competent elements from the official bureaucracy. Compare to August Bebel, Zukunftsstaat und Sozialdemokratie. Page 13, Speech in Reichstag, February 3, 1893. Part 3, Chapter 2. Bonapartist Ideology. Napoleon I, as head of the state, desired to be regarded as the chosen of the people. In his public activities, the emperor boasted that he owed his power to the French people alone. After the Battle of the Pyramids, when his glory began to attain its acme, the general imperiously demanded that there should be conferred on him the title of Premier Representant du Peuple, although hitherto the style of popular representative had been exclusively reserved for members of the legislative bodies. Later, when by a plebiscite he had been raised to the throne of France, he declared that he considered his power to repose exclusively upon the masses. The Bonapartist interpretation of popular sovereignty was a personal dictatorship conferred by the people in accordance with constitutional rules. The Caesarism of Napoleon III was founded in still greater measure upon the principle of popular sovereignty. In his letter to the National Assembly written from London on May 24, 1848, the pretender to the crown recognized the French Republic, which was the issue of the February Revolution and was founded upon universal suffrage. At the same time he claimed for himself, and at the expense of the exiled King Louis-Philippe, a hereditary right to insurrection and to the throne. This recognition and this claim were derived by him from the same principle. With simultaneous pride and humility he wrote, En présence d'un roi élu par d'accent deputés, je pouvais me rappeler et el héritier d'un empire fondé sur le sentiment de 4 millions de Français. En présence de la souveraineté nationale, resultant du suffrage universel, je ne puis et vieux revendique que mes droits de citoyen français. But Napoleon III did not merely recognize in popular sovereignty the source of his power, he further made that sovereignty the theoretical basis of all his practical activities. He made himself popular in France by declaring that he regarded himself as merely the executive organ of the collective will manifested in the elections, and that he was entirely at the disposition of that will, prepared in all things to accept its decisions. With great shrewdness, he continually repeated that he was no more than an instrument, a creature of the masses. While still president, he declared in a speech that he was prepared as circumstances might dictate either for abnegation or for perseverance, or, in other words, that he was as ready to go or to remain. It was the pure Bonapartist spirit which was expressed by Olivier, the keeper of the seals, when in the Chamber, in one of the stormy sittings of the summer of 1870, he declared, Nous vous appartenons, vous nous reprendrez quand vous voudrez nous serons toujours là pour subir vos reproches et vos anathemes. Bonapartism recognized the validity of the popular will to such an extreme degree as to concede to that will the right of self-destruction. Popular sovereignty could suppress itself. Yet if we look at the matter from a purely human point of view, popular sovereignty is inalienable. Moreover, if we think of succeeding generations, it seems illogical and unjust that those of this generation should claim the moral right of renouncing on behalf of their descendants. Consequently, the Democrats of the Napoleonic epoch insisted most energetically that the power of popular sovereignty was limited to this extent, that it did not carry with it any right of abdication. Bonapartism is the theory of individual dominion originating in the collective will, but tending to emancipate itself of that will and to become sovereign in its turn. In its democratic past it finds a shield against the dangers which may threaten its anti-democratic present. In Bonapartism, the rule of Caesar, as was said by a wit of the last years of the Second Empire, becomes a regular organ of the popular sovereignty. In French Happy Smiley. Illinois sera la démocratie personifiée, la nation fait homme. It is the synthesis of two antagonistic concepts, democracy and autocracy. Once elected, the chosen of the people can no longer be opposed in any way. He personifies the majority, and all resistance to his will is anti-democratic. The leader of such a democracy is irremovable, for the nation, having once spoken, cannot contradict itself. He is, moreover, infallible, for in French Happy Smiley. L'élu de 6 millions de suffrages execute les volontés du peuple Illinois ni les trahit pas. It is the electors themselves, we are assured, who demand from the chosen of the people that he should use severe repressive measures, should employ force, should concentrate all authority in his own hands. One of the consequences of the theory of the popular will being subsumed in the supreme executive is that the elements which intervene between the latter and the former, the public officials, that is to say, must be kept in a state of the strictest possible dependence upon the central authority, which, in its turn, depends upon the people. The least manifestation of liberty on the part of the bureaucracy would be tantamount to a rebellion against the sovereignty of the citizens. The most characteristic feature of this view is the idea that the power of the chief of the state rests exclusively upon the direct will of the nation. Bonapartism does not recognize any intermediate links. The coup d'état of December 2, 1851, was represented as an emancipation of the people from the yoke of Parliament and as having for its necessary corollary a plebiscite. Victor Hugo compared the relationship between the Parliament and the ministry under Napoleon III to the relationship between master and servants, the master, the ministry, being appointed by the emperor, and the servants, the Parliament, being elected by the people. This affirmation, though incontestable in fact, is theoretically inexact. In theory, every act of Bonapartism was perfectly legitimate, even if it led to the shedding of the blood of the citizens. The plebiscite was a purifying bath which gave legitimate sanction to every illegality. Napoleon III, when he received the formal announcement of his triumph in the plebiscite, declared that if in the coup d'état he had infringed the laws it was only in order to re-enter the paths of legality. Je ne suis sorti de la légalité pour rentrer dans le droit. He was granted absolution by 7 million votes. This sanction by plebiscite, 3 times repeated by the French people, and given to the illegal government of the third Napoleon, confirmed as it was by innumerable and noisy demonstrations of popular sympathy, gave to accommodating republicans a ready pretext for passing from the side of the opposition to that of the monarchy. Was not this plebiscitary Caesarism established upon the same foundation as the republic of their dreams? Émile Olivier divided the forms of government into the 2 great categories of personal and national government. The ruler in the case of a national government is no more than un délégué de la nation pour l'exercice des droits sociaux. In this manner his republican conscience was tranquilized and his conversion to Bonapartism could present itself as logical and in conformity with his principles. The history of modern democratic and revolutionary parties and trade unions exhibits phenomena similar to those we have been analyzing. The reasons are not far to seek. In democratic crowds, Bonapartism finds an eminently favorable soil, for it gives the masses the illusion of being masters of their masters. Moreover, by introducing the practice of delegation it gives this illusion a legal color which is pleasing to those who are struggling for their rights. Delegation and the abdication by the people of the direct exercise of power are accomplished in strict accordance with all the rules by a deliberate act of the popular will and without that metaphysical divine intervention vaunted on its own behalf by the detested hereditary and legitimate monarchy. The chosen of the people thus seems to be invested in his functions by a spontaneous act of the popular will, he appears to be the creature of the people. This way of looking at the relations between the masses and the leaders is agreeable to the amour propre of every citizen, who says to himself, without me he would not be what he is, I have elected him, he belongs to me. There is another reason, at once psychological and historical, why the masses accept without protest a certain degree of tyranny on the part of their elected leaders. It is because the crowd submits to domination more readily when each one of its units shares the possibility of approximating to power, and even of acquiring some power for himself. The bourgeois and the French peasants in the middle of the 19th century, imbued with democratic ideas, detested legitimate monarchy, but they gladly gave their votes to the third Napoleon, remembering how readily many of their fathers had become great dignitaries under his glorious uncle. Similarly, in the case of political parties, the weight of an oligarchy is rarely felt when the rights of the masses are codified, and when each member may in the abstract participate in power. In virtue of the democratic nature of his election, the leader of a democratic organization has more right than the born leader of the aristocracy to regard himself as the emanation of the collective will, and therefore to demand obedience and submission to his personal will. As a socialist newspaper puts it, the party executive is the authority imposed by the party as a whole and thus incorporating the party authority. The first demand of democratic discipline is respect for the executive. The absolute obedience which the organized mass owes to its leaders is the outcome of the democratic relationships existing between the leaders and the mass, and is merely the collective submission to the collective will. The leaders themselves, whenever they are reproached for an anti-democratic attitude, appeal to the mass will from which their power is derived by election, saying, since the masses have elected us and re-elected us as leaders, we are the legitimate expression of their will and act only as their representatives. It was a tenet of the old aristocracy that to disobey the orders of the monarch was to sin against God. In modern democracy it is held that no one may disobey the orders of the oligarchs, for in so doing the people sin against themselves, defying their own will spontaneously transferred by them to their representatives, and thus infringing democratic principle. In democracies, the leaders base their right to command upon the democratic omnipotence of the masses. Every employee of the party owes his post to his comrades, and is entirely dependent upon their goodwill. We may thus say that in a democracy each individual himself issues, though indirectly, the orders which come to him from above. Thus the reasoning by which the leaders claim to obedience is defended and explained is, in theory, clear and unanswerable. In practice, however, the election of the leaders, and above all their re-election, is effected by such methods and under the influence of suggestions and other methods of coercion so powerful that the freedom of choice of the masses is considerably impaired. In the history of party life it is undeniable that the democratic system is reduced, in ultimate analysis, to the right of the masses, at stated intervals, to choose masters to whom in the interim they owe unconditional obedience. Under these conditions, there develops everywhere in the leaders, alike in the democratic political parties and in the trade unions, the same habit of thought. They demand that the masses should not merely render obedience, but that they should blindly and without murmuring carry out the orders which they, the leaders, issue deliberately and with full understanding of the circumstances. To the leaders it is altogether inconceivable that the actions of the supreme authority can be subjected to criticism, for they are intimately convinced that they stand above criticism, that is to say above the party. Engels, who was endowed with an extremely keen sense of the essence of democracy, regarded it as deplorable that the leaders of the German Socialist Party could not accustom themselves to the idea that the mere fact of being installed in office did not give them the right to be treated with more respect than any other comrade. It is especially exasperating to the leaders when the comrades are not content with mere criticism, but act in opposition to the leader's advice. When they speak of their differences with those whom they regard as inferiors in education and intelligence, they are unable to restrain their moral indignation at such a profound lack of discipline. When the masses kick against the advice of the leaders they have themselves chosen, they are accused of a great lack of tact and of intelligence. In the Conference of Trade Union Executives held from February 19 to 23, 1906, a conference which marks an important stage in the history of the German labor movement, Paul Müller, employee of a trade union, complained bitterly that his revolutionary comrades of the Socialist Party were endeavoring to estrange the members of the unions from the leaders they had chosen for themselves. They have been directly incited to rebellion against their leaders. They have been openly urged to breaches of discipline. What other expressions can be used when in meetings we are told that the members ought to fight against their leaders? Whenever a new current of opposition manifests itself within the party, the leaders immediately endeavor to discredit it with the charge of demagogy. If those of the comrades who are discontented with the leaders make a direct appeal to the masses, this appeal, however lofty may be its motives, however sincere the convictions of those who make it, however much they may be justified by a reference to fundamental democratic rights, is repudiated as inexpedient, and is even censured as a wicked attempt to break up the party, and as the work of vulgar intriguers. We have to remember, in this connection, that the leaders, who hold in their hands all the mechanism of power, have the advantage of being able to assume an aureole of legality, whereas the masses, or the subordinate leaders who are in rebellion, can always be placed in an unfavorable light of illegality. The magic phrase with which the leaders invariably succeed in stifling embarrassing opposition in the germ is the general interest. In such circumstances they exhibit a notable fondness for arguments drawn from the military sphere. They maintain, for instance, that, if only for tactical reasons, and in order to maintain a necessary cohesion in face of the enemy, the members of the party must never refuse to repose perfect confidence in the leaders they have freely chosen for themselves. It is in Germany, above all, that in the trade union organizations the authoritarian spirit is developed with especial force, and that the leaders are prone to attribute to their adversaries the criminal intention of attempting to dissolve trade union discipline. Even the socialist leaders make similar charges against their opponents. If we translate such an accusation from the language of the trade union leaders into that of government officials, the charge becomes one of inciting to revolt against constituted authority. If the critics are not officials of the party, if they are mere sympathizers or friends, they are then in the eyes of the attacked leaders intrusive and incompetent persons, without any right whatever to form an opinion on the matter. On no account must the faith of the people be disturbed. Such is the principle in accordance with which all lively criticism of the objective errors of the movement are stigmatized as an attack on the movement itself, whilst the elements of opposition within the party are habitually execrated as enemies who wish to destroy the party. The general conduct of the leaders of democratic parties and the phraseology typically employed by them, of which our examples might be multiplied 100-fold, suffice to illustrate how fatal is the transition from an authority derived from the favor of the people to a right based upon the grace of God, in a word, to the system which in French history we know by the name of Bonapartism. A right of sovereignty born of the plebiscite soon becomes a permanent and inviolable dominion. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, Idées Napoléoniennes, 1839, Italian E. D. Palazzo, Turin, 1852, page 74. Garnier pages, L'opposition et l'empire. Dernière séance du corps législatif, 1870. Bible démocratique, Paris, 1872, page 157. Édouard Laboulaye, Paris en Amérique, Charpentier, Paris, 1869, 24th ed., page 381. Such were the expressions used by Louis Napoleon in a speech at Lyons, immediately after he had been elected life president of the Republic, not, Paris en December 1851, ed. Cit., page 26. When he first assumed the presidency in December 1848, Louis Napoleon, speaking to the chamber, solemnly enunciated the principle, "I shall see as enemies of the country all those who wish by illegal means to change what the whole of France has established." Trans from V. Hugo, Napoleon Le Petit, ed. Cit., page 16. Napoleon III maintained that it was only on account of the democratic instincts of the first Napoleon that the emperor had not abolished the legislative bodies. The people would have had no objection to their abolition, Idées Napoléoniennes, ed. Cit., page 71. V. Hugo, Napoleon Le Petit, Jeffs. London, 1852, pp 79, 80. Émile Olivier, 19 Sierra Leonean Leones Chunvia. Comte Rendu Auxiliary Electors to the 3rd Constituency de la Seine, Paris, 1869, 7th ed., page 119. E. Tenet, Paris en December 1851, ed. Cit., pp 206, 207. Alexandra Hazen, de l'autre rive, Geneva, 1871, 3rd ed., page 119. In the light comedy Le Gramin de Paris by Bayard and Vanderboer, the words of the general typify the role of Napoleonism among the French common people. "We were children of Paris printers, sons of wheelwrights. We had courage. We wanted to make our own way. Perhaps we would have stopped en route without the emperor. Who appeared there who caught us up in his whirlwind? Chance was everything. Translated by Velhagen, Bielefeld, 1861, 4th ed., page 77. Düsseldorfer Volkszeitung, November 13, 1905. This argument is repeatedly employed by socialist speakers. Their reasoning is that the very fact that the leaders are still leaders proves that they have the support of the masses, otherwise they would not be where they are. Compare to Karl Liegand's speech at the Socialist Congress of Jena, Protocol, Vorwitz, Berlin, 1905, page 265, also P. J. Troelstra in Zake. Partijleiding. Toelichtingen en gegevens, ed. Sit, page 97. We owe to Georges Sorel the rediscovery of the relationships between democracy in general and absolutism, and their point of intersection in centralization. Compare to, for instance, his in French Happy Smiley. Les Illusions du Progrès, Rivière, Paris, 1908, pp 9 et sec. F. Engels, in a letter dated March 21, 1891, also Karl Marx, in a letter dated September 19, 1879, Brie Fu, Aussuge aus Briefen, etc., ed. Sit, pp 361 and 166. Partie Gewerkschaften, textual reprint from the SP and GR of the Protocol, page 4. Rosa Luxemburg, writing of the trade union leaders in Massenstreik, Partie Gewerkschaften, page 61. Part 3, Chapter 3. Identification of the party with the leader, Le Part 1 say moi. We have shown that in their struggle against their enemies within the party, the leaders of the labor movement pursue a tactic and adopt an attitude differing very little from those of the bourgeois government in its struggle with subversive elements. The terminology which the powers that be employ is mutatis mutandis. Identical in the two cases. The same accusations are launched against the rebels, and the same arguments are utilized in defense of the established order. In one case an appeal is made for the preservation of the state, in the other, for that of the party. In both cases, also, there is the same confusion of ideas when the attempt is made to define the relationships between thing and person, individual and collectivity. The authoritarian spirit of the official representatives of the German Socialist Party, a spirit which necessarily characterizes every strong organization, exhibits several striking analogies with the authoritarian spirit of the official representatives of the German Empire. On the one side we have William II, who advises the malcontents, that is to say those of his subjects who do not consider that all is for the best in the best of all possible empires, to shake the dust off their feet and go elsewhere. On the other side we have Bebel, exclaiming that it is time to have done once for all with the eternal discontents and sowings of discord within the party, and expressing the opinion that the opposition, if it is unable to express itself as satisfied with the conduct of affairs by the executive, had better clear out. Between these two attitudes, can we find any difference other than that which separates a voluntary organization, the party, to which one is free to adhere or not as one pleases, from a coercive organization, the state, to which all must belong by the fact of birth, 174. It may perhaps be said that there is not a single party leader who fails to think and to act, and who, if he has a lively temperament and a frank character, fails to speak, after the example of Le Roi Isolé, and to say Le Part 1 say moi. The bureaucrat identifies himself completely with the organization, confounding his own interests with its interests. All objective criticism of the party is taken by him as a personal affront. This is the cause of the obvious incapacity of all party leaders to take a serene and just view of hostile criticism. The leader declares himself personally offended, doing this partly in good faith, but in part deliberately, in order to shift the battleground, so that he can present himself as the harmless object of an unwarrantable attack, and arouse in the minds of the masses towards his opponents in matters of theory that antipathy which is always felt for those whose actions are dictated by personal rancour. If, on the other hand, the leader is attacked personally, his first care is to make it appear that the attack is directed against the party as a whole. He does this not only on diplomatic grounds, in order to secure for himself the support of the party and to overwhelm the aggressor with the weight of numbers, but also because he quite ingenuously takes the part for the whole. This is frequently the outcome, not merely of a blind fanaticism, but of firm conviction. According to Nechayev, the revolutionary has the right of exploiting, deceiving, robbing, and in case of need utterly ruining, all those who do not agree unconditionally with his methods and his aims, for he need consider them as nothing more than a conspiration. His sole objective must be to ensure the triumph of his essentially individual ideas, without any respect for persons, la révolution c'est moi. Bakunin uttered a sound criticism of this mode of reasoning when he said that its hidden source was to be found in Nechaev's unconscious but detestable ambition. The despotism of the leaders does not arise solely from a vulgar lust of power or from uncontrolled egoism, but is often the outcome of a profound and sincere conviction of their own value and of the services which they have rendered to the common cause. The bureaucracy which is most faithful and most efficient in the discharge of its duties is also the most dictatorial. To quote Wolfgang Heine, the objection is invalid that the incorruptibility and efficiency of our party officials, and their love for the great cause, would suffice to raise a barrier against the development of autocracy within the party. The very opposite is true. Officials of high technical efficiency who unselfishly aim at the general good, like those whom we are fortunate enough to possess in the party, are more than all others inclined, being well aware of the importance of their own services, to regard as inalterable laws whatever seems to them right and proper, to suppress conflicting tendencies on the ground of the general interest, and thus to impose restraints upon the healthy progress of the party. Similarly, where we have to do with excellent and incorruptible state officials like those of the German Empire, the megalomaniac substitution of thing for person is partly due to the upright consciences of the officials and to their great devotion to duty. Among the members of such a bureaucracy, there is hardly one who does not feel that a pinprick directed against his own person is a crime committed against the whole state. It is for the same reason that they all hold together comme les doigts de la main. Each one of them regards himself as an impersonation of a portion of the whole state, and feels that this portion will suffer if the authority of any other portion is impaired. Further, the bureaucrat is apt to imagine that he knows the needs of the masses better than these do themselves, an opinion which may be sound enough in individual instances, but which for the most part is no more than a form of megalomania. Undoubtedly the party official is less exposed than the state official to the danger of becoming fossilized, for in most cases he has work as a public speaker, and in this way he maintains a certain degree of contact with the masses. On the other hand, the applause which he seeks and receives on these occasions cannot fail to stimulate his personal vanity. When in any organization the oligarchy has attained an advanced stage of development, the leaders begin to identify with themselves, not merely the party institutions, but even the party property, this phenomenon being common both to the party and to the state. In the conflict between the leaders and the rank and file of the German trade unions regarding the right to strike, the leaders have more than once maintained that the decision in this matter is morally and legally reserved for themselves, because it is they who provide the financial resources which enable the workers to remain on strike. This view is no more than the ultimate consequence of that oligarchical mode of thought which inevitably leads to a complete forgetfulness of true democratic principles. In Genoa, one of the labor leaders, whose influence had increased pari passu with the growing strength of the organized proletariat of the city, and who, enjoying the unrestricted confidence of his comrades, had acquired the most various powers and had filled numerous positions in the party, regarded himself as justified, when as a representative of the workers he made contracts with capitalists and concluded similar affairs, in feathering his own nest in addition to looking after the workers' interests. August Bebel, Speech to the Dresden Congress, Protocol, page 308. In the text, the writer has repeatedly mentioned the name of Bebel when he has wished to illustrate by typical examples the conduct of the leaders towards the masses. Yet it would be erroneous to regard Bebel as a typical leader. He was raised above the average of leaders, not only by his great intellectual gifts, but also by his profound sincerity, the outcome of a strong and healthy temperament, which often led him to say things openly which others would have left unsaid and to do things openly which others would have left concealed. It was for this reason that Kaiser Bebel was frequently exposed to the suspicion of being exceptionally autocratic in his conduct and undemocratic in his sentiments. Nevertheless, a thorough analysis of Bebel's character and of his conduct on various memorable occasions would establish that, side by side with a marked tendency to self-assertion and a taste for the intrinsic forms of rule, he exhibited strong democratic leanings, which distinguished him from the average of his colleagues, just as much as he was distinguished from them by the frankness with which he always displayed his dictatorial temperament. This is not the place for such an analysis, but the writer felt it was necessary to guard against a false interpretation of his references to Bebel by a brief allusion to the complexity of character of this remarkable man. In ultimate analysis, Bebel was no more than a representative of his party, but he was one in whom the individual note was never suppressed by the exigencies of leadership or of demagogy. W. A. Heine, Demokratisch Randbemerkungen zum Fall Goher, Soz. Monarch 8x, Fasc 4, page 284. This was the barrister, Gino Murialdi, who in youth had made many sacrifices for the movement. He was in receipt of a regular salary from the trade unions and cooperative societies, but this did not prevent him from accepting money from the employers when he was negotiating with them as the workers' representative. When taken to task on this account, he said that by his exertions he had obtained such brilliant advantages for the workers, that he saw no reason why he should not secure for himself a little extra profit at the cost of the employers. Murialdi's actions led to a violent quarrel between him and the other leaders in Genoa, and ultimately caused his expulsion from the Socialist Party. Compare to Avanti, Anno 13, 1909, numbers 1 and 42. Part 4, Chapter 1. Introductory, the class struggle and its disintegrating influence upon the bourgeoisie. The masses are not easily stirred. Great events pass before their eyes and revolutions are accomplished in economic life without their minds undergoing profound modifications. Very slowly do they react to the influence of new conditions. For decades, and even for centuries, the masses continue to endure passively outworn political conditions which greatly impede legal and moral progress. Countries which from the economic point of view are fairly well advanced, often continue to endure for lengthy periods a political and constitutional regime which derives from an earlier economic phase. This is especially noteworthy in Germany, where an aristocratic and feudal form of government, the outcome of economic conditions which the country has outlived, has not yet been able to adapt itself to an economic development of the most advanced capitalist character. These historical phenomena, which at first sight appear paradoxical, arise from causes of two different orders. In the first place, it may happen that classes or subclasses representing an extinct economic form may survive from a time in which they were the authentic exponents of the then dominant economic relationships. They have been able to save from the wreck a sufficiency of moral prestige and effective political force to maintain their dominion in the new phase of economic and civil development, and to do this even in opposition to the expressed will of the majority of the people. These classes succeed in maintaining themselves in power by the strength of their own political energy and with the assistance of numerous elements essentially foreign to themselves, but which they can turn to their own advantage by suggestive influences. Most commonly, however, we find that the classes representing a past economic order continue to maintain their social predominance only because the classes representing the present or future economy have as yet failed to become aware of their strength, of their political and economic importance, and of the wrongs which they suffer at the hands of society. Moreover, a sense of fatalism and a sad conviction of impotence exercise a paralyzing influence in social life. As long as an oppressed class is influenced by this fatalistic spirit, as long as it has failed to develop an adequate sense of social injustice, it is incapable of aspiring towards emancipation. It is not the simple existence of oppressive conditions, but it is the recognition of these conditions by the oppressed, which in the course of history has constituted the prime factor of class struggles. The mere existence of the modern proletariat does not suffice per se to produce a social problem. The class struggle, if it is not to remain a nebulous theory, in which the energy is forever latent, requires to be animated by class consciousness. It is the involuntary work of the bourgeoisie to arouse in the proletariat that class consciousness which is necessarily directed against the bourgeoisie itself. History is full of such ironies. It is the tragical destiny of the bourgeoisie to be instructor of the class which from the economic and social point of view is its own deadly enemy. As Karl Marx showed in his Communist Manifesto, the principal reason for this is found in the unceasing struggle which the bourgeoisie is forced to carry on at once with the aristocracy, with those sections of its own class whose interests are opposed to industrial progress, and with the bourgeoisie of all foreign countries. Unable to carry on this struggle effectively by its own unaided powers, the bourgeoisie is continually forced to appeal to the proletariat, to demand its aid, and thus to launch the proletariat into the political melee, thus putting into the hands of the proletariat a weapon which the latter will turn against the bourgeoisie itself. Under yet another aspect, the bourgeoisie appears as the instructor, as the fencing master of the working class. Through its daily contact with the proletariat there results the detachment from its own body of a small number of persons who devote their energies to the service of the working classes, in order to inflame these for the struggle against the existing order, to make them feel and understand the deficiencies of the prevailing economic and social regime. It is true that the number of those who are detached from the bourgeoisie to adhere to the cause of the proletariat is never great. But those who thus devote themselves are among the best of the bourgeoisie. They may, in a sense, be regarded as supermen raised above the average of their class. It may be by love of their neighbors, it may be by compassion, it may be by moral indignation against social injustice, or by a profound theoretical understanding of the forces at work in society, or, finally, by a greater energy and logical coherence in the translation of their principles into practice. In any case, they are exceptional individualities, these bourgeois who, deserting the class in which they were born, give a deliberate direction to the instinct still slumbering in the proletariat, and thus hasten the emancipation of the proletarian class as a whole. The proletarian mass is at first aware by instinct alone of the oppression by which it is burdened, for it entirely lacks the instruction which might give a clue to the understanding of that historical process which is in appearance so confused and labyrinthine. It would seem to be a psychologico-historical law that any class which has been enervated and led to despair in itself through prolonged lack of education and through deprivation of political rights, cannot attain to the possibility of energetic action until it has received instruction concerning its ethical rights and politico-economical powers, not alone from members of its own class, but also from those who belong to what in vulgar parlance are termed a higher class. Great class movements have hitherto been initiated in history solely by the simple reflection, it is not we alone, belonging to the masses without education and without legal rights, who believe ourselves to be oppressed, but that belief as to our condition is shared by those who have a better knowledge of the social mechanism and who are therefore better able to judge. Since the cultured people of the upper classes have also conceived the ideal of our emancipation, that ideal is not a mere chimera. The socialist theory has arisen out of the reflections of philosophers, economists, sociologists, and historians. In the socialist programs of the different countries, every word represents a synthesis of the work of numerous learned men. The fathers of modern socialism were with few exceptions men of science primarily, and in the second place only were they politicians in the strict sense of the term. It is true that before the days of such men there were spontaneous proletarian movements initiated by an instinctive aspiration towards a higher intellectual and economic standard of life. But these movements manifest themselves rather as the mechanical outcome of an unreflecting though legitimate discontent, than as the consequence of a genuine sentiment of revolt inspired by a clear consciousness of oppression. It was only when science placed itself at the service of the working class that the proletarian movement became transformed into a socialist movement, and that instinctive, unconscious, and aimless rebellion was replaced by conscious aspiration, comparatively clear, and strictly directed towards a well-defined end. Similar phenomena are apparent in all earlier class struggles. Every great class movement in history has arisen upon the instigation, with the cooperation, and under the leadership of men sprung from the very class against which the movement was directed. Spartacus, who urged the slaves to revolt on behalf of their freedom, was, it is true, of servile origin, but he was a freedman, a Thracian property owner. Thomas Munzer, to whose agitation the Thuringian Peasants' War was largely due, was not a peasant but a man of learning. Florian Geyer was a knight. The most distinguished leaders of the movement for the emancipation of the tiers état at the outset of the French Revolution, Lafayette, Mirabeau, Roland, and Sieyes, belonged to the privileged classes, and Philippe Galite, the regicide, was even a member of the royal house. The history of the modern labor movement furnishes no exception to this rule. When the German historian, Theodor Lindner, affirms that the contemporary socialist movement is always called to life by non-workers, we must indeed criticize the statement, which recalls to our mind the working of the necromancer's magic wand, let there be a labor movement. And there was a labor movement. Lindner's statement is likewise inexact and incomplete, because it fails to recognize that this calling to life cannot produce something out of nothing, and that it cannot be the work of one of those famous, great men whom a certain school of historians make the cornerstone of their theory of historical causation, for the coming into existence of the labor movement necessarily presupposes a given degree of social and economic development, without which no movement can be initiated. But Lindner's view, though badly formulated, is to this extent true, that the heralds of the modern labor movement are chiefly derived from the cultured classes. The great precursors of political socialism and leading representatives of philosophical socialism, Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen, the founders of political socialism, Louis Blanc, Blanqui, and Lassalle, the fathers of economic and scientific socialism, Marx, Engels, and Rodbertus, were all bourgeois intellectuals of comparatively trifling importance in the international field, alike in respect of theory and of practice, were Wilhelm Weitling, the tailor's apprentice, and Pierre Leroux, the self-taught philosopher. It is only Proudhon, the working printer, a solitary figure, who attains to a position of superb grandeur in this field. Even among the great orators who during recent years have been devoted to the cause of labor, ex-bourgeois constitute the great majority, while men of working-class origin are altogether exceptional. Pages could be filled with the names of leading socialist politicians sprung from the bourgeoisie, whereas in a single breath we could complete the list of political leaders of truly working-class origin whose names will be immortalized in the history of their class. We have Benoît Malon, Auguste Bebel, and Edouard Anseal, but not one of these, although they are great practical leaders of the working class and potent organizers, is numbered among the creative theorists of socialism. The presence of bourgeois elements in the proletarian movement organized to form a political party is a historical fact, and one which may be noted wherever the political movement of the international working class is attentively observed. This phenomenon reproduces itself wherever the socialist tree throws out new branches, as may be seen, for example, in Japan and Brazil. Moreover, this phenomenon must be considered as a logical consequence of historical evolution. Nay more, it has been shown that not merely the presence of ex-bourgeois in the party of the fighting proletariat, but further the leading role which these play in the movement for proletarian enfranchisement, is the outcome of historical necessity. The question might arise, and it has in fact been mooted, whether the presence of a large number of bourgeois refugees among the proletarian militants does not give the lie to the theory of the class struggle. In other words, we have to ask whether the desired future social order in which all class distinctions are to be abolished, for this is the common aim, more or less distinctly formulated, of all socialists and other advanced reformers, ethical culturists, anarchists, neo-Christians, etc., may not come to be realized by a gradual psychical transformation of the bourgeoisie, which will become increasingly aware of the injustice of its peculiar economic and social privileges. This consideration naturally leads us to ask whether the sharp line of cleavage which exists on the political field between class parties representing class interests is really necessary, or whether it is not a sort of cruel sport, and therefore useless and injurious. Rudolf Penzig, editor of Ethische Kultur, in a controversy with the present writer, went so far as to claim that the deserters from the bourgeoisie to the socialist ranks were precursors. Now this expression logically involves the belief that these bourgeois pioneers will be followed by the whole mass of the bourgeoisie, who will thus come over to the camp of those who economically and socially are their mortal enemies. We might be inclined to speak of this as a theory of harakiri, did we not know that harakiri is not usually practiced as a deliberate voluntary act, but is effected in obedience to orders from above, to coercion from without. Let us briefly examine the soundness of the theory in question. The socialist poet Edmondo de Amicis enumerates the factors which he regards as working most effectively for the ultimate victory of socialism. There is the general sense of weariness which, in his opinion, follows a great industrial crisis, and the utter disgust felt by the possessing classes with the unending struggle. There is the anxiety felt by these same classes to avoid at all costs a revolution in which they are destined to perish miserably, overcome by fire and sword. There is, finally, the indefinite need, with which the bourgeoisie is also affected, for rejuvenation and idealism, and for avoiding the horror of living amid the ruins of an expiring world. A similar train of thought was expressed 50 years earlier by Heinrich Heine, who lacked to make him a fighter for socialism merely the courage to give open expression to his political ideas. In his letters from Paris upon politics, art, and national life he writes, under date June 15, 1843, I wish here to draw especial attention to the point that for communism it is an incalculable advantage that the enemy against which the communists contend has, despite all his power, no firm moral standing. Modern society defends itself simply because it must do so, without any belief in its own rights, and even without any self-respect, just like that ancient society which crumbled to ruin at the coming of the carpenter's son. In many respects, the views of these two poets may be accepted. and yet it seems more than questionable whether a dying bourgeois society would not defend itself to the last, and endeavor to maintain by force of arms, if need be, its property and its prerogatives, however greatly these might be undermined and threatened, in the hope that the final victory of the proletariat might at least be postponed. Unquestionably, too, Heine's opinion in 1843 that in the bourgeoisie of his day there was a widespread lack of confidence is open to criticism, seeing that, as we all know, the bourgeois resistance is to this day animated by a vigorous belief in his own rectitude. But the fundamental thought of de Amicis and Heine is so far sound, in that a society which lacks a lively faith in its own rights is already in its political death agony. A capacity for the tough and persevering defense of privilege presupposes in the privileged class the existence of certain qualities and in especial of a relentless energy, which might thrive, indeed, in association with cruelty and unconscientiousness, but which is enormously more prosperous if based upon a vigorous faith in its own rectitude. As Pareto has pointed out, the permeation of a dominant class by humanitarian ideas, which lead that class to doubt its own moral right to existence, demoralizes its members and makes them inapt for defense. The same law operates likewise where men are absolutely convinced of their sacred right to existence. It is equally valid of national aggregates. Where a nation lacks the sense of such a right, decadence and ruin inevitably ensue. We may regard it as an established historical law that races, legal systems, institutions, and social classes are inevitably doomed to destruction from the moment they or those who represent them have lost faith in their own future. The Poles, widely dispersed and dismembered among three separate powers, have preserved their nationality and their faith in themselves and in their rights. No power in the world, not to mention the Prusso-Russian microcosm, can annihilate the Polish people whilst their brains still cherish the consciousness of their right to national existence. The Wends, on the other hand, a Slav people like the Poles, owing to the nature of the historical epoch in which they were subdued and to the peculiar circumstances under which this historical occurrence took place, did not succeed in retaining intact the consciousness of their national existence, if they ever possessed one. Even where, as in the Spreewald, they have retained their language, they have been thoroughly absorbed into the German system, and are in our day, as Wends, completely expunged from the history of civilization. Although they inhabit quite a large area of Germany, they have in many cases so utterly lost all sense of their Slav origin as to have become the most ardent pan-Germanists, although they are in reality Germans only in virtue of the legal fiction of the state and of the customs and speech which have been imposed upon them by their ancient conquerors. No social struggle in history has ever been permanently won unless the vanquished has as a preliminary measure been morally weakened. The French Revolution was rendered possible only because the ardent pre-revolutionary writers, Voltaire, D'Alembert, Rousseau, Holbach, Diderot, etc., who made so plainly manifest the immorality of the economic privileges possessed by the ruling classes of the old regime, had already demoralized, in the psychological sense of the word, a conspicuous portion of the nobility and the clergy. Louis Blanc remarked, apropos of the French Revolution, Sortie vibrante de l'encyclopédie, ce grand laboratoire des idées de XVIIe siècle LN 8 en 1789, tu a prendre matériellement possession d'un domaine déjà conquis moralement. The unification of Italy, previously broken up into 7 states, was effected with a minimal shedding of blood if we accept the deaths that resulted in the struggle against foreigners, and after the foundation of the kingdom there was hardly a single inhabitant of the peninsula who shed any tears over the fate of the fallen dynasties, this attitude of mind forming a strong contrast to what happened in Germany in the corresponding historical period. The reason for the difference was that in Italy the unification of minds had long preceded the unification of administration. In the War of Secession in the United States of America, it was not merely the armed strength of the northern states which decided the issue, but also the consciousness of moral error which towards the end of the war began to spread among a large number of the slave owners of the southern states. Examples of this nature could be multiplied at will. The aim of agitation is to shake the opponent's self-confidence, to convince adversaries of the higher validity of our own arguments. Socialism can least of all afford to underrate the enormous force of rhetoric, the compelling power of persuasion, for it is to these means that socialism owes its great successes. But the force of persuasion has a natural limit imposed by social relationships. where it is used to influence the convictions of the popular masses or of social classes to induce them to take part in a movement which is directed towards their own liberation, it is easy, under normal conditions, to attain to positive results. But attempts at persuasion fail miserably, as we learn again and again from the history of social struggles, when they are addressed to privileged classes, in order to induce these to abandon, to their own disadvantage as a class and as individuals, the leading positions they occupy in society. The individual human being is not an economic automaton. His life consists of a perennial conflict between his financial needs and the interests which bind him to given class or caste, on the one hand, and, on the other, those tendencies which are outside class considerations, outside the orbit of social struggles, and which may arouse in his mind passions capable of diverting him from a purely economic path, attracting him within the sphere of influence of some ideal son, leading him to act in ways more consonant with his own individual character. But all this applies only to the individual human being. The mass, if we leave out of consideration certain pathological influences to which it is exposed, and which may lead its members into activities conflicting with purely material advantage, is unquestionably an economic automaton. The common manifestations of its members are stamped with the seal of the economic interests of the mass, just as the individual sheep of a flock bear the mark of their owner. Consequently, the seal need not necessarily be useful to the individual who bears it, nor correspondent with his end, any more than is the imprint upon the back of the sheep, which often consigns the animal to slaughter. But in the human herd the economic imprint extends its influence into the physical life. The kind of work and of interests imposed by economic conditions makes spirit and body alike dependent on occupation. It is doubtless true that the socialist doctrine has won over many children of bourgeois families, penetrating their minds so profoundly as to lead them to abandon everything else, to leave father and mother, friends and relatives, social position and respect. Without regret and without hesitation they have consecrated their lives to the emancipation of humanity as conceived by socialism. But we have here to do with isolated instances only, and not with compact groups representing an entire economic class. The class to which the deserters belong is no wise weakened by the desertion. A class considered as a whole never spontaneously surrenders its position of advantage. It never recognizes any moral reason sufficiently powerful to compel it to abdicate in favor of its poorer brethren. Such action is prevented, if by nothing else, by class egoism, a natural attribute of the proletarian as of other social classes, with the difference that, in the case of the proletariat, class egoism comes in ultimate analysis to coincide, in abstracto, at least, with the ideal of a humanity knowing nothing of classes. It will not be denied that in the various strata of the dominant and possessing classes there are considerable differences in the extent to which this class egoism is developed. There are certain representatives of landed property, and above all the Prussian Junkers, who bluntly declare even today that we should treat as criminals or lunatics all who claim political, economic, or social rights by which their own class privileges are endangered. There are other classes in modern society less hostile to reforms and less crassly egoistic than the numerically small class of the Prussian Junkers, but these too are not accessible to considerations of social justice, except in so far as no sensible injury is offered to their instinctive class interests. The proletariat is therefore perfectly logical in constituting itself into a class party, and in considering that the struggle against the bourgeoisie in all its gradations, viewed as a single class, is the only possible means of realizing a social order in which knowledge, health, and property shall not be, as they are today, the monopolies of a minority. There is no contradiction whatever between the necessity which leads the proletariat to fight the bourgeoisie on the lines of the class struggle and the necessity which leads it to lay so much stress upon the general principle of human rights. Unquestionably, in pursuit of the conquest of power, persuasion is an excellent means to employ, for, as has already been pointed out, a class which has been convinced even against its will that its adversary's ideal is based upon better reasons than its own and is inspired by loftier moral aims, will certainly lack force to continue the struggle. It will have lost that faith in its own rights which alone confers upon resistance a moral justification. Persuasion, however, does not suffice, for a class, even if partially paralyzed, by its recognition of the fact that the right of the hostile class is superior to its own, would nonetheless, hypnotized by its own class egoism, continue the struggle, and would in the end yield to the force, not of words, but of facts. The writer believes that all these considerations suffice to establish as an axiom that the entrance of bourgeois elements into the ranks of the workers organized as a class party is determined mainly by psychological motives, and that it represents a process of spontaneous selection. It must be regarded as a logical consequence of the historical phase of development through which we are now passing, but in view of the special conditions which induce it, there is no reason to interpret it as a preliminary symptom of a spontaneous and general dissolution of the bourgeoisie. To sum up, the issue of the struggle which is proceeding between the two great classes representing conflicting economic interests cannot possibly be decided by the passage of individual or isolated molecules from one side to the other. Unreflectingly, sometimes with a sigh, but often without a thought of the possibility of better things, the nations have borne for centuries, and continue to bear, all the burdens and all the shames imposed upon them by tyranny, like the lower animals, who with satisfaction and even gratitude accept a bare subsistence from the hand of the master to whom they belong, and who makes use of them and chastises them at his will. Karl von Rotteck, Allgemeine Geschichte, etc., ed. Cit., page 81. Karl Marx, The Communist Manifesto, Vorwitz, Berlin, 1901, 6th ed., page 16. Theodor Lindner, Geschichtsphilosophie, Cotta, Stuttgart, 1904, 2nd ed., page 132. Rudolf Penzig, Die Anvernunft des Klassenkampfes, written in answer to R. Michels. Enziel, Intransigent. Ethik, Ethische Kultur, December 26, 1900. 12, number 52. Edmondo de Amicis, Lotta Civili, Nurbini, Florence, 1899, page 294. Heinrich Heine, Luthier in Sämtliche Werk. Hoffmann U. Camp. Hamburg, 1890, X, page 93. Vilfredo Perito, Les Systems Socialistes, ed. Cit., Volume 1, pp 37 and 57. Woodrow Wilson, A History of the American People, Harper, New York and London, 1903, Volume 4, page 311. Part 4, Chapter 2. Analysis of the bourgeois elements in the socialist leadership. Socialist leaders, considered in respect of their social origin, may be divided into two classes, those who belong primarily to the proletariat, and those derived from the bourgeoisie, or rather from the intellectual stratum of the bourgeoisie. The lower middle class, that of the petty bourgeois, the minor agriculturists, independent artisans, and shopkeepers, have furnished no more than an insignificant contingent of socialist leaders. In the most favorable conditions, the representatives of this lower middle class follow the labor movement as sympathetic onlookers, and at times actually join its ranks. Hardly ever do they become numbered among its leaders. Of these two classes of leaders, the ex-bourgeois, although at the outset they were naturally opposed to socialism, prove themselves on the average to be animated by a more fervent idealism than the leaders of proletarian origin. The difference is readily explained on psychological grounds. In most cases the proletarian does not need to attain to socialism by a gradual evolutionary process. He is, so to speak, born a socialist, born a member of the party. At least, this happens often enough, although it does not apply to all strata of the proletariat and to all places. In the countries where capitalist development is of long standing, there exists in certain working-class milieux and even in entire categories of workers a genuine socialist tradition. The son inherits the class spirit of the father, and he doubtless from the grandfather. With them, socialism is in the blood. To this it must be added that actual economic relationships, with the class struggle inseparable from these, in which every individual, however refractory he may be to socialist theory, is forced to participate, compel the proletarian to join the Labour Party. Socialism, far from being in opposition to his class sentiment, constitutes its plainest and most conspicuous expression. The proletarian, the wage earner, the enrolled member of the party, is a socialist on the ground of direct personal interest. Adhesion to socialism may cause him grave material damage, such as the loss of his employment, and may even make it impossible for him to gain his bread. Yet his socialist views are the spontaneous outcome of his class egoism, and he endures the hardships to which they may lead all the more cheerfully because he is suffering for the common cause. He is comforted by the more or less explicit recognition or gratitude of his comrades. The action of the socialist proletarian is a class action, and in many cases it may notably favor the immediate interests of the individual. Very different is the case of socialists of bourgeois origin. Hardly any of these are born in a socialist milieu. On the contrary, in their families the tradition is definitely hostile to the workers, or at least full of disdain for the aspirations of modern socialism. Among the bourgeois, just as much as among the proletarians, the son inherits the spirit of the father, but in this case it is the class spirit of the bourgeoisie. The young bourgeois has in the blood not socialism, but the capitalist mentality in one of its numerous varieties, and he inherits in addition an intellectualism which makes him proud of his supposed superiority. We have further, on the one hand, to take into account the economic conditions in which the bourgeois child is born and grows to maturity, and on the other the education which he receives at school, all of which predisposes him to feel nothing but aversion for the struggles of a working class pursuing socialist aspirations. In his economic environment he learns to tremble for his wealth, to tremble when he thinks of the shock his class will one day have to sustain when attacked by the organized masses of the quatrième état. Thus his class egoism becomes more acute, and is even transformed into an implacable hatred. His education, based upon official science, contributes to confirm and to strengthen his sentiments as a member of the master class. The influence which the school and the domestic environment exercise upon the youthful scion of the bourgeoisie is of such potency that even when his parents are themselves socialist sympathizers, and on moral and intellectual grounds devoted to the cause of the workers, it most commonly happens that his bourgeois instincts gain the upper hand over the socialist traditions of his family. We learn from actual experience that it is very rare for the children of socialists, when they have received the education of intellectuals, to follow in their parents' footsteps. The cases of the children of Marx, Longert, Liebknecht, and Molkenbuhr remain altogether exceptional. It cannot be doubted that the rarity of such instances is due to the methods of education which usually prevail in a socialist family, methods which have nothing in common with socialism. Even when it is otherwise, when the immediate family environment is not opposed to the development of the socialist consciousness, the young man of bourgeois origin is strongly influenced by the milieu in which he is brought up. Even after he has joined the Socialist Party, he will retain a certain solidarity with the class from which he has sprung. For example, in his relations with the servants in his household he will remain always an employer, an exploiter, in the sociological if not in the coarser sense of the latter term. For the bourgeois, adhesion to socialism signifies an estrangement from his own class, in most cases extensive social and ideal injury, and often actual material loss. In the case of the petty bourgeois, the evolution towards socialism may occur peacefully, for by his intellectual and social conditions the petty bourgeois is closely approximated to the proletarian, and above all to the better paid manual worker, from whom he is in many cases separated by purely imaginary barriers composed of all kinds of class prejudices. But the wealthier the family to which the bourgeois belongs, the more strongly it is attached to its family traditions, the higher the social position that it occupies, the more difficult is it for him, and the more painful, to break with his surroundings, and to adhere to the labor movement. For the son of a wealthy capitalist, of an official in the higher ranks, or for a member of the old established landed aristocracy, to join the socialists is to provoke a catastrophe. He is free to give himself up to vague and harmless humanitarian dreams, and even in private conversation to speak of himself as a socialist. But as soon as he displays the intention of becoming an active member of the Socialist Party, of undertaking public work on its behalf, of enrolling himself as an actual member of the rebel army, the deserter from the bourgeoisie is regarded by his own class as either a knave or a fool. His social prestige falls below zero, and so great is the hostility displayed towards him that he is obliged to break off all relations with his family. The most intimate ties are abruptly severed. His relatives turn their backs upon him. He has burned his boats and broken with the past. What are the motives which may lead the intellectual to desert the bourgeoisie and to adhere to the party of the workers? Among those who do this we may distinguish two fundamental types. There is first of all the man of science. The ends which he pursues are of an objective character, but to the vulgar these seem at first sight devoid of practical utility, and even fantastical and extravagant. The stimulus which drives him is idealistic in this sense, that he is capable of sacrificing all other goods to science and its gains. In thus acting, he obeys the powerful impulse of his egoism, though it is an egoism ennobled. Scientific coherency is an inborn need of his nature. Psychology teaches us that in human beings every free exercise of faculty produces a sentiment of pleasure. Consequently, the sacrifices which the socialist man of science makes for the party serve to increase the sum of his personal satisfaction. Notwithstanding all the material injuries he will suffer as a bourgeois in joining the Socialist Party, he will have gained a greater inward content and will have a more tranquil conscience. In some cases, too, his sentiments will take the form of an ambition to render signal services to the cause. In his case, of course, this ambition is very different from the grosser ambition of those who look merely for an increase in personal well-being, for a career, wealth, and the like. The second category consists of those who are inspired with an intense sentimental attachment to socialism, who burn, so to speak, with the sacred fire. Such a man usually becomes a socialist when he is quite young, before material considerations and precautions have erected a barrier in the way of obedience to the impulses of his sanguine and enthusiastic temperament. He is inspired with the order of the neophyte and the need for devoting himself to the service of his kind. The principal motives which animate him are a noble disdain for injustice and a love for the weak and the poor, a delight in self-sacrifice for the realization of great ideas, for these are motives which often give courage and love of battle to the most timid and inert characters. With all this, there is usually found in the socialist enthusiast of bourgeois origin a considerable dose of optimism, a tendency to overestimate the significance of the moral forces of the movement, and sometimes an excessive faith in his own self-abnegation, with a false mode of conceiving the rhythm of evolution, the nearness of the final victory, and the ease with which it will be attained. The socialist faith is also in many cases nourished by aesthetic sensibilities. Those endowed with poetical aptitudes and with a fervent imagination can more readily and intuitively grasp the extent and the depth of human suffering. Moreover, the greater their own social distance from the imagined objects, the more are they able to give their fancies free rein. It is for this reason that among the ranks of those who are fighting for the emancipation of labor we find so many poets and imaginative writers, and so many persons of fiery, impassioned, and impulsive dispositions. The question arises, which category is the more numerous, that of those who become socialists from reasoned conviction, or that of those who are guided by sentimental considerations? It is probable that among those who become socialists in youth the sentimentalists predominate, whereas among those who go over to socialism when they have attained maturity, the change is usually dictated by scientific conviction. But in most cases mixed motives are at work. Very numerous, in fact, are the bourgeois who have always given a moral approval to socialism, who have held that it is the only solution of the social problem which conforms to the demands of justice, but who do not make their effective adhesion to the doctrine until they acquire the conviction, which at times seizes them quite unexpectedly, that the aspirations of their heart are not merely just and beautiful, but also realizable in practice. Thus the socialist views of these persons are a synthesis of sentiment and science. In 1894, an inquiry was made as to the attitude towards socialism of the most distinguished Italian artists and men of learning. They were asked whether their sympathy with socialist aims, their indifference to socialism, or their hostility to the doctrine, was the outcome of a concrete investigation of socialist problems, or whether their feelings were of a purely sentimental character. The majority of those who replied declared that their attitude towards socialism was the outcome of a physical predisposition, reinforced by objective convictions. A similar answer might doubtless be given by the Marxists, notwithstanding their superb disdain for all ideology and sentimental compassion, and notwithstanding the materialism with which they love to dress their windows. In so far as they are not completely absorbed in party life, or rather so long as they have not been completely overpowered by the ties of party life, they display a strictness of principle which is essentially idealist. Not all those, indeed, who sympathize with socialism or have a rational conviction of the truth of socialist principles become effective members of the Socialist Party. Many feel a strange repugnance at the idea of intimate association with the unknown crowd, or they experience an aesthetic disgust at the thought of close contact with persons who are not always clean or sweet-smelling. Still more numerous are those held back by laziness or by an exaggerated fondness for a quiet life or, again, by the more or less justified fear that open adhesion to the party will react unfavorably upon their economic position. Sometimes the impulse to join the party is given by some external circumstance, insignificant in itself, but sufficient to give the last impetus to resolution. It may be a striking instance of social injustice which stirs a collective emotion. It may be some personal wrong inflicted upon the would-be socialist himself or upon one of those dear to him, when a sudden explosion of egoism finishes the slow work of altruistic tendencies. In other cases it is a necessity of fate, or the outcome of the ill will and stupidity of human beings, which forces the man who has been a secret socialist to cross the Rubicon, almost by inadvertence. For example, something may happen which discredits him in the eyes of the members of his own class, displaying to all the socialist ideas which he has hitherto jealously concealed. Many a person does not join the party of the workers until, after some imprudent manifestation of his own, an enemy has denounced him in the bourgeois press, thus placing him in a dilemma. He must either make a shameful retreat, at the cost of a humiliating retraction, or else must make public acknowledgement of the ideas which he has hitherto held secret. Such persons become members of the Socialist Party as young women sometimes become mothers, without having desired it. The Russian nihilist Nechayev made the idea of unmasking these timid revolutionary-minded persons the basis of a scheme of revolutionary agitation. He contended that it was the revolutionists' duty to compromise all those who, while they shared most of his ideas, did not as yet share them all. In this way he would force them to break definitely with the enemy, and would gain them over completely to the sacred cause. It has often been asserted that the receptivity to socialist ideas varies in the different liberal professions. It is said that the speculative sciences, in the strictest sense of the term, such as philosophy, history, political economy, theology, and jurisprudence, are so profoundly imbued with the spirit of the past that those engaged in their study are refractory a priori to the reception of all subversive ideas. In the legal profession, in particular, it is contended there is inculcated a love of order, an attachment to the thing which is, a sacred respect for form, a slowness of procedure, and, if you will, a certain narrowness of view, which are all supposed to constitute natural correctives to the errors inherent in democracy. In a general sense, we are told, the deductive and abstract sciences are authoritative and aristocratic in spirit, and those who pursue these paths of study incline to reactionary and doctrinaire views. Those, on the other hand, engaged in the study of the experimental and inductive sciences are led to employ their faculties of observation, which conduct them gradually to wider and wider generalizations, and they must thus be easy to win over to the cause of progress. The doctor, above all, whose profession is a continual struggle against human misery, must carry in his mind the germs of the socialist conception. An analysis of the professions of the intellectuals belonging to the various socialist parties does not confirm this theory. It is in Italy and France alone that we find a considerable number of medical men in the socialist ranks, and even here they are less numerous than the devotees of pure science, and conspicuously less numerous than the lawyers. In Germany, the relations between the socialist workers and those medical men who are least well-to-do, the doctors of the insurance bureaus, are far from cordial. To sum up, it may be said in general terms that the doctor's attitude toward socialism is colder and more hostile than that of the abstract philosopher or the barrister. One reason for this may perhaps be that among doctors, more than among other intellectuals, there prevails, and has prevailed for the past 40 years, a materialistically conceived and rigidly held Darwinism and Haeckelism. A supplementary cause may be found in the cynicism, often pushed to an egocentric extreme, by which many doctors are affected, as a natural reaction against the smell of the mortuary which attends their life work and as an outcome of their experience of the wickedness, the stupidity, and the frailty of the human material with which their practice brings them in contact. In certain Protestant countries, in Holland, Switzerland, Great Britain, and America, we find a considerable number of the clergy among the socialists, but this is not the case in Germany, where the state is vigilant and powerful whilst the Lutheran Church is strict and intolerant. These ministers, we are told, make their adhesion to socialism on account of an elevated sense of duty towards their neighbor, but perhaps in addition there is operative the need which is no less strong in the preacher than in the popular orator, to be listened to, followed, and admired by the crowd. It is of little importance whether by believers or unbelievers. Here some reference may be made to the abundance of Jews among the leaders of the socialist and revolutionary parties. Specific racial qualities make the Jew a born leader of the masses, a born organizer and propagandist. First among these qualities comes that sectarian fanaticism which, like an infection, can be communicated to the masses with astonishing frequency. Next we have an invincible self-confidence, which in Jewish racial history is most characteristically displayed in the lives of the prophets. There are remarkable oratorical and dialectical aptitudes, a still more remarkable ambition, an irresistible need to figure in the limelight, and last but not least an almost unlimited power of adaptation. There has not during the last 75 years been any new current agitating the popular political life in which Jews have failed to play an eminent part. Not a few such movements must be distinctively considered as their work. Jews organized the revolution, and Jews organized the resistance of the state and of society against the subversive forces. Socialism and conservatism have been forged by Jewish hands and are impregnated with the Jewish spirit. In Germany, for example, we see on the one side Marx and Lassalle fanning the flames of revolution, and on the other, after 1848, Julius Stahl working as the brilliant theorist of the feudal reaction. In England, the Jew Disraeli reorganized the forces of the Conservative Party. We find Jews at the head of movements which marshal against one another, the nationalities animated by a reciprocal hate. At Venice, it was Daniel Manin who raised the standard of liberty against the Austrians. During the Franco-German War, the work of national defense was organized by Gambetta. In England, Disraeli was the inventor of the watchword. The integrity of the British Empire, while in Germany, the Jews Eduard Simpson, Bamberger, and Lacher were the leading champions of the nationalist liberalism which played so important a part in the foundation of the empire. In Austria, Jews constitute the advance guard of almost all the strongly nationalist parties. Among the German Bohemians, the Italian irredentists, the Polish nationalists, and in especial among the Magyars, the most fanatical are persons of Jewish race. The Jews, in fact, are capable of organizing every kind of movement. Even among the leaders of anti-Semitism there are not wanting persons of Jewish descent. The adaptability and the intellectual vivacity of the Jews do not, however, suffice to explain the quantitative and qualitative predominance of persons of Hebrew race in the party of the workers. In Germany, above all, the influence of Jews has been conspicuous in the labor movement. The two first great leaders, Ferdinand Lassalle and Karl Marx, were Jews, and so was their contemporary Moses Hess. The first distinguished politician of the old school to join the socialists, Johann Jacobi, was a Jew. Such also was Karl Hochberg, the idealist, son of a rich merchant in Frankfurt on the Main, founder of the first socialist review published in the German language. Paul Singer, who was almost invariably chairman of the German Socialist Congresses, was a Jew. Among the 81 socialist deputies sent to the Reichstag in the penultimate general election, there were 9 Jews, and this figure is an extremely high one when compared with the percentage of Jews among the population of Germany, and also with the total number of Jewish workers and with the number of Jewish members of the Socialist Party. 4 of the 9 were still Orthodox Jews: Stadthagen, Singer, Wurm, and Hosse. In various capacities, Jews have rendered inestimable services to the party: Eduard Bernstein, Heinrich Braun, Jacob Stern, Simon Katzenstein, and Bruno Schonlank, as theorists, Gradnor Eisner and Joseph Bloch, the editor of the Socialistische Monatshefte, as journalists, Hugo Heimann, in the field of municipal politics, Leo Ahrens, as a specialist in electoral affairs, Ludwig Frank, as organizer of the socialist youth. In Austria, the predominance of Jews in the socialist movement is conspicuous. It suffices to mention the names of Victor Adler, Elenbogen, Fritz Osterlitz, Max Adler, F. Hertz, Toe Schlesinger Eckstein, Dr. Diamond, Adolf Braun, etc. In America we have Morris Hillquit, A. M. Simons, M. Unterman. In Holland, we have Henri Polak, the leader of the diamond workers, D. J. Wijkoop, the independent Marxist, and M. Mendels. In Italy, Elia Musatti, Claudio Treves, G. E. Modigliani, Riccardo and Adolfo Momigliano, Ard L. Fo, and the man of science, César Lombroso. Even in France, although here the role of the Jews is less conspicuous, we may mention the names of Paul Louis, Edgard Milhaud, and the shareholders of El Humanite in 1904. The first Congress of the Part 1 Ouvrier in 1879 was rendered possible by the liberal financial support of Isaac Adolphe Crémieux, who had been governor of Algeria under Gambetta. In many countries, in Russia and Romania for instance, but above all in Hungary and in Poland, the leadership of the working class parties, the Russian Revolutionary party accepted, is almost exclusively in the hands of Jews, as is plainly apparent from an examination of the personality of the delegates to the international congresses. Besides, there is a great spontaneous export from Russia of Jewish proletarian leaders to foreign socialist parties. Rosa Luxemburg and Dr. Israel Helfand, Parvus, have gone to Germany, Charles Rappaport to France, Anna Kuleshov and Angelika Balabanov to Italy, the brothers Reichersberg to Switzerland, M. Beer and Theodore Rothstein to England. Finally, to bring this long enumeration to a close, it may be mentioned that among the most distinguished leaders of the German anarchists there are many Jews, such as Gustav Landauer, Siegfried Nacht, Pierre Ramus, Senna Hodge, Johannes Holzmann. The origin of this predominant position, which, be it noted, must in no sense be regarded as an indication of Judaization, as a symptom of dependence of the party upon the money of Jewish capitalist comrades, is to be found, as far at least as concerns Germany and the countries of Eastern Europe, in the peculiar position which the Jews have occupied and in many respects still occupy. The legal emancipation of the Jews has not there been followed by their social and moral emancipation. In large sections of the German people a hatred of the Jews and the spirit of the Jewbaiter still prevails, and contempt for the Jews is a permanent feeling. The Jew's chances in public life are injuriously affected. He is practically excluded from the judicial profession, from a military career, and from official employment. Yet everywhere in the Jewish race there continues to prevail an ancient and justified spirit of rebellion against the wrongs from which it suffers, and this sentiment, idealist in its origin, animating the members of an impassioned race, becomes in them more easily than in those of Germanic blood transformed into a disinterested abhorrence of injustice in general and elevated into a revolutionary impulse towards a grandly conceived world amelioration. Even when they are rich, the Jews constitute, at least in Eastern Europe, a category of persons who are excluded from the social advantages which the prevailing political, economic, and intellectual system ensures for the corresponding portion of the Gentile population. Society, in the narrower sense of the term, is distrustful of them, and public opinion is unfavorable to them. Besides the sentiment which is naturally aroused in their minds by this injustice, they are often affected by that cosmopolitan tendency which has been highly developed in the Jews by the historical experiences of the race, and these combine to push them into the arms of the working-class party. It is owing to these tendencies that the Jews, guided in part by reason and in part by sentimental considerations, so readily disregard the barriers which the bourgeoisie endeavors to erect against the rising flood of the revolution by the accusation that its advocates are des sans patrie. For all these reasons, the Jewish intelligence is apt to find a shorter road to socialism than the Gentile, but this does not diminish the obligations of the socialist party to the Jewish intellectuals. Only to the intellectuals, indeed, for the Jews who belong to the wealthy trading and manufacturing classes and also the members of the Jewish petty bourgeoisie, while often voting socialist in the elections, steadily refuse to join the socialist party. Here the interests of class prevail over those of race. It is very different with the Jewish intellectuals, and a statistical inquiry would certainly show that not less than 2 to 3% of these are members of the Socialist Party. If the Socialist Party has always manifested an unhesitating resistance to anti-Semite sentiment, this is due not merely to the theoretical socialist aversion for all nationalism and all racial prejudices, but also to the consciousness of all that the party owes to the Jewish intellectuals. Anti-Semite socialism made its first appearance about 1870. Eugen Düring, at that time Privatdozent at the University of Berlin, inaugurated a crusade in favor of a German socialism as opposed to the Jewish socialism of Marx and his collaborators. This movement was inspired by patriotic motives, for Düring held that the victory of Marxian socialism could not fail to result in the complete subordination of the people to the state, to the advantage of the prominent Jews and their acolytes. Towards 1875, Düring became the center of a small group of Berlinese socialists of which Johann Most and the Jew Eduard Bernstein were members. The influence of this group, however, did not survive the great polemic which Düring had to sustain with Friedrich Engels, the spiritual brother of Marx the Jew. Düring's influence upon the socialist masses in fact declined in proportion as his anti-Semitism became accentuated, and towards 1878 it was extinct. In 1894 another attempt was made to give socialism an anti-Semite tendency. This was the work of Richard Calware, another socialist of strongly nationalist views, at that time on the staff of the Braunschweiger Volksfreund. For every good Jewish writer, he declared, there will be found at least half a dozen who are altogether worthless, but who possess an extraordinary power of self-assertion and an inexhaustible flow of words, but no real understanding of socialism. Calware's campaign had, however, no better success than that of Düring. A year before, when petty bourgeois antisemitism was spreading through the country as an anti-capitalist movement which was forming itself into a political party and making victims everywhere, the Cologne Congress, October 1893, took up a definite position towards this new political movement. Bebel's report, which in anti-Semite circles had been anticipated with satisfaction, although far from exhaustive, was inspired throughout by a sentiment friendly towards the Jews. Bebel said, the Jewish student is as a rule industrious during the greater part of his university career, whereas the Germanic student most commonly spends his time in the drinking bars and restaurants, in the fencing schools, or in other places which I will not here more particularly specify. Laughter. Wilhelm Liebknecht, in his well-known speech at Bielefeld, notably reinforced the impression hostile to antisemitism produced by the Congress. Since that time, if we accept certain observations made at the Lübeck Congress in 1901 by the barrister Wolfgang Heine in a polemic against Parvus and Rosa Luxemburg, remarks that were maladroit rather than expressions of principle, and at the worst foolish reminiscences of a youth past as a leader in the Vereindeutsche Studenten. The German socialists have remained immune to the virus of race hatred, and have shown themselves quite unconcerned when ignorant opponents have endeavored to arouse popular prejudice against them by speaking of them as a party of Jews and their satellites. We may now add certain observations upon the frequent adhesion to socialism of members of the plutocracy, an adhesion which at first sight seems so strange. Certain persons of a gentle and charitable disposition, abundantly furnished with everything that can satisfy their desires, are sometimes inspired by the need of undertaking propagandist activities. They wish, for example, to make their neighbors share in the well-being which they themselves enjoy. These are the rich philanthropists. In most cases their conduct is the outcome of hypersensitiveness or sentimentalism. They cannot endure the sufferings of others, not so much because they experience a genuine pity for the sufferers, but because the sight of pain arouses pain in themselves and shocks their aesthetic sense. They thus resemble the majority of human beings, who cannot bear to see pigeons slaughtered but whose sentiments in this respect do not impair their relish for a pigeon pie. In the sick brains of certain persons whose wealth is exceeded only by their love of paradox, there has originated the fantastic belief that in view of the imminence of the revolution they can preserve their fortunes from the confiscatory fury of the revolutionists only by making profession of the socialist faith, and by thus gaining the powerful and useful friendship of its leaders. It is this ingenuous belief which has thrown them into the arms of the socialists. Others, again, among the rich, hasten to enroll themselves as members of the Socialist Party, in the dread lest their lives should be threatened through the exasperation of the poor. More frequently, however, as has been well shown by Bernard Shaw, the rich man is drawn towards socialism because he finds the greatest possible difficulty in procuring for himself any new pleasures. He begins to feel a disgust for the bourgeois world, and in the end this may stifle his class consciousness, or at least may suppress the instinct which has hitherto led him to light for self-preservation against the proletariat. It is a very striking phenomenon how large is the percentage of Jewish rentiers who become members of the Socialist Party. In part this may be due to the racial characteristics of the Jew to which reference has already been made. In part, however, it is the outcome of the psychological peculiarities of the wealthy man afflicted with satiety. In certain cases, again, the strongly developed love of acquisition characteristic of the Jews affords the explanation, where the possibility has been recognized of making a clever investment of capital even in working-class undertakings. It may, however, be said without fear of error that the great majority of young bourgeois who come over to socialism do so, to quote an expression used by Felice Momigliano, in perfect sincerity and inspired by ardent goodwill. They seek neither popular approbation, nor wealth, nor distinctions, nor well-paid positions. They think merely that a man must set himself right with his own conscience and must affirm his faith in action. These men, again, may be classed in two distinct categories. We have, on the one hand, the loving apostles of wide sympathies, who wish to embrace the whole of humanity in their ideal. On the other hand, we have the zealots, fierce, rigid, austere, and uncompromising. But among the socialists of bourgeois origin we find other and less agreeable elements. Above all, there are those who make a profession of discontent, the neurasthenics and the mauvais coucheurs. Yet more numerous are the malcontents from personal motives, the charlatans, and the ambitious. Many hate the authority of the state because it is inaccessible to them. It is the old story of the fox and the grapes. They are animated by jealousy, by the unassuaged thirst for power. Their feelings resemble those of the younger sons of great families who are inspired with hatred and envy towards their richer and more fortunate brothers. They are animated by a pride which makes them prefer the position of chief in proletarian Gaul to that of subordinate in aristocratic Rome. There are yet other types somewhat similar to those just enumerated. First of all, these are the eccentrics. It seems natural that those whose position is low should attempt to storm the heights. But there are some whose position is lofty and who yet experience an irresistible need to descend from the heights, where they feel that their movements are restricted, and who believe that by descending they will gain greater liberty. They seek sincerity, they endeavor to discover the people of whom they have an ideal in their minds. They are idealists to the verge of lunacy. There may be added all those disillusioned and dissatisfied persons who have not succeeded in gaining the attention of the bourgeoisie to an extent proportionate to their own conception of their genius. Such persons throw themselves on the neck of the proletariat, in most cases with the vague and instinctive hope of attaining a speedier success in view of the deficient culture of the working classes, of gaining a place in the limelight and playing a leading part. They are visionaries, geniuses misunderstood, apostates of all kinds, literary bohemians, the unrecognized inventors of various social panaceas, rates, rapines, cabottins, quacksalvers at the fair, clowns, all persons who are not thinking of educating the masses but of cultivating their own egos. The numerical increase of the party, which is associated with an increasing prestige, in the popular esteem, at least, if not in the official word, exercises a great force of attraction. In such countries as Germany, above all, where the gregarious spirit is highly developed, small parties are condemned to a stinted and rickety existence. But numerous bourgeois believe that they will find in the great socialist party what they have not been able to find in the bourgeois parties, a suitable platform for political activity upon a vast scale. For this reason, and above all when the party passes from opposition to governmental collaboration, there results a great increase in the number of those who regard the party as a mere means to their own ends, as a pedestal from whose elevation they can better satisfy their ambition and their vanity, those who regard success not as a goal to be attained for the good of the cause, or as the reward for arduous service in pursuit of ideal aims, but one coveted on its own account for the enlargement of their own personalities. As Arcolio has well expressed it, we dread the triumph of such persons as if it were the unchaining of hungry wild beasts, but on closer examination we discover that after all they are no more than greedy mollusks, harmless on the whole. These considerations apply to petty affairs as well as to great ones. Whenever the party of the workers founds a cooperative society or a people's bank which offers to intellectuals an assured subsistence and an influential position, there flock to the scene numerous professional socialists who are equally devoid of true socialist knowledge and genuine socialist sentiment. In democracy as elsewhere, success signifies the death of idealism. A few only of the most notable of such persons, who are or who have been active workers on behalf of socialism, may be mentioned here: William Morris, Bernard Shaw, H. G. Wells, Jack London, George D. Heron, Upton Sinclair, J. B. Clement, Clovis Hughes, Anatole France, Jules Desiré, Cornélie Huygens, Hermann Gorter, Henriette Roland Holst, George Herweg, Wilhelm Holzheimer, Karl Heckel, Emile Rosenow, Edmondo de Amicis, Mario Rapisardi, Diego Garolio, Angelo Cabrini, G. Romualdi, Virgilio Brocchi, Tommaso Monicelli, Maxim Gorky, Gustav A. F. Geijerstam. They remained faithful to the proposed outcome, faithful without taking heed of the difficulties which lay ahead. Forward. Come what may, say the materialists, their eyes always fixed on their supreme ideal. This is not an idealism of words only, enervating and sterile, but one of action. This is daily life, broadened, enlarged, lighted by a high concept. Trans from Charles Rappaport, La philosophie de l'histoire comme science de l'évolution, Jacques, Paris, 1903, p. de v. James Guillaume, L'Internationale, etc., ed. Cit., Volume 2, page 62. Mermakes, La France Socialise, ed. Cit., page 69. Liebknecht declared in a speech, slavery does not merely demoralize, it illuminates the mind, elevates the strong, creates idealists and rebels. Thus we find that in the more powerful and nobler natures among the Jews a sense of freedom and justice has been inspired by their unworthy situation and a revolutionary spirit has been cultivated. The result is that there is proportionately a much larger amount of idealism among Jews than among non-Jews. Wilhelm Liebknecht, über den Kölner-Parteitag mit besonderer Berücksichtigung der Gewerkschaftsbewegung, Buchdruckerei Volkswacht, Bielefeld, 1893, page 33. Regarding the revolutionary idealist fanatical tendencies of Judaism, see also the brilliant analysis by Guglielmo Ferrero in L'Europa Giovane, Treves, Milan, 1897, pp 358 et seq. Eugen Düring, Sasch, Leben U, Feinde, Karlsruhe, 1882, page 207. I. Kalwar, Das Kommunistische Manifest, Gunther, Brunswick, 1894, page 41. Protocol, page 234. Protocol, page 195. O plutocrats, a solidarity of celestial origin chains you to their misery, the misery of the proletariat, through fear, and ties you by your very interest to their future deliverance. Trans from Louis Blanc, Organisation du Travail, ed. Cit., page 25. Part 4, Chapter 3. Social changes resulting from organization. The social changes which organization produces among the proletarian elements, and the alterations which are effected in the proletarian movement through the influx of those new influences which the organization attracts within its orbit, may be summed up in the comprehensive customary term of the embourgement of working-class parties. This embourgement is the outcome of three very different orders of phenomena. 1. The adhesion of petty bourgeois to the proletarian parties. 2. Labor organization as the creator of new petty bourgeois strata. 3. Capitalist defense as the creator of new petty bourgeois strata. 1. The adhesion of petty bourgeois to the proletarian parties. For motives predominantly electoral, the party of the workers seeks support from the petty bourgeois elements of society, and this gives rise to more or less extensive reactions upon the party itself. The Labour Party becomes the party of the people. Its appeals are no longer addressed simply to the manual workers, but to all producers, to the entire working population, these phrases being applied to all the classes and all the strata of society except the idlers who live upon the income from investments. Both the friends and the enemies of the Socialist Party have frequently pointed out that the petty bourgeois members tend more and more to predominate over the manual workers. During the struggles which occurred during the early part of 1890 in the German Socialist Party against the so-called youths, the assertion that during recent years a complete transposition of power had occurred within the party aroused a veritable tempest. On one side it was maintained that the proletarian elements were to an increasing extent being thrust into the background by the petty bourgeois. The other faction repudiated this accusation as a calumny. One of the best established generalizations which we obtain from the study of history is this, that political parties, even when they are the advocates of moral and social ideas of profound import, find it very difficult to tolerate the utterance of inconvenient truths. We have seen that the most unprejudiced inquiries are apt to be regarded as the outcome of a vicious tendency to fault-finding. The truth is, however, that an objective and searching discussion of the question leads us to recognize the wrong-headedness at once of those who are content flatly to deny the embourgement of the Socialist Party and also of those who are content to sing the praises of the great Socialist petty bourgeois party. Neither view is sound. The processes at work are too complex for solution by easy phrase-making. It may sometimes happen, although statistical proof is lacking, that in South Germany in certain socialist branches, and still more in certain party congresses, the petty bourgeoisie, though not numerically predominant, can yet exercise a preponderant influence. It may even be admitted that under certain conditions the strength of the petty bourgeois elements and the respect which is paid to them may at times compromise the proletarian essence of the party. Even so rigid a Marxist as Karl Kautsky is of opinion that the attitude of socialists towards the minor distributive trade in general, so that, on political grounds, socialists must oppose the foundation of cooperative societies wherever, as often happens, small traders offer a favorable recruiting ground for socialism. Wherever it has been possible to analyze the composition of the Socialist Party, and to ascertain the classes and the professions of its adherents, it has generally been found that the bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements, although well represented, are far from being numerically preponderant. The official statistics of the Italian Socialist Party present the following figures: industrial workers, 42.27%. Agricultural laborers, 14.99%. Peasant proprietors, 6.1%, independent artisans, 14.92%, employees, 3.3%, property owners, 4.89%. Students and members of the liberal professions, 3.8%. As regards the German Socialist Party, the writer has shown elsewhere that in all the branches the proportion of proletarians is yet greater than in Italy, ranging from 77.4% to 94.7%. It may even be said, with blank, that if there is a party in which the proletarian element predominates, it is the German Socialist Party, not indeed in respect of its voting strength, but preeminently in respect of its inscribed membership. It is this social homogeneity which renders the Socialist Party so great an electoral force, giving to it a cohesion unknown to the other political parties, and especially to the other parties of the left. German liberalism has always been, at any rate since the unification of the empire, a multicolored admixture of classes, united not so much by economic needs as by common ideal aims. Socialism, on the other hand, derives its human materials from the only class which presents those economic, social, and numerical conditions requisite to furnish the greatest possible vigor for the struggle to overthrow the old world and to install a new one in its place. Blind indeed must be he who fails to recognize that the spring which feeds the Socialist Party in Germany, a spring which shows no signs of running dry, is the proletariat, the class of wage laborers. We must therefore accept with all reserve the statements of those anarchizing socialists and bourgeois radicals who accuse the Socialist Party of imborgent because it contains a certain number of small manufacturers and small traders. The imborgent of the party is an unquestionable fact, but its causes will be found in a process very different from the entry into the organizations of the fighting proletariat of a few hundred members of the middle class. The chief of these causes is the metamorphosis which takes place in the leaders of working-class origin, with the resulting imborgent of the whole atmosphere in which the political activities of the party are carried on. 2. Labor organization as the creator of new petty bourgeois strata. The class struggle, through the action of the organs whereby it is carried out, induces modifications and social metamorphoses in the party which has come into existence to organize and control the struggle. Certain groups of individuals, numerically insignificant but qualitatively of great importance, are withdrawn from the proletarian class and raised to bourgeois dignity. Where, as in Italy, the party of the workers contains a considerable proportion of bourgeois, most of the posts which the party has at its disposal are in the hands of intellectuals. In England, on the other hand, and still more in Germany, it is otherwise, for here the demand on the part of the socialist movement for employees is met chiefly by a supply of persons from the rank and file. In these countries the party leadership is mainly in the hands of the workers, as is shown by the following table. Socialist group in the Reichstag, 1903-6. Description, first part of table showing composition of socialists in the Reichstag, 1903-6. Description, second part of table showing composition of socialists in the Reichstag, 1903-6. Consequently an entry into the party hierarchy becomes an aim of proletarian ambition. An ex-member of the German Socialist Party who some years ago, having entered the service of one of the bourgeois parties, amused himself by caricaturing his former comrades, declared that the whole party organization with all its various degrees of propagandist activity was cut upon the military model, and that the members were promoted by seniority. There is at least this much truth in Abel's assertion, that to every member of the party the possibility of gradual advance remains open, and that each may hope, should circumstances prove exceptionally favorable, to scale the Olympian heights of a seat in the Reichstag. Proletarian leaders of the socialist parties and of the trade unions are an indirect product of the great industry. At the dawn of the capitalist era, certain workers, more intelligent and more ambitious than their fellows, succeeded, through indefatigable exertions and thanks to favorable circumstances, in raising themselves to the employing class. Today, however, in view of the concentration of enterprise and wealth and of the high cost of production, such a transformation can be observed only in certain parts of North and South America, which explains, it may be mentioned in passing, the insignificant development of socialism in the New World. As far as Europe is concerned, where there is no longer any virgin soil to exploit, the self-made man has become a prehistoric figure. Thus it is natural that enlightened workmen should seek some compensation for the lost paradise of their dreams. Numerous are today the workers whose energies and aptitudes are not fully utilized in the narrow circle of their professional occupations, often utterly uninteresting and demanding purely mechanical labor. It is chiefly in the modern labor movement that such men now seek and obtain the opportunity of improving their situation, an opportunity which industry no longer offers. The movement represents for them a new and loftier mode of life, and offers at the same time a new branch of employment, with a chance, which continually increases as the organization grows, that they will be able to secure a rise in the social scale. There can be no doubt that the Socialist Party, with its posts of honor, which are almost always salaried, exercises a potent stimulus upon active-minded youths of the working class from the very outset of their adhesion to its ranks. Those who are keen in political matters, and also those among the workers who possess talent as writers or speakers, cannot fail to experience the magnetic influence of a party which offers so rich a field for the use and development of their talents. Consequently, we must accept as a logical truth what was pointed out by Guglielmo Ferrero, that while the adhesion of anyone of proletarian origin to the Socialist Party always presupposes a certain minimum of special aptitudes and favorable circumstances, yet such adhesion must be considered desirable and advantageous, not only upon ideal grounds and from motives of class egoism, but also for speculative reasons of personal egoism. For an intelligent German workman there is hardly any other way which offers him such rapid opportunities of improving his condition as service in the Socialist army. One of the first persons to recognize the bearing of these possibilities, and to utilize them, with considerable partisan exaggeration, for his own peculiar political ends, was Prince Bismarck. During the violent struggle between the government and the Socialist Party, he declared, the position of socialist agitator has today become a regular industry, just like any other. A man becomes an agitator or a popular orator as in former days he became a smith or a carpenter. One who adopts this new occupation is often much better off than if he had kept at his old work, gaining a more agreeable and freer life, one which in certain circles brings him more respect. The allusion to the agreeable and free life of the socialist agitator recalls a phrase used by William II, who, apropos of the Krupp affair, spoke of the safe ambush from which socialist editors could shoot their carefully aimed arrows of calumny. The emperor's criticism is unjust, for the socialist editor who departs from the truth is always exposed to the risk of prosecution and punishment. Bismarck hit the right nail on the head. A gigantic and magnificently organized party like the German Socialist Party has need of a no less gigantic apparatus of editors, secretaries, bookkeepers, and numerous other employees, whose sole task is to serve this colossal machine. Mutatis mutandis, the same is true of the other great branch of the working class movement, the trade union organizations. Now, for the reasons that have previously been discussed, there are available for the service of the German labor movement no more than a very small number of refugees from the bourgeoisie. It is for this reason that most of the posts are filled by men of working class origin, who by zeal and by study have succeeded in gaining the confidence of their comrades. It may, then, be said that there exists a proletarian elite which arises spontaneously by a process of natural selection within the Socialist Party, and that its members come to perform functions altogether different from those which they originally exercised. To make use of a phrase which is convenient and comprehensible, despite its lack of scientific precision, we may say that such men have abandoned manual work to become brain workers. For those who make such a change, considerable advantages accrue, altogether independent of the advantages which attach per se to mental work when compared to manual. The manual worker who has become an official of the Socialist Party is no longer in a position of strictly personal and purely mercenary dependence upon his employer or upon the manager of the factory. He has become a free man, engaged in intellectual work on behalf of an impersonal enterprise. Moreover, he is bound to this enterprise, not solely by his strongest material interests, but also by the powerful ties of the ideal and of solidarity in the struggle. And notwithstanding certain exceptions which may confuse the minds of the profane, he is treated far more humanely than by an private employer. In relation to the party, the employee is not a simple wage earner, but rather a profit-sharing associate, not, of course, a profit-sharer in the industrial sense, since the party is not a commercial undertaking for the earning of dividends, but a profit-sharer in the ideal sense. It is not suggested that the party employee earns his bread in the most pleasant way in the world. On the contrary, as has been said in earlier chapters, the daily bread, which with rare exceptions is not unduly plentiful, must be earned by the fulfillment of an enormous amount of labor, prematurely exhausting health and energy. Nevertheless, the ex-manual worker can live with dignity and comparative ease. Since he has a fixed salary, his position is more secure, and though outwardly more stormy, it is inwardly more tranquil than that of the ordinary wage earner. Should he be imprisoned, the party cares for him and his dependents, and the more often he is prosecuted, the better become his chances of rapid advancement in his career of socialist official, with all the advantages attaching to the position. We may here consider the interesting question: what is the numerical ratio between the socialist bureaucracy and the organized masses? How many comrades are there for each party official? If we include in the term official all the mandatories of the party in the communes, etc., most of whom are unpaid, we sometimes attain to surprising results. For example, the socialist organization of the Grand Duchy of Baden, with a membership, 1905, of 7,332, had more than 1,000 municipal councillors. According to these figures, every seventh member of the Badenese party had the honor of being a party representative. This example, however, was quoted by the executive in its report to the Congress of Jena precisely on account of its abnormality. Even though it may not be unique in southern Germany, it does not in truth bear upon the question we are now considering, which is the numerical relation between the enrolled membership and the party employees in the strict sense of the term, considered as a group of persons permanently and directly engaged in the service of the collectivity. The following figures give some idea of this ratio. According to a notice which in 1904 went the round of the German socialist press, the party at that time employed, in addition to 1,476 persons engaged in the party printing establishment, about two-thirds of whom enjoyed the benefits of the 8th-hour day, while many also had the right to regular holidays, 329 individuals working on the editorial staff and as delivery agents. The daily socialist press had in 1909 a circulation of 1 million, while the trade union journals, weekly for the most part, had a far higher circulation. Alike in the trade unions and in the socialist party, the number of paid employees is rapidly increasing. The first regularly appointed and paid leaders in the European labour movement were the officials nominated in 1840 by the English Iron Founders Society. Today, in the trade union organisations of the United Kingdom, there are more than 1,000 salaried employees. In Germany, in the year 1898, the number of trade union officials was 104, in 1904 it was 677, of whom 100 belonged to the metalworkers and 70 to the bricklays and masons union. This increase in the officialdom is accelerated, not merely by the steady increase in the membership, but also by the increasing complexity of the benefits offered by the organizations. Almost every meeting of the central executives discusses and determines upon the appointment of new officials, rendered essential by the further differentiation of the trade union functions. There are always found advocates for the creation of fresh specialized posts in the labor movement, to fulfill various technical offices, to keep abreast of new discoveries and advances in methods of manufacture, to check the returns made by factory employers, to act as economists and compile trade statistics. For some years past, the same tendency has been manifest in the German Socialist Party. According to the report of the executive for the year 1909, very many district organizations now employ salaried secretaries. The number of district secretaries is 43, while in a single year the number of secretaries of constituencies increased from 41 to 62. There is a mutual aid society for officials of the Socialist Party and of the trade unions, and its membership continually increases. In 1902 it had 433 members. In 1905, 1,095, in 1907, 1,871, and in 1909, 2,474. But there must be officials who are not members of the society. When he abandons manual work for intellectual, the worker undergoes another transformation which involves his whole existence. He gradually leaves the proletariat to become a member of the petty bourgeois class. At first, as we have seen, there is no more than a change in his professional and economic situation. The salaries paid by the party, although modest, are distinctly greater than the average wage which the worker gained before his entry into the socialist bureaucracy, and are calculated to enable the recipients to lead a petty bourgeois life. In one of the German socialist congresses, Wilhelm Liebknecht apostrophized the other leaders in the following terms: "You are for the most part aristocrats among the workers, aristocrats, I mean, in respect of income. The workers in the Urge or the weavers of Silesia would regard the salaries you earn as the income of a Croesus." It is true, at least in the majority of cases, that the career of the party or trade union employee does not positively transform the ex-manual worker into a capitalist. Yet this career effects a notable elevation of the worker above the class to which he primarily belonged, and in Germany there is applied to the existence led by such persons the sociologically precise term of Gehobene Arbeiterexistenz, a working-class life on a higher scale. Karl Marx himself did not hesitate to classify the working-class leaders under two heads, as Hoherklassige, workers of a superior class, intellectual workers, and Arbeiter, manual workers properly speaking. As we shall show in fuller detail in a subsequent chapter, the manual worker of former days becomes a petty bourgeois or even a bourgeois. In addition to this metamorphosis, and despite his frequent contact with the mass of the workers, he undergoes a profound psychological transformation. The paid official, living at a higher social level, will not always possess the moral strength to resist the seductions of his new environment. His political and social education will seldom suffice to immunize him against the new influences. August Bebel repeatedly drew the attention of the party to the dangers by which the leaders were beset, the risks to their class purity and to their unity of thought. The proletarian party officials, he said, are persons whose life has become established upon a comparatively stable basis. A closer examination will show that the phenomenon here considered has a profound social significance, and that neither within nor without the party has it hitherto received the attention it deserves. For the German workers, the labor movement has an importance analogous to that of the Catholic Church for certain fractions of the petty bourgeoisie and of the rural population. In both cases we have an organization which furnishes opportunities to the most intelligent members of certain classes to secure a rise in the social scale. In the Church, the peasant son will often succeed in achieving social advance, whose equivalent in all the other liberal professions has remained the monopoly of members of the aristocracy of birth or of wealth. No one of peasant birth becomes a general or a prefect, but not a few peasants become bishops. Pope Pius X was of peasant origin. Now that which the Church offers to peasants and to petty bourgeois, namely, a facility for ascent in the social scale, is offered to intelligent manual workers by the Socialist Party. As a source of social transformations, the Socialist Party has many affinities with another institution, namely, the Prussian military organization. The son of a bourgeois family who adopts a permanent military career becomes a stranger to his own class. Should he attain to high rank, he will receive a title from the emperor. He loses his bourgeois characteristics and adopts the usages and opinions of his new feudal environment. It is true that these military officers are only manifesting the tendency to the attainment of gentility in which the whole bourgeoisie is involved. But in their case this process is greatly accelerated, and is effected with a full consciousness of its consequences. Every year hundreds of young men from the upper and middle strata of the bourgeois class become officers in the army, simply from the desire to secure a higher position and more social consideration. In the Socialist Party a similar effect is often the result of necessity, the individual's social metamorphosis taking place independently of the will. But the general results are similar. Thus the Socialist Party gives a lift to certain strata of the working class. The more extensive and the more complicated its bureaucratic mechanism, the more numerous are those raised by this machine above their original social position. It is the involuntary task of the Socialist Party to remove the proletariat, to deproletarianize some of the most capable and best informed of its members. Now, according to the materialist conception of history, the social and economic metamorphosis gradually involves a metamorphosis in the realm of ideas. The consequence is that in many of the ex-workers this embourgement is very rapidly effected. Naturally, the change is less speedy in proportion as socialist theory is more deeply rooted in the mind of the individual. Numerous are those manual workers who, having attained a higher social and economic situation, nonetheless remain throughout their lives profoundly attached to the socialist cause. In this case, however, the ex-manual worker is, just like the ex-bourgeois socialist, an ideologue, since his mentality does not correspond to his position in society. Sometimes, again, the psychological metamorphosis we are considering is, as it were, inhibited by a tenacious and vigorous hereditary socialist mentality. Here we see the children and grandchildren following their parents as wholehearted combatants on behalf of the Labour Party, notwithstanding the elevated position to which they have attained. Experience shows, however, that such cases are exceptional. Even when the deproletarianized socialist remains a sincere advocate of proletarian emancipation, and grows grey in his position of socialist editor or deputy, his children, sons as well as daughters, are thoroughgoing members of the higher social class into which they have been removed by the improvement in their father's social position, and this not merely in the material sense, but in respect of their ideas, so that it becomes impossible to distinguish them from their fellow bourgeois. In most cases the only bond which remains to attach the father to the working class, his faith in the politico-social dogma of socialism, is slackened in the son to become an absolute indifference and sometimes an open hostility to socialism. To sum up, it may be said that these former working-class people, considered as families and not as individuals, are absorbed sooner or later into the new bourgeois environment. The children receive a bourgeois education, they attend better schools than those to which their father had access, their interests are bourgeois and they very rarely recall the revolutionary and anti-bourgeois derivation of their own entrance into the bourgeoisie. The working-class families which have been raised by the revolutionary workers to a higher social position for the purpose of a more effective struggle against the bourgeoisie, thus come before long to be fused with the bourgeoisie. Reference has previously been made to a similar phenomenon in the case of the families of working-class leaders who are refugees from the class of bourgeois intellectuals. The final result is the same, the only difference being that the children of the ex-manual workers forget their class of origin, while the children of the bourgeois intellectuals recall it. The result is that in the history of the labor movement we may observe a similar irony to that which may be seen in the history of the bourgeois resistance to the workers. The bourgeoisie has not been able to prevent a number of the best instructed, most capable, and most adroit among its elements from placing themselves at the head of the mortal enemies of the bourgeoisie. It is often these ex-bourgeois who stimulate the proletarians to resistance and organize them for the struggle. The proletariat suffers a similar fate. In the severe struggle it has undertaken for the expropriation of the expropriators, it elevates from the depths of its own class those who have the finest intelligences and the keenest vision, by serious collective sacrifices gives them the pen to use in place of ruder tools, and in doing so it throws into the arms of the enemy those who have been selected with the express purpose of fighting the privileged class. If the chosen combatants do not themselves go over to the enemy, their children at least will do so. This is indeed a tragical destiny, ex-bourgeois on the one side, and ex-manual workers on the other. The imposing political contest between the classes representing respectively capital and labor ends, however paradoxical this may appear, in a manner analogous with that which in the sphere of economic competition is determined through the operation of supply and demand, speculation, personal adroitness, etc., in a social exchange among the classes. It is hardly necessary to repeat that this interchange of the ripples on the surface of the waves does not weaken, and far less annul, the profundity of social antagonisms. It is obvious that the process of social exchange can on either side affect no more than infinitesimal minorities. But it affects the most influential, and herein lies its sociological importance. It affects the self-made leaders. 3. Capitalist defense as the creator of new petty bourgeois strata. The embourgement of certain strata of the working class party has other factors in addition to the influence of the bureaucratic apparatus of the Socialist Party, the trade unions, and the cooperative societies. This development, which is a necessary characteristic of every movement towards emancipation, is to a certain extent paralleled by the constitution of a petty bourgeoisie of strongly proletarian characteristics, itself also developed from below upwards, itself also an accessory phenomenon of the struggle of the organized workers for social emancipation, but which takes place outside the various forms of socialist organization. We allude to those proletarian elements which become particularly numerous in times of crisis, when the labor organizations are still weak and persecuted, as was the case in Germany during the days of the anti-socialist law. At such times numerous proletarians are victimized. It may be on account of their passive fidelity to party or trade union, it may be because their attitude is frankly socialist and subversive. Forced by necessity, these victims of capitalist reprisals have no other resource than to adopt some form of independent enterprise. Abandoning their ancient handicraft, they open a small shop, fruit and vegetables, stationery, grocery, or tobacco. They become peddlers, keep a coffee stall, all the like. In most cases their ancient associates support them with admirable solidarity, regarding it as a duty to assist these unfortunate comrades by giving them their custom. It sometimes happens that some of these new petty bourgeois find their way definitely into the middle class. Thus capitalist resistance has automatically created new strata of petty bourgeois. In addition to these victims of the struggle for proletarian emancipation, there are not a few workers who leave their class, not from necessity, but influenced to a large extent by the love of speculation and the desire to improve their social position. Thus there has come into existence a whole army of ex-proletarians, petty bourgeois, and small shopkeepers, who all claim, in virtue of a superior moral right, that the comrades must support them by dealing exclusively at their establishments. The mode of life of these small traders often reduces them, despite all their good wishes, to the level of social parasites, their command of capital being extremely small. The goods they offer to their customers, that is to say to the organized workers, are both bad and dear. Still more important in German socialism is the role of those who are termed Parteibudiker, that is to say tavern keepers who are members of the party. During the prevalence of the anti-socialist law their political mission was of incontestable importance. In many small towns the tavern keepers belonging to the party still exercise multifarious and important functions. It is in their houses that the executive committee meets. Often these are the only places where socialist and trade union journals are found on the tables, and in many cases, since the owners of other halls are hostile or timid, it is here alone that public meetings can be held. In a word, they are necessary instruments in the local socialist struggle. In the more important centers, however, these places, with their unhygienic environment, become a veritable curse to the party. It may be added that the brutal struggle for existence leads the petty bourgeois tavern keepers to exercise improper pressure upon the socialist organizations. They enjoy a considerable influence among the comrades, and this pressure is commonly exerted in a manner directly injurious to the interests of the proletariat. The attempts which have been made in Germany, especially since 1890, to induce the workers to abandon the unwholesome rooms of the old taverns and to frequent the great modern establishments with fine airy halls, have led, as was inevitable, to a vigorous opposition on the part of the socialist tavern keepers. For many years the members of the party whose living is made by the sale of drink have energetically resisted the foundation of people's houses. Notwithstanding the sympathy for such institutions they may theoretically possess, they dread this new form of competition, and act in accordance with their immediate personal interests. In most cases their opposition has proved ineffectual. Not always, however. Even today there exist German towns with from 20,000 to 30,000 inhabitants in which the existence of a Parteineib, which despite its name of party tavern is the exclusive property of some individual member of the party, has proved an insuperable obstacle in the way of the local labor organizations when they have desired to build a place of their own, or even to obtain from other and non-socialist innkeepers the use of a more commodious hall for their meetings. For an additional reason, these socialist taverns are calamitous in their influence upon the party, in that they oppose a potent obstacle to the extension of the temperance movement which has been initiated during recent years. It is no secret in socialist circles that long before the Congress of Essen, 1907, the party would have declared openly against alcoholism, and that after this Congress it would have applied its decisions with greater vigor, had not the party leaders been restrained by the fear that the measures recommended, and even a simple temperance propaganda, would react injuriously upon the interests of an influential category of the members of the party. It is impossible to determine with any accuracy the number of individuals who have become independent petty bourgeois as the outcome of the struggles of the workers and the political reprisals of the employers. Tobacconists, grocers, etc., elude statistical investigation. The only definite information we possess relates to tavern keepers. In the parliamentary group we find that in 1892, of 35 socialist deputies, 4 were publicans, 11.4%, in 1903, of 58 socialist deputies, 5 were publicans, 8.6%. And in 1906, of 81 socialist deputies, 6 were publicans, 7.4%. In the local socialist sections, the proportion of tavern keepers is considerable. At Leipzig, in 1887, there were 30 Partykneipen. In 1900, among the socialist branches of the Leipzig country districts with 4,855 members there were 84 restaurant keepers and publicans, 1.7%. In Leipzig city, where the socialists numbered 1,681, there were in 1900, 47 tavern keepers, and in 1905, 63, 3.4%. Offenbach, in 1905, won 668 members, 74 publicans, and 2 retailers of bottled beer, for 0.6%. Munich, in 1906, 6,704 members, milk retailers, tobacconists, sellers of cheese, etc., and publicans, wine merchants not included, 369, 5.5%. Frankfurt on the Main, in 1906, 2,620 members, 25 publicans, 12 retailers of bottled beer and tobacconists excluded, approximately 1%. Marburg, in 1906, 114 members, 2 publicans, 1.8%. Reinickendorf-Ost, near Berlin, in 1906, 303 members, 18 tavern and restaurant keepers, 5.9%. These figures serve to show that in certain towns there is a socialist publican for every 20 members. Since the socialist publican depends mainly upon socialist customers, it follows that these 20 comrades must provide the chief financial resources of the enterprise. The best proof of the numerical strength and the importance of this category of the members of the party is that they have founded at Berlin a powerful association, the Berlin League of Socialist Publicans and Innkeepers. It must not be forgotten that this association has largely come into existence from the consideration that the socialist publicans have other political tasks to fulfill from those which devolve upon their bourgeois colleagues, nor can it be denied that its members constitute a category of chosen socialists of tried fidelity, who have rendered important services to the party in its political campaigns and agitations, and whose socialist clientele is actuated by a high spirit of solidarity in giving these comrades its custom. It is inevitable, however, that the existence of such an organization, which represents peculiar economic interests, should in certain cases involve inconveniences, not merely for its competitors, the bourgeois publicans, but also for the socialist comrades, and that it should tend to assume the aspect of a party within the party. In the summer of 1906, the increase in the cost of production of beer, which resulted from new taxation by which the breweries were especially hard hit, led the publicans to raise the price to the consumers. Thereupon the German workers in a great many towns protested most energetically, and declared what was known as the beer war, boycotting certain breweries and the publicans who had raised the price, an agitation which led certain foreign socialists to observe sarcastically that you may take anything from the German worker except his beer. In this struggle, which was in many places conducted with great obstinacy, the organized workers encountered resistance from a notable proportion of socialist publicans. These, adopting a tactical outlook estranged from socialist principles, endeavored to alarm the comrades by insisting upon the dangers of their campaign, and by predicting that if the consumers should succeed in forcing the producers to bear the new taxes, the government, delighted to find that these taxes were not pressing upon the masses of the people but were borne only by a restricted class of brewers and factory owners, would hasten to introduce new and yet heavier taxation, which could not fail to affect the consumers. To sum up, it may be said that the petty bourgeois of proletarian origin, although the conditions of their life are not as a rule notably better than those of the proletarian strata from which they derive, constitute in more than one respect, on account of the particular interests they represent, a serious obstacle to the forward march of the working-class legions. Moreover, it has to be remembered that the influence of this new stratum impresses upon the party from the mental point of view, in consequence of the new place which these elements occupy in the general economic process, a markedly petty bourgeois stamp. Karl Kautsky, Der Parteitag von Hanover, New Zeit, Anno 18, No. 1. Michels, Proletariat et Bourgeoisie, etc., ed. Page 136. Michels, Die deutsche Sozialdemokratie. Partemitgliedschaft u Sozials. Zusammensetzung, Archiv F, Socialwiss, Volume 23, pp 471-559. A. Blank, Die Sozialzusammensetzung der Sozialdemokratischen Wählerschaft. Deutschlands, Archiv F. Socialwiss, Volume 20, Fasc 3, but the author is wrong in drawing the conclusion, page 535, that the German social democracy is not a class party in respect of composition. He should have said, in respect of the composition of the socialist electorate. Pavus writes, there is a confusion between two distinct things, the petty bourgeois existences which are created by the party movement, and the entrance of petty bourgeois elements into the party. These should be separately considered. Pavus, Die Gewerkschaften und die Sozialdemokratie kritischer Bericht über die Lage u die Aufgaben der Deutschen. Arbeiterbewegung, Sachs. Arbeiterzeitung, Dresden, 1896, 2nd ed., page 65. Abel, quoted by Vorwitz, August 5, 1904. Guglielmo Ferrero, L'Europa Giovane, ed. Cit., pp 72 et sec. Speech in the Reichstag, October 9, 1878. Compare to Forrest Bismarck's Reden, mit Verbein Geschichtliche Darstellung van Philipp Stein, Reclame, Leipzig, Volume 8, page 110. Protocol die Verhandel. Der Parteitag zu Jena, 1905, page 16. Mitteldeutsche Sonntagszeitung, 11, number 14. Karl Kautsky, Der Wegser Markt, Vorwitz, Berlin, 1909, page 56. Fausto Pagliari, Le Organ, I Loro Impigati, ed. Cit., pp 8-9. Prolocol des Parteitags zu Berlin, 1892, page 122. Karl Marx, Brief u, Aussage, etc., ed. Cit., page 159. August Bebel, speaking at the Dresden Congress, 1903. Protokoll über die Verhandlungen des Parteitags, Vorwitz, Berlin, 1903, page 230. Franz Mehring, it is distressing that at a time when the army cannot exist without bourgeois money and bourgeois intelligence, the bourgeois youth should have no higher ambition than to force his way into the feudal caste, der Krieg gegen die Trotteln. Leipziger Volkszeitung, 11, number 4. Part 4, Chapter 4. The need for the differentiation of the working class. Every individual member of the working class cherishes the hope of rising into a higher social sphere which will guarantee to him a better and less restricted existence. The workman's ideal is to become a petty bourgeois. To non-initiates and to superficial observers, the working class members of the socialist parties seem always to be petty bourgeois. The proletariat has not been able to emancipate itself psychically from the social environment in which it lives. For example, the German worker, as his wages have increased, has acquired the disease which is in the blood of the German petty bourgeoisie, the club mania. In every large town, and not a few small ones, there is a swarm of working-class societies, gymnastic clubs, choral societies, dramatic societies, even smokers' clubs, bowling clubs, rowing clubs, athletic clubs, all sorts of associations whose essentially petty bourgeois character is not destroyed by the fact that they sail under socialist colors. A bowling club remains a bowling club even if it assumes the pompous name of Sons of Freedom Bowling Club. Just as little as the bourgeoisie can the socialist workers be regarded as a great homogeneous grey mass, although this consideration does not modify the fact that since proletarians all live by the sale of their only commodity, labor, the organized socialist workers are, at least in theory, conscious of their own unity in their common opposition to the owners of the means of production and to the governmental representatives of these. Yet it cannot be denied that the actual system of manufacture which unites under the same roof all the different categories of workers employed in a modern establishment for the production of railway carriages, for instance, does not serve to overthrow the barriers which separate the various subclasses of workers. Nor is it less true, looking at the matter from the other side, that there exists among the workers the sense of a need for differentiation which will readily escape those who do not come in personal contact with them. The kind of work, the rate of wages, differences of race and climate, produce numerous shades of difference alike in the mode of life and in the tastes of the workers. As early as 1860 it was said, in French Happy Smiley, Entre ouvriers Illinois y des catégories et un classement aristocratique. In French Happy Smiley. Les imprimeurs prennent la tête, les chiffonniers, les vidanges, les égoutiers ferment la marché. Between the compositor and the casual laborer in the same country there exist differences in respect of culture and of social and economic status more pronounced than those between the compositor in one country and the small manufacturer in another. The discrepancy between the different categories of workers is plainly displayed even in the trade union movement. We know, for example, that the policy of the compositors' unions in Germany, France, and Italy differs from that of the other unions, and also from that of the Socialist Party, exhibiting a tendency towards the right, being more opportunist and more accommodating. In Germany, the compositors' union has for its president a Rex Hauser, and in France a Kufer. We observe, too, in the conduct of the diamond workers in Holland and in Belgium the same unsocialistic, unproletarian, and particularist tendencies. The aristocratic element of the working class, the best paid, those who approximate most closely to the bourgeoisie, pursue tactics of their own. In the active work of the labor movement, the division of the organized masses into different social strata is often plainly manifest. Working class history abounds in examples showing how certain fractions or categories of the proletariat have, under the influence of interests peculiar to their subclass, detached themselves from the great army of labor and made common cause with the bourgeoisie. Thus it happens, generally speaking, that the workers in armaments factories have little sympathy with anti-militarist views. At the London Congress of the Independent Labour Party in 1910, the Woolwich delegate, largely representing the view of the employees at Woolwich Arsenal, expressed strong dissent from the opinion of those delegates who had brought forward a resolution in favour of a restriction of armaments and of compulsory arbitration in international disputes. Again, the check which was sustained at Venice by the general strike of protest against the Tripolitan campaign was due to the opposition of a section of the Arsenal workers. The very fact that the cessation of work on May 1 is but a partial demonstration renders it possible to divide the workers into two classes. One consists of those who, thanks to better conditions of life and other favorable circumstances, can allow themselves the luxury of celebrating the 1st of May. The other comprises those who by poverty or ill fortune are compelled to remain at work. The need for differentiation is manifested still more clearly when we consider more extended groups of workers. The difference between skilled and unskilled workers is primarily and predominantly economic, and displays itself in a difference of working conditions. As time passes, this difference becomes transformed into a veritable class distinction. The skilled and better paid workers hold aloof from the unskilled and worse paid workers. The former are always organized, while the latter remain free laborers, and the fierce economic and social struggles which occur between the two groups constitute one of the most interesting phenomena of modern social history. This struggle, which by the physiologist Angelo Mosso is termed ogomachia, the struggle for the feeding ground, is waged with ever-increasing intensity. The organized workers demand from the unorganized the strictest solidarity, and insist that the latter should abandon work whenever they themselves are in conflict with the employers. When this demand is not immediately complied with, they insult the unorganized workers by the use of opprobrious names which have found a place in scientific terminology. In France, in the days of Louis Philippe, they were called Beurmont and Ragusa. At the present day they are in Germany termed Streikbrecher. In Italy, Crumiri; in England, blacklegs; in America, scabs. In Hainault, Gams de Bos; in France, Jaunes, Renards, or Bedouins; in Holland, Onderkroepers, and so on. It is incontestable that the grievances of the organized workers against the unorganized are largely justified. On the other hand, it cannot be denied that in the working class this ogomachia is not essentially the outcome of differences between the well-disposed workers and the ill-disposed, as masters and men naively believe, of course inverting the roles. For the socialists, in fact, the strikers are always heroes and the strikebreakers are always villains, whilst for the employers the strikebreakers are honest and hard-working fellows, whilst the strikers are idle good-for-nothings. In reality, ogomachia does not consist of a struggle between two categories distinguished by ethical characteristics, but is for the most part a war between the better-paid workers and the poorer strata of the proletariat. The latter, from the economic aspect, consist of those who are still economically unripe for a struggle with the employers to secure higher wages. We often hear the most poverty-stricken workers, conscious of their inferiority, content that their wages are high enough, whilst the better paid and organized workers declare that the unorganized are working at starvation rates. One of the most indefatigable of French socialist women has well said, "On est presque tenté d'excuser les trahissons de ces supplanteurs, quand on a vu, de ses propres vu, tout le tragique du problème des sans travail en Angleterre. Dans les grands ports du sud au de l'Ouest, on voit ranges, le long d'un de quai, des milliers et des milliers de femmes, à la figure have, grelottants, qui espèrent se faire embaucher comme des barders. Illinois en fort quelques dizaines. Quand les ports s'ouvrent, c'est one terrible rouille, one veritable bataille. Récemment, un de ces les coats presses, mourut étouffe dans la mêlée." The organized workers, on their side, do not consider themselves obliged to exhibit solidarity towards the unorganized, even when they are all sharing a common poverty during crises of unemployment. The German trades councils often demand that the subsidies which, in accordance with the so-called Strasbourg system, are provided in certain large towns from the public funds to render assistance in cases of unemployment, should be reserved for the organized workers, declaring that the unorganized have no claim to assistance. The more fortunate workers do not only follow their natural inclination to fight by all available means against their less well-to-do comrades, who, by accepting lower wages, threaten the higher standard of life of the organized workers, using in the struggle, as always happens when economic interests conflict, methods which disregard every ethical principle. They also endeavor to hold themselves completely aloof. The union button is often, as it were, a patent of nobility which distinguishes its wearer from the plebs. This happens even when the unorganized workers would like nothing better than to make common cause with the organized. In almost all the larger British and American trade unions there is manifest a tendency to corporatism, to the formation of sharply distinguished working-class aristocracies. The trade unions, having become rich and powerful, no longer seek to enlarge their membership, but endeavor rather to restrict it by imposing a high entrance fee, by demanding a certificate of prolonged apprenticeship, and by other similar means, all deliberately introduced in order to retain certain privileges in their own hands at the expense of other workers following the same occupation. The anti-alien movement is the outcome of the same professional egoism, and is especially conspicuous among the Americans and Australians, who insist upon legislation to forbid the immigration of foreign workers. The trade unions in such cases adopt a frankly nationalist policy. In order to keep out the undesirables, they do not hesitate to appeal for aid to the class state, and they exercise upon the government a pressure which may lead their country to the verge of war with the labor-exporting land. In Europe, too, we may observe, although here to a less degree, the formation within the labor movement of closed groups and coteries, and it is in this that the tendency to oligarchy consists, which arise in direct conflict with the theoretical principles of socialism. The workers employed at the Naples arsenal, who recently demanded of the government that a third of the new places to be filled should be allotted to the sons of existing employees who are following their father's trade, are in sentiment by no means so remote from the world of our day as might at first be imagined. As has been well said, in French Happy Smiley, la lutte de classe a pour objectif de faire monter la classe inférieure au niveau de la supérieure, c'est ainsi que les révolutions réussissent souvent, non à démocratiser les eugenics, mais à eugeniser les démocrates. The policy of social reform, which finds its most definite expression in labor legislation, does not entail the same advantages for all sections of the working class. For example, the law which raises the minimum age of the factory worker will have varying effects according as may vary the power of the labor organizations, the rate of wages, the conditions of the labor market, etc., in the different branches of industry or agriculture. Thus in certain categories of workers the effect of the law will be a transient depression of the standard of life, whilst in other cases it will lead to a permanent elevation in that standard. There results an even greater accentuation of the differentiation which the proletarian groupings already present as the outcome of national, local, and technical differences. To sum up, it may be affirmed that in the contemporary working class there is already manifest a horizontal stratification. Within the quatrième état we see already the movements of the embryonic cinquième état. one of the greatest dangers to the socialist movement, and one which must not be lightly disregarded as impossible, is that gradually there may come into existence a number of different strata of workers, as the outcome of the influence of a general increase of social wealth, in conjunction with the efforts made by the workers themselves to elevate their standard of life. This may in many cases enable them to secure a position in which, though they may not completely lose the common human feeling of never being able to get enough, from which even millionaires are not altogether exempt, they will become so far personally satisfied as to be gradually estranged from the ardent revolutionary aspirations of the masses towards a social system utterly different from our own, aspirations born of privation. Thus the working class will become severed into two unequal parts, subject to perpetual fluctuations in their respective size. According to Tullio Rossi Doria, La Force Democratic ed Illinois Programma Socialista, Avanti, Anno 14, number 30, every struggle for higher wages has the same end in view. But as a rule the struggle for higher wages is carried out by a trade union, and the aim of the trade unions is to secure a better position for the manual workers, not to make them petty bourgeois. The organized workers as a whole desire to live like the petty bourgeois, but not to fulfill the economic function of these. They wish to remain manual workers. Rudolf Broder and Julius Deutsch, Das Moderne Proletariat, Reimer, Berlin. 1910, page 73. Volksstim, 1910, number 76, 4th supplement. Exaggeration must be avoided here, and it is desirable to point out that in the election of March 1912 in the Venetian constituency in which the Arsenal is situated, notwithstanding all kinds of adverse pressure, 2,000 electors expressed their definite disapproval of the African campaign by voting for the intransigent socialist Musati, Avanti, Anno 16, number 85. The phrase quoted in the text is used by a correspondent of the Volksstim of Frankfurt, Die Mayfire am 10 Mai Sonntag, Manifest Nummer, 1910, 7th supplement. The same article shows from how distinctively capitalist an outlook the better-paid workers regard the May Day celebration. Angelo Mosso, Vita Moderna degli Italiani, ed. page 178. The reader will find a more copious and more detailed study of this matter in an essay compiled by the present writer in collaboration with his wife. Michels, Das Problem der Arbeitslosigkeit und Bekämpfung durch die deutschen freien Gewerkschaften, Archiv F. Sozial, Xi, September 2, 1910, pp 479-81. The American labor organizations have played a notable part in producing tension between the United States and Japan, a tension which, a few years ago, nearly culminated in war. Angelo Mosso, Vita Moderna degli Italiani, ed. page 191. Part 4, Chapter 5. Labor leaders of proletarian origin. Attempts have not been lacking to solve the insoluble problem, how to obviate the leaders' dominion over the lead. Among such attempts, there is one which is made with especial frequency, and which is advocated with considerable heat, to exclude all intellectuals from leadership in the working class movement. This proposal reflects the dislike for the intellectuals which, in varying degrees, has been manifested in all countries and at all times. It culminates in the artificial creation of authenticated working-class leaders, and is based upon certain general socialist dogmas, mutilated or imperfectly understood, or interpreted with undue strictness, on an appeal, for instance, to the principle enunciated at the Constitutive Congress of the First International held at Geneva in 1866, that the emancipation of the workers can be effected only by the workers themselves. Above all, however, such proposals are based upon an alleged greater kinship between the leaders of proletarian origin and the proletarians they lead. The leaders who have themselves been manual workers are, we are told, more closely allied to the masses in their mode of thought, understand the workers better, experience the same needs as these, and are animated by the same desires. There is a certain amount of truth in this, inasmuch as the ex-worker cannot only speak with more authority than the intellectual upon technical questions relating to his former occupation, but has a knowledge of the psychology and of the material details of working-class life derived from personal experience. It is unquestionably true that in the leaders of proletarian origin, as compared with the intellectuals, we see conspicuously exhibited the advantages of leadership as well as the disadvantages, since the proletarian commonly possesses a more precise understanding of the psychology of the masses, knows better how to deal with the workers. From this circumstance the deduction is sometimes made that the ex-worker, when he has become immersed in the duties of political leadership, will continue to preserve a steady and secure contact with the rank and file, that he will choose the most practicable routes, and that his own proletarian experiences will afford a certain safeguard against his conducting the masses into regions and bypaths from which they are by nature totally estranged. The central feature of the syndicalist theory is found in the demand for direct action on the part of the trade union, enfranchised from the tutelage of socialist leaders predominantly bourgeois in origin, the union being self-sufficient and responsible to itself alone. Direct action means that the proletariat is to pursue its aims without the intermediation of parliamentary representation. Syndicalism is described as the apotheosis of proletarian autonomy. Everything is to be affected by the energy, initiative, and courage of individual workers. The organized proletariat is to consist of an army of franc-tireurs, disembarrassed of the impotent general staff of effete socialist bureaucrats, unhampered, autonomous, and sovereign. Passing, however, from fiction to fact, we find that the most substantial difference between syndicalism and political socialism, apart from questions of tactics, is to be found in a difference of social origin in the leaders of the respective tendencies. The trade union is governed by persons who have themselves been workers, and from this the advocates of syndicalism infer, by a bold logical leap, that the policy of the leaders of working-class origin must necessarily coincide with the policy of the proletariat. The syndicalist leaders are to be, both in the intellectual and moral sense, chosen manual workers. The leader of working-class origin is regarded as the messiah who will cure all the ills of proletarian organization. He is, in any case, the best of all possible leaders. It is hardly necessary to point out that it is an illusion to imagine that by entrusting its affairs to proletarian leaders the proletariat will control these affairs more directly than if the leaders are lawyers or doctors. In both cases, all action is effected through intermediaries. In the modern labor movement it is impossible for the leader to remain in actual fact a manual worker. Directly a trade union selects one of the comrades in the factory to minister regularly to the collective interests in return for a definite salary, this comrade is, consciously or not, lifted out of the working class into a new class, that of the salaried employees. The proletarian leader has ceased to be a manual worker, not solely in the material sense, but psychologically and economically as well. It is not merely that he has ceased to quarry stones or to sole shoes, but that he has become an intermediary just as much as his colleagues in leadership, the lawyer and the doctor. In other words, as delegate and representative, the leader of proletarian origin is subject to exactly the same oligarchical tendencies as is the bourgeois refugee who has become a labor leader. The manual worker of former days is henceforward a declasse. Among all the leaders of the working class, it is the trade union leaders who have been most sympathetically treated in the literature of the social sciences. This is very natural. Books are written by men of science and men of letters. Such persons are, as a rule, more favorably disposed towards the leaders of the trade union movement than towards the leaders of the political labor movement, for the former do not, as do so often the latter, encroach upon the writer's field of activity, nor disturb his circle of ideas with new and intrusive theories. It is for this reason that often in the same learned volume we find praise of the trade union leader side by side with blame of the socialist leader. It has been claimed that service as buffers between employers and employed has led in the leaders to the development of admirable and precious qualities, adroitness and scrupulousness, patience and energy, firmness of character and personal honesty. It has even been asserted that they are persons of an exceptionally chaste life, and this characteristic has been attributed to the comparative absence of sexual desires which, in accordance with the law of psychological compensation discovered by Guglielmo Ferrero, is supposed to characterize all persons exceptionally devoted to duty. Two qualities in which most of the trade union leaders unquestionably excel are objective gravity and individual good sense, often united with a lack of interest in and understanding of wider problems, derived from the exceptionally keen sense they have of direct personal responsibility, and in part perhaps from the dry and predominantly technical and administrative quality of their occupations. The trade union leaders have been deliberately contrasted with the verbal revolutionists who guide the political labor movement, men of the type of the loquacious Rabagast in Sardou's play, and, not without exaggeration, there has been ascribed to the former a sound political sense which is supposed to be lacking in the latter, an insight into the extraordinary complexity of social and economic life and a keen understanding of the politically practicable. The nucleus of truth which such observations contain is that the trade union leaders, leaving out of consideration for the present those of syndicalist tendency, differ in many respects from the leaders of political socialism. Among the trade union leaders themselves, however, there are great differences, corresponding to the different phases of the trade union movement. The qualities requisite for the leadership of an organization whose finances are still weak, and which devotes itself chiefly to propaganda and strikes, must necessarily differ from those requisite for the leadership of a trade union supplying an abundance of solid benefits and aiming above all at peaceful practical results. In the former case, the chief requisites are enthusiasm and the talents of the preacher. The work of the organizer is closely analogous to that of the rebel or the apostle. According to certain critics, these qualities may well be associated, above all in the early days of the proletarian movement, with the crassest ignorance. During this period, propaganda is chiefly romantic and sentimental, and its objective is moral rather than material. Very different is it when the movement is more advanced. The great complexity of the duties which the trade union has now to fulfill and the increasing importance assumed in the life of the union by financial, technical, and administrative questions, render it necessary that the agitator should give place to the employee equipped with technical knowledge. The commercial traveler in the class struggle is replaced by the strict and prosaic bureaucrat, the fervent idealist by the cold materialist, the democrat whose convictions are, at least in theory, absolutely firm by the conscious autocrat. Oratorical activity passes into the background, for administrative aptitudes are now of the first importance. Consequently, in this new period, while the leadership of the movement is less noisy, less brilliant, and less glorious, it is of a far more solid character, established upon a much sounder practical competence. The leaders are now differentiated from the mass of their followers, not only by their personal qualities as specialists endowed with insight and mastery of routine, but in addition by the barrier of the rules and regulations which guide their own actions and with the aid of which they control the rank and file. The rules of the German Federation of Metalworkers occupy 47 printed pages and are divided into 39 paragraphs, each consisting of from 10 to 12 sections. Where is the workman who would not lose himself in such a labyrinth? The modern trade union official, above all if he directs a federation, must have precise knowledge of a given branch of industry, and must know how at any moment to form a sound estimate of the comparative forces of his own organization and the adversaries. He must be equally well acquainted with the technical and with the economic side of the industry. He must know the cost of manufacture of the commodities concerned, the source and cost of the raw materials, the state of the markets, the wages and conditions of the workers in different regions. He must possess the talents at once of a general and those of a diplomatist. These excellent qualities of the trade union leader are not always compatible with the democratic regime, and indeed they often conflict unmistakably with the conditions of this regime. It is especially in the ex-manual worker that the love of power manifests itself with the greatest intensity. Having just succeeded in throwing off the chains he wore as a wage laborer and a vassal of capital, he is least of all disposed to induce new chains which will bind him as a slave of the masses. Like all freedmen, he has a certain tendency to abuse his newly acquired freedom, a tendency to libertinage. In all countries we learn from experience that the working-class leader of proletarian origin is apt to be capricious and despotic. He is extremely loath to tolerate contradiction. This trait is doubtless partly dependent upon his character as parvenu, for it is in the nature of the parvenu to maintain his authority with extreme jealousy, to regard all criticism as an attempt to humiliate him and to diminish his importance, as a deliberate and ill-natured allusion to his past. Just as the converted Jew dislikes references to his Hebrew birth, so also the labor leader of proletarian origin dislikes any references to his state of dependence and his position as an employee. Nor must it be forgotten that, like all self-made men, the trade union leader is intensely vain. Although he commonly possesses extensive knowledge of material details, he lacks general culture and a wide philosophical view, and is devoid of the secure self-confidence of the born leader. For these reasons he is apt to show himself less resistant than he should be towards the interested and amiable advances of bourgeois notables. In a letter to Sorg, Engels wrote of England, "The most repulsive thing in this country is the bourgeois respectability which has invaded the very blood and bone of the workers. the organization of society into firmly established hierarchical gradations, in which each one has his proper pride, but also an inborn respect for his abettors and his superiors, is taken so much as a matter of course, is so ancient and traditional, that it is comparatively easy for the bourgeois to play the part of seducers. For example, I am by no means sure that John Burns is not prouder in the depths of his soul of his popularity with Cardinal Manning, the Lord Mayor, and the bourgeoisie in general, than of his popularity among his own class. Even Tom Mann, whom I regard as the best of these leaders of working-class origin, is glad to talk of how he went to lunch with the Lord Mayor. In Germany, one of the few class-conscious German workers who have come into personal contact with William II did not venture in the royal presence to give expression to his convictions or to manifest his fidelity to the principles of his party. There already exists in the proletariat an extensive stratum consisting of the directors of cooperative societies, the secretaries of trade unions, the trusted leaders of various organizations, whose psychology is entirely modeled upon that of the bourgeois classes with whom they associate. The new environment exercises a potent influence upon the ex-manual worker. His manners become gentler and more refined. In his daily association with persons of the highest birth he learns the usages of good society and endeavors to assimilate them. Not infrequently the working-class deputies endeavor to mask the change which has occurred. The socialist leaders, and the same is true of the democratic Christians and the trade union leaders, if of working-class origin, when speaking to the masses like to describe themselves as working men. By laying stress upon their origin, upon the characteristics they share with the rank and file, they ensure a good reception and inspire affection and confidence. During the elections of 1848 in France it was the mode for candidates to speak of themselves as ouvriers. This was not simply a title of honor, but also a title which helped to success. No less than 21 of these ouvriers thus secured election. The real signification of this title may be learned from a study of the list of candidates presented by the modern Socialist Party in France, Italy, and elsewhere. Here we find that a master tinsmith, a man who keeps a shop and is therefore a petty bourgeois, describes himself as a tinker, and so on. It even happens that the same candidate will describe himself as a workman in an electoral address intended for working-class readers, and as an employer in an appeal to the bourgeoisie. When they have entered Parliament, some of the ex-manual workers continue, more or less ostentatiously, to differentiate themselves by their dress from their bourgeois colleagues. But it is not by such external signs of a proletarian origin that they can hope to prevent the internal change, which was described by Jaws, before his own adhesion to socialism, in the following terms. In French Happy Smiley. Les députés ouvriers qui arrivent au Parlement SM bourgeois vite, au mauvais sens du mot, ils perdent leur cerveau leur énergie première, et Illinois ni leur reste plus tu une sorte de sentimentalite de tribune. Inspired with a foolish self-satisfaction, the ex-worker is apt to take pleasure in his new environment, and he tends to become indifferent and even hostile to all progressive aspirations in the democratic sense. He accommodates himself to the existing order, and ultimately, weary of the struggle, becomes even reconciled to that order. What interest for them has now the dogma of the social revolution? Their own social revolution has already been effected. At bottom, all the thoughts of these leaders are concentrated upon the single hope that there shall long continue to exist a proletariat to choose them as its delegates and to provide them with a livelihood. Consequently, they contend that what is above all necessary is to organize unceasingly, and that the cause of the workers will not gain the victory until the last worker has been enrolled in the organization. Like all the Beati Possidentes, they are poor fighters. They incline, as in England, to a theory in accordance with which the workers and the capitalists are to be united in a kind of league, and to share, although still unequally, in the profits of a common enterprise. Thus the wages of the laborers become dependent upon the returns of the business. This doctrine, based upon the principle of what is known as the sliding scale, throws a veil over all existing class antagonisms and impresses upon labor organizations a purely mercantile and technical stamp. If a struggle becomes inevitable, the leader undertakes prolonged negotiations with the enemy. The more protracted these negotiations, the more often is his name repeated in the newspapers and by the public. If he continues to express reasonable opinions, he may be sure of securing at once the praise of his opponents and, in most cases, the admiring gratitude of the crowd. Personal egoism, pusillanimity, and baseness are often associated with a fund of good sense and wide knowledge, and so intimately associated that a distinction of the good qualities from the bad becomes a difficult matter. The hotheads, who are not lacking among the labor leaders of proletarian origin, become cool. They have acquired a conscientious conviction that it would be a mistake to pursue an aggressive policy, which would in their view not merely fail to bring any profit, but would endanger the results hitherto attained. Thus in most cases two orders of motives are in operation, the egoistic and the objective, working hand in hand. The resultant of these influences is that state of comparative calm proper to the labor leader, regarding which an employee of one of the trade unions has expressed himself with great frankness. It is no matter for reproach, but is perfectly comprehensible, that when we were all still working at the bench and had to get along as best we could with our small wages, we had a keener personal interest in a speedy change of the existing social order than we have in our present conditions. Such a state of mind will be yet further reinforced if the former manual worker should be, as he often is, engaged in journalistic work. Although in most cases he will with admirable diligence have amassed a considerable amount of knowledge, he has not had the necessary preliminary training to enable him to assemble, re-elaborate, and assimilate the elements of his knowledge to constitute a scientific doctrine, or even to create for himself a system of directive ideas. Consequently, his personal inclinations towards quietism cannot be neutralized, as unquestionably happens in the case of many Marxists, by the preponderate energy of a comprehensive theory. Marx long ago recognized this defect in proletarian leaders, saying, "When the workers abandon manual labor to become professional writers, they almost always make a mess of the theoretical side." We see, then, that the substitution of leaders of proletarian origin for those of bourgeois origin offers the working class movement no guarantee, either in theory or in practice, against the political or moral infidelity of the leaders. In 1848, when the elections ordered by the provisional government took place in France, 11 of the deputies who entered the chamber were members of the working class. No less than 10 of these promptly abandoned the labor program on the strength of which they had been elected. A yet more characteristic example is furnished by the history of the leaders of the Italian branch of the International, 1868–79. Here the leaders, who were for the most part derived from the bourgeoisie and the nobility, nearly all showed themselves to be persons of distinguished worth. The only two exceptions were men of working-class origin. Stefano Caparuso, who spoke of himself as the model working man, embezzled the funds of the socialist group of Naples, of which he was the president, while Carlo Terzaghi, president of the section of Turin, turned out to be a police spy and was expelled from the party. Speaking generally, we learn from the history of the labor movement that a socialist party is exposed to the influence of the political environment in proportion to the degree in which it is genuinely proletarian in character. The first deputy of the Italian Socialist Party, which at that time consisted exclusively of manual workers, Antonio Marfi, a type founder, elected to Parliament in 1882, speedily joined one of the bourgeois sections of the left, declaring that his election as a working man did not make it necessary for him to set himself in opposition to the other classes of society. In France, the two men who under the Second Empire had been the leaders of the Proudhonists, Henri Louis Tolaine, the engraver, and Freiburg, the compositor, and who at the First International Congress in Geneva, 1866, had urgently advocated an addition to the rules to effect the exclusion of all intellectuals and bourgeois from the organization, when the Commune was declared in 1871, ranged themselves on the side of Thiers, and were therefore expelled from the International as traitors. It may be added that Tolaine ended his career as a senator under the Conservative Republic. Odger, the English Labour leader, a member of the General Council of the International, abandoned this body after the insurrection in Paris. It is true that he was in part influenced in this direction by his objection to the dictatorial methods of Marx. But Marx could rejoin, not without reason, that Odger had wished merely to make use of the International to acquire the confidence of the masses, and that he was ready to turn his back upon socialism as soon as it seemed to him an obstacle to his political career. A similar case was that of Lucraft, also on the General Council of the International, who secured an appointment as school inspector under the British government. In a word, it may be said that when the forces of the workers are led against the bourgeoisie by men of working-class origin, the attack is always less vigorous and conducted in a way less accordant with the alleged aims of the movement than when the leaders of the workers spring from some other class. A. French critic, referring to the political conduct of the working-class leaders of the proletariat, declares that alike intellectually and morally they are inferior to the leaders of bourgeois origin, lacking the education and the culture which these possess. The same writer declares that the behavior of many of the leaders of working-class origin cannot fail to contribute to the intensive culture of anti-parliamentarist tendencies. Après le règne de la féodalité, nous avons eu le règne de la bourgeoisie. Après le bourgeois, orens nous le contremaître, notre ennemi, c'est notre maître, a dit La Fontaine. Mais le maître le plus redoutable, c'est celui qui sort de nombres rangs et qui, à force de mensonges et de roublardises, a su s'élève jusqu'au pouvoir. It was hoped that the energetic entry of the proletariat upon the world stage would have an ethically regenerative influence, that the new elements would exercise a continuous and unwearied control over the public authorities, and that, endowed with a keen sense of responsibility, they would strictly control the working of their own organizations. These anticipations have been disappointed by the oligarchical tendencies of the workers themselves. As Cesare Lombroso pointed out without contradiction in an article published in the central organ of the Italian Socialist Party, the more the proletariat approximates to the possession of the power and the wealth of the bourgeoisie, the more does it adopt all the vices of its opponent and the more does it become an instrument of corruption. Then there arise all those subdivisions of our so-called popular parties, which have all the vices of the bourgeois parties, which claim and often possess a prestige among the people, and which easily become the tools of governmental corruption sailing under liberal colors in their name. We have sufficient examples in European history, even in that of very recent date, of the manner in which the artificial attempt to retain the party leadership in proletarian hands has led to a political misceneism against which the organized workers of all countries have every reason to be on their guard. The complaint so frequently voiced by the rank and file of the socialists that almost all the defects of the movement arise from the flooding of the proletarian party with bourgeois elements are merely the outcome of ignorance of the historical characteristics of the period through which we are now passing. The leaders of the democratic parties do not present everywhere the same type, for the complex of tendencies by which they are influenced necessarily varies in accordance with environment, national character, climate, historical tradition, etc. The United States of America is the land of the almighty dollar. In no other country in the world does public life seem to be dominated to the same extent by the thirst for gold. The unrestricted power of capital necessarily involves corruption. In America, however, this corruption is not merely exhibited upon a gigantic scale, but, if we are to believe American critics, has become a recognized institution. While in Europe such corruption gives rise to censure and anger, in America it is treated with indifference or arouses no more than an indulgent smile. Lecky declares that if we were to judge the Americans solely by the manner in which they conduct themselves in public life, our judgments would be extremely unfavorable and unjust. We cannot wonder, then, that North America should be preeminently the country in which the aristocratic tendencies of the labor leaders, fostered by an environment often permeated, as has just been explained, by a gross and unrefined materialism, should have developed freely and upon a gigantic scale. The leaders of the American proletariat have merely followed the lead of the capitalism by which the life of their country is dominated. The consequence is that their party life has also become essentially plutocratic. When they have secured an improved rate of wages and similar advantages, the officials of the trade unions, wearing evening dress, meet the employers in sumptuous banquets. At congresses it is the custom to offer foreign delegates, and even their wives, valuable gifts, jewelry, etc. The special services of the leaders are rewarded by increases of salary, which sometimes attain considerable figures. We learn from indisputable authority that many of the labor leaders, and especially of the trade union leaders, regard their position simply as a means for personal advancement. According to the testimony of the well-informed, the American working class has hitherto produced few leaders of whom it has any reason to be proud. Many of them shamelessly and unscrupulously exploit for personal ends the posts which they have secured through the confidence of their fellow workmen. Taken as a whole, the American labor leaders have been described as stupid and cupid. We owe to Gaylord Wilshire, himself also an American and a socialist, the following unflattering picture of the socialist leader. He is a man who often expresses a social dissatisfaction based upon personal failure. He is very apt to be loud rather than profound. He is, as a rule, not an educated man, and his demands and urgings are based too often on ignorance. Intelligent and honest workmen are consequently repelled from the labor organizations or induced to follow false paths. We have even been told that not a few labor leaders are altogether in the hands of the capitalists. Being uneducated parvenus, they are extremely sensible to flattery. But this seems to be among the least of their defects. In many cases they are no more than paid servants of capital. The union officer then becomes a boss in the hands of the enemy, a scab or, to use a still more significant American expression, a labor lieutenant of the capitalist class. It is from the socialists themselves that we learn almost incredible details regarding certain categories of American workers who have achieved a privileged position, but who are utterly devoid of moral sense. Among the best organized unions there are some which enter into regular treaties with the capitalists in their respective branches of industry in order to exploit the consumer and to effect with the capitalist a friendly division of the spoil. In other cases, the leaders of a federation of trade unions, bribed by one group of employers, will organize strikes among the employees of another group. On the other hand, many strikes which are progressing favorably for the workers come abruptly to an end because the employers have made it worth the leaders' while to call the strike off. The absence of socialist tendencies among the American workers, their lack of class consciousness, have been noted with admiration by distinguished writers and leading members of the employing class, who praise these workers for their exceptional intelligence and hold them up as examples to the degenerate and lazy European working men. Yet these same intelligent American workers are led by the nose by such men as we have been describing, and appear to be the only ones who fail to notice the misdeeds of the labor leaders. Indeed, they favor these misdeeds by refusing to work at the same bench with those of their comrades who, more perspicacious than themselves, have attracted the enmity of the leaders by discovering and unmasking the frauds of the latter. The history of the organized working class in North America certainly rivals, in respect of the frequent occurrence of corruption, the history of a part of the capitalist class in the same country. A historian of the American labor movement exclaims, "It is in both cases a sordid and dreary tale and, in the case of organized labor, is unrelieved to a disappointing degree by the heroism and sentiment which have played such a conspicuous part in the labor movements of other countries." The cynicism of a civilization based on cash seems to have found its way into the bones of both capitalist and proletarian. The American labor movement is the purest in respect of its proletarian composition and is at the same time the richest in examples of social perversion. Side by side with the vulgar and interested corruption to which we have referred, there exists, indeed, a corruption which arises from idealism, and the latter must not be confused with the former. It sometimes happens that the leader allows himself to be induced by pecuniary considerations to attack a given party, the money being furnished by other parties or by the government. That he should do this presupposes, indeed, that his point of view regarding money is non-olet, but he acts as he does exclusively in the interest of his party, and not a penny of the money he receives goes into his own pocket. An American political economist has justly pointed out that such corruption sometimes involves a heroic capacity for self-sacrifice on the part of the leader who, to secure advantages for the party with the foreign money, faces the fiercest attacks and the worst suspicions, and even, if need be, accepts his own political annihilation. He offers up his honor to the party, the greatest sacrifice that a man of honor can make. Of this kind, for example, is the corruption of which the leaders of the political labor movement have frequently been accused by the liberals, namely, when they have accepted money from the conservatives or from the government in order to fight liberals or radicals. There are not a few instances of this kind in the history of the international labor movement. Thus, in England, during the general election of 1885, the leaders of the Social Democratic Federation, in order to run two candidates in metropolitan constituencies, accepted money from the Tory party, whose aim it was to split the votes of its opponents, and thus to secure the defeat of the Liberal candidates. The sum payable in this case was determined by the number of votes given to the Socialist candidate, 8 for every vote. Similarly, Constantino Lazzari, leader of the Milanese Labour Party, accepted from the government the sum of 500 lire to carry on an electoral struggle against the bourgeois radicals. In Germany, the conduct of Schweitzer during the last years in which he was president of the Allgemeine Deutsche Arbeiterverein, conduct which led to accusations of corruption in which Bebel joined, appears to have been dictated by similar considerations. Such at least is the impression produced by a perusal of the various references to the matter made by Gustav Meyer. In none of these cases is it fair to accuse the party leaders of personal corruption, since the money was not accepted for personal ends but for the supposed advantage of the party. Whether such procedures are politically wise, whether they make for the general advance of political morality, are different questions. Indubitably their influence on the mentality of the masses is not educational in a good sense. They are, moreover, especially dangerous to the leader's own morale. Corruption for honorable motives is likely to be succeeded by corruption for dishonorable. If the method were to be accepted as a regular and legitimate element of party politics, it would be easy for able but unscrupulous leaders to put a portion of the price of corruption into their own pockets, and yet to remain more useful to the party than their disinterested and conscientious colleagues. This would be the beginning of the end, and would open the door to plutocracy in the party. It cannot be said that the English Labour leaders are in these respects greatly superior to the American, although in England, perhaps, corruption assumes a more subtle and less obvious form. At the Amsterdam Congress, 1906, Bebel related in a private conversation what Marx and Engels had said to him once in London: English socialism would certainly be far more advanced than it is today had not the capitalists been clever enough to check the movement by corrupting its leaders. Hindman, the leader of the English Marxists, a man of bourgeois origin who sacrificed a diplomatic career for the sake of socialism, relates in his memoirs that many of the working-class leaders, and among these the most energetic and the most gifted, after having acquired a genuine political culture with the aid of socialist of bourgeois origin, have not hesitated to sell this new acquirement to the bourgeoisie. Nor do the workers themselves complain of this, for, full of admiration for what they call the cleverness of their leaders, they have by their votes rendered possible the gradual rise of these in public life. Another writer well acquainted with the English labour movement declares, a prominent labour leader remarked recently that the labour movement was a charnel house of broken reputations. That puts it too strongly, but, in essence, how true! Thus in the United States, and also, though to a less degree, in England, there exists a peculiar category of working-class leaders of proletarian origin. Among these there are unquestionably to be found many men of strong character, and many who are uninfluenced by selfish considerations, although but few who take lofty views, who are endowed with a fine theoretical insight, or capacity for coherent political work and the avoidance of opportunities for error. Most of them are excellent organizers and technicians. But apart from these somewhat exceptional categories, there can be no doubt that many of the labour leaders are half-educated and arrogant egoists. We might almost imagine that Diderot had a premonition of such individuals when he made his ambitious Parisian beggar, Lumpasius, say, Je serai contus les gueux revitus. Je serai le plus insolent maroufle tu en eut encore vu. Édouard Berth, Les Nouveaux Aspects du Socialisme, Rivière, Paris, 1908, page 30. Fernand Palautier. Histoire des bourses du travail, ed. page 86. Arturo Salucci, La teoria dello sciopero, Liber. Moderna, Genoa, 1902, page 151. Salucci goes so far as to affirm that while the trade union leaders marry quite young, marriage is for them not so much a union for sexual purposes as a matter of comfort to them in their lives of continual agitation. The analyses produced by many authors of the psychology of trade union leaders remind us at times of the reports of travelers in foreign lands, who tell us of human beings altogether different from those with whom we are acquainted, and even of actions which appear utterly opposed to nature. Herein we have a criterion which leads us to doubt the trustworthiness of such reports, even when they are not adorned with stories of matters demonstrably false, as of dragons, centaurs, and other mythical monsters. Compare to David Hume, Inquiries Concerning the Human Understanding, ed. Clark. Press, edited by Selbibig, Oxford, 1902, page 84. The exaggeration which is so often manifested in the enumeration and description of the good qualities of the trade union leaders can be explained on political grounds. It arises from the satisfaction felt in bourgeois circles with the practical tendencies of these leaders, and from the hope that is placed in them by the opponents of revolutionary socialism. Brief and Orsuge, etc. Ed. Cit., pp. 324-5. Arbeiterzeitung of Dortmund, September 16, 1903. In the year 1900, the representatives of the Imperial Insurance Institute were commanded to an audience at the court, on the occasion of the inauguration of the new administrative building in Berlin. The stucco worker Buchholz, well known in trade union circles, was present with his colleagues. Buchholz, who was wearing the Iron Cross, attracted the personal attention of William II. The king was apparently aware of Buchholz's position as a socialist, and said, "I believe the socialists are all opponents of the monarchy." Buchholz promptly answered, "No, Your Majesty, not all." Max Weber, a few years ago, advised the German princes, if they wished to appease their terrors of socialism, to spend a day on the platform at a socialist congress, so that they might convince themselves that in the whole crowd of assembled revolutionists the dominant type of expression was that of the petty bourgeois, of the self-satisfied innkeeper, and that there was no trace of genuine revolutionary enthusiasm. Max Weber's speech at the Magdeburg Congress of the Verein für Sozialpolitik, stenographic report of the sitting, October 2, 1907. Cloth, leader of the Bookbinders Union, speaking at the Conference of the Trade Union Executives in Berlin, 1906, Protocol, page 10. In the protocol it is here noted that there were vigorous cries of objection, and also the remark, "What you say applies still more to the employees of the Socialist Party." Letter to Sorg, October 19, 1877, Brie Fu, Aussage, etc., edicit, page 159. Arthur Arnold, Histoire populaire et parlementaire de la Commune de Paris. Kistermakers, Brussels, 1878, Volume 2, page 43. Alfredo Angiolini, Cinquant'anni di socialismo in Italia, edicit, pp 180-6. Jean-Jacques, Die International edicit, page 152. Cesare Lombroso, I frutti di un voto, avanti, number 2987, April 27, 1905. W. E. Alecki, Democracy and Liberty, Longmans, London, 1899, Volume 1, pp 113-14. Austin Lewis, The Rise of the American Proletariat, edicit, page 200. Gaylord Wilshire, Wilshire Editorials, Wilshire Book Company. New York, 1906, page 140. Daniel de Leon, The Burning Question of Trades Unionism, edicit, pp 10-12, 41-43. George Dean Heron, The Day of Judgment, Kerr, Chicago, 1904, page 17. See also Werner Sombart, Warum gibt es in den Vereinigten Staaten keinen Sozialismus, edicit, page 33. De Leon, edicit, page 12. Robert Clarkson Brooks, Dodd, Mead and Company. New York, 1910, pp 65 et seq. Bernard Shaw, The Fabian Society, What It Has Done, How It Has Done It, Fabian Society, Lond, 1892, page 6. Alfredo Angiolini, Cinquant'anni di socialismo in Italia, Nurbani, Florence, 1900, 1st ed., page 135. Gustav Meyer, J. Abid, Schweitzer, Fischer, Jana, 1909, pp 129, 161, 181, 195, 321, 379. Daniel de Leon, Flashlights of the Amsterdam Congress, Labour News Company. New York, 1906, page 41. H. M. Hindman, The Record of an Adventurous Life, Macmillan, London, 1911, page 33. S. G. E. Hobson, Boodle and Kant, Location Sit, page 588. Part 4, Chapter 6. Intellectuals, and the need for them in the working class parties. In the early days of the labor movement, the bourgeois intellectuals who adhered to the cause of the workers were regarded by these with profound esteem, but as the movement matured, the attitude of the proletariat became transformed into one of undue criticism. This antipathy on the part of the rank and file of the socialists is based upon false presuppositions, and proceeds from two antithetical points of view. Some, like the group of the Neue Zeit and the Leipziger Volkszeitung in Germany, with the support of the revolutionary-minded workers of Berlin, of the two Saxonies, and of Rhenish Westphalia, persisting in the maintenance of intransigent revolutionary conceptions, think themselves justified in accusing the intellectuals of a tendency to take the edge off the labor movement, to water it down, to give it bourgeois characteristics, to rob it of proletarian virility, and to inspire it with an opportunist spirit of compromise. The others, the reformists, the revisionists, who find inconvenient the continued reminder principiis obsta, with which they are assailed by the revolutionists, in their turn attack the intellectuals, regarding them as meddlesome intruders, fossilized professors, and so on, as persons who are utterly devoid of any sound ideas of the labor movement and of its necessities, disturbing its normal course with their ideas of the study. Thus, while the first group of critics regard the intellectuals as being for the most part reformists, bourgeois-minded socialists of the extreme right, the other group of critics classes the intellectuals as ultra-revolutionary, as anarchizing socialists of the extreme left. In Italy, towards 1902, the intellectuals found themselves placed between two fires. On one side, the reformists claim to represent the healthy proletarian energy of the economic organizations of the peasants as against the circoletti ambiziosetti, the self-seeking petty circles, i.e., socialist groups in the towns, which were composed for the most part, so they affirmed, of bourgeois and petty bourgeois. On the other side, the revolutionists of the Avanguardia Socialista group entered the lists against the employees and the bourgeois leaders, in the name of the class-conscious proletariat of industrial workers. Thus, by both factions alike, the intellectuals were treated as scapegoats and made responsible for all the mistakes and sins of the party. But both sides are wrong. Above all, it is hardly possible to imagine the reasons which would induce refugees from the bourgeoisie to adhere to the extreme right wing of the working-class party. It is rather the adverse thesis which might be sustained by psychological and historical arguments which are good but not decisive. 1. Let us first consider the psychological arguments. Kautsky, referring to a period when even by educated persons socialism was stigmatized as criminal or insane, a period which Kautsky wrongly imagines to have passed away, makes the judicious observation that the bourgeois who adheres to the socialist cause needs more firmness of character, stronger revolutionary passion, and greater force of conviction, than the proletarian who takes a similar step. The violent internal and external struggles, the days full of bitterness and the nights without sleep during which his socialist faith has ripened, have combined to produce in the socialist of bourgeois origin, especially if he derived from the higher circles of the bourgeoisie, an order and a tenacity which are rarely encountered among proletarian socialists. He has broken completely with the bourgeois world, and henceforward confronts it as a mortal enemy, as one irreconcilable a priori. The consequence is that, in the struggle with the bourgeoisie, the socialist intellectual will incline towards the most revolutionary tendencies. There is, however, another reason which leads the ex-bourgeois to make common cause with the intransigent socialists, and this is his knowledge of history and his intimate acquaintance with the nature of the bourgeoisie. To the proletarian socialist it is often difficult to form any precise idea of the power of his adversaries and to learn the nature of the means at their disposal for the struggle. Often, too, he is inspired with an ingenuous admiration for the benevolent attempts at social reform patronized by certain strata of the bourgeoisie. Faced by the more or less serious or more or less deceitful offer of panaceas, he is often in the position of the peasant at the fair who listens open-mouthed while the quack vaunts the miraculous virtue of his remedies. Conversely, the socialist of bourgeois origin will interpret more precisely the efforts made by the bourgeoisie to put the labor movement to sleep. His experience as a bourgeois will enable him to penetrate more easily the real motives of the different proceedings of the enemy. That which to his proletarian comrade seems a chivalrous act and proof of a conciliatory spirit, he will recognize as an act of base flattery, performed for the purposes of corruption. That which a proletarian socialist considers a great step forward towards the end, will appear to the bourgeois socialist as an infinitesimal advance along the infinitely extended road of the class struggle. The difference of intellectual level between those who advocate the same idea, dependent upon their respective derivation from a proletarian or a bourgeois environment, must necessarily reflect itself in the manner in which they represent this idea in the face of non-socialists, and in the tactics they employ towards adversaries and sympathizers. The psychological process which goes on in the socialists of these two categories rests upon a logical foundation. The proletarian adherent of the party who remains a simple member of the rank and file attentively follows the progress made in all fields by the idea on behalf of which he is an enthusiastic fighter. He notes the growth of the party, and experiences in his own person the increase in wages secured in the struggle with the employers. Besides being a member of the party, he belongs to his trade union, and often to a cooperative society as well. His experience in these various organizations induces a feeling of comparative content. he regards social evolution in a rosy light, and easily comes to take an optimistic view of the distance which his class has to traverse in order to attain to the fulfillment of its historic mission. Ultimately, social progress is regarded by him as a continuous rectilinear movement. It appears incredible, even impossible, that the proletariat should suffer reverses and disasters. When they actually occur, they seem to him merely transient phenomena. This state of mind renders him generous and considerate even towards his adversaries, and he is far from disinclined to accept the idea of peace with the enemy and of class collaboration. It need hardly be said that this disposition is yet more accentuated among those proletarians who attain to positions of eminence in the party. 2. These considerations do not lack historical corroboration. Their truth is confirmed by a study of the activities of those socialists who were born as members of the aristocracy, or in the upper strata of the bourgeoisie, such as Bakunin and Kropotkin, both Russian nobles and both anarchists, Frederick Engels, Karl Marx. As a rule, in all the great questions with which the party has to deal, the ex-bourgeois socialist is in actual fact one who gives the preference to the most radical and intransigent solutions, to those which accord most strictly with socialist principles. It is of course true, on the other hand, that the history of the working-class movement shows that many reformist currents have been strongly permeated by intellectual elements. It is indisputable that even if German reformism was not actually created by the little phalanx grouped round Der Sozialistische Student of Berlin, the reformist tendency was, from the days of its first inception, vigorously and ostentatiously patronized by the members of this group. A closer examination, however, shows very clearly that the strongest impulse to the reformist tendency in Germany was given by the trade union leaders, by persons therefore of proletarian origin. Moreover, it is the most exclusivist working-class movements which have everywhere and always been most definitely characterized by the reformist spirit. In illustration may be mentioned the French group of the International Working Men's Association, which assembled round Fribourg and Tolaine, the English trade unionists. The integralists in France, whose origin was the Revue Socialiste, edited by the gentle ex-manual worker, Benoît Malon. The note of alarm against this form of socialism was sounded first by the medical student Paul Brousse, next by the intransigent Marxists under the leadership of Paul Loffog, who had just secured his medical diploma in England, and finally by the man of letters Jules Guesde. The Independent Labour Party with the Labour Representation Committee, the Socialists of Genoa, led by the varnisher Pietro Chiesa, the peasants of Reggio Emilia. This tendency has been manifest from the very outset of the modern labour movement. Bernstein says with good reason that, notwithstanding all assertions to the contrary, in the English Chartist movement the intellectuals were distinguished by their marked revolutionary inclinations. In the disputes among the Chartists, the radical or revolutionary tendency was by no means characteristic of the proletarian elements, or the moderate tendency of the bourgeois elements. The most notable representatives of the revolutionary spirit were members of the bourgeoisie, men of letters, etc., whereas it was leaders of working-class origin who advocated moderate methods. To sum up, and putting aside the question whether the reformist movement has been a good or an evil for the working class, it may be affirmed that generally speaking, the working-class leaders of proletarian origin have a special tendency to adopt the reformist attitude. In proof of this assertion it suffices to mention the names of Anseal in Belgium, Legion in Germany, and Rigola in Italy. The term possibilisme ouvrier is far from being a malicious invention. It is not easy to furnish statistical proof of the statement that the socialists of bourgeois origin are more often revolutionaries than reformists. On the other hand, the history of Italian socialism during recent years offers an interesting demonstration of the adverse thesis. The causes of this peculiarity will be subsequently discussed. The official socialist organization of Milan, the Fédération Milanaise, suffering from a chronic impecuniosity due to the slackness with which the majority of the members paid their subscriptions, proposed in the year 1903 an expedient which is frequently adopted by the Italian socialists. Henceforward the monthly subscriptions were no longer to be equal for all the comrades, but those who were better off were invited to pay more in proportion to their means. This reform, which was inspired by a thoroughly socialist sentiment, led the Milanese reformists, who in consequence of their differences with the revolutionists had for a long time been on the lookout for an honourable excuse to leave the federation, in which the revolutionary current was predominant, to resign their membership, declaring that they regarded the new system of payment as altogether unjust. On this occasion it appeared that it was the well-to-do members who resigned, so that these, the bourgeois, manifested the reformist tendency. It is also to be noted that during recent years, since 1901, the great majority of Italian socialist intellectuals have definitely declared themselves to be reformists by a more or less unconditional adhesion to the opportunism of Turati. The cases just quoted seem to conflict with the rule previously enunciated that the refugees from the bourgeoisie are adverse to opportunism. But the inconsistency is no more than apparent. It has several times been pointed out that the intransigence of the ex-bourgeois socialist depends upon the circumstance that on his way to join the class-conscious proletariat he has had to make his way through a thorny thicket, struggling violently and suffering many injuries, and his courageous progress proves him to be endowed with an exceptional capacity of sacrifice for the ideal and with the energy of the born fighter. As the years have passed, however, this primal source of revolutionary energy has to a large extent dried up, because the path of the bourgeois adherent to socialism has become so much easier. It is a general law that when we change the soil we change the quality of the fruit. This is what happened in Italy. The recent history of socialism shows that the intellectuals are distributed in nearly equal proportions among the various tendencies. Confining ourselves to German examples, we find that it is a doctor of medicine, Raphael Friedeberg, who has inaugurated anarchizing socialism. A similar tendency is exhibited by the Tolstoyan Kantian Otto Buck, doctor of philosophy, and Ernest Thiesing, doctor of medicine and at one time a cavalry lieutenant. If among the reformists we find the barrister Wolfgang Heine, the former theological student Richard Calware, the former student of political science Max Schippel, the pastor of Goher, the sometime gymnasium teacher Edouard David, the doctor of philosophy Heinrich Braun, and many other intellectuals, we find in the opposite camp, that of the revolutionaries, the doctor of philosophy Franz Mehring, the doctor of medicine Paul Lensch, Rosa Luxemburg, Israel Helfand, Parvus, the former student Max Grunwald, the ex-barrister Arthur Stadthagen, the barrister Karl Liebknecht, and Karl Kautsky, who escaped only by chance the disgrace of the doctor's title. We see, then, that in Germany the intellectuals cannot be classed exclusively as revolutionists or as reformists. Section break. The struggle against the intellectuals within the Socialist Party is due to various causes. It originated as a struggle for leadership among the intellectuals themselves. Then there came a struggle between the representatives of different tendencies, strict logical adhesion to theory versus criticism, opportunism versus impossibilism, trade unionism after the English manner versus doctrinal Marxism as a philosophy of history, reformism versus syndicalism. From time to time these struggles assume the form of attacks made by the bulk of the party upon some small heterogeneous element which has invaded the labor movement. It is not always the genuine manual workers, or those who have been such, that are the first to raise the cry of alarm against the intellectuals. But it is true that the working class has ever been suspicious of those elements in the party who were derived from other social camps. Clara Zetkin writes very justly, the bourgeois refugee is apt to find himself lonely and misunderstood among his comrades in the struggle. He is at once a stranger and a citizen in the valley of the possessing classes, with which he is associated by education and habits of life, at once, also, a stranger and a citizen upon the heights of the proletariat, to whom he is bound in a firm community by his convictions. The power of tradition presses with peculiar force upon persons of culture. The coldness of his reception in the new environment seems to him doubly hard. The intellectuals, who have entered the party under the spur of idealism, soon feel humiliated and disillusioned. The masses, moreover, are little capable of appreciating the gravity of the sacrifices which the intellectual often accepts when he adheres to the party. When Paul Goher related to the Dresden Congress how for love of the cause he had renounced his profession and his income, his social position, and even his family, a number of socialist journals answered that all this was, to put it politely, maudlin sentimentality, and that the socialist intellectuals, when they made such sacrifices, were not thinking of the cause of the workers but of themselves. In a word, the comrades showed themselves utterly insensible of the greatness of the sacrifice which Goher had made for love of them. The truth is that upon this point, as upon so many others, the intellectuals and the proletarians lack the capacity of mutual understanding. In Germany, as in Italy, France, and in some of the Balkan states, the gravest accusations have been launched against the intellectuals. There have been times in the history of German socialism in which the educated members of the party have been exposed to universal contempt. It suffices to recall the Dresden Congress, 1903, during which the whole complicated question of tactics seemed to be reduced to the problem of the intellectuals. Even today they are often treated as suspects. There are still intellectuals who think it necessary to demonstrate to the masses that, notwithstanding the aggravating circumstance of their social origin and their superior education, they are nevertheless good socialists. It is surely far from heroic, this persistence with which the intellectuals are apt to deny their true social character and to pretend that their own hands are horny. But we need not be deceived. Molino hits the bullseye when he ironically warns us that this state of affairs lasts only until the moment when the intellectuals succeed in getting control of the working class movement. They now feel themselves secure, and no longer need wear the mask, at least in their relations with the masses. If they continue, nonetheless, to assume the posture of the humble demagogue, this is done from a vague fear of being accused as tyrants by the bourgeois parties, but still more in order to ward off the criticism of their working-class competitors. It is proper to recognize that mistrust of the intellectuals, although in large part an artificial product, has its good side. For this mistrust leads no small number of cranky and eccentric intellectuals, who incline to play a picturesque part in joining the socialists, to turn towards other pastures. Nothing would be more disastrous for the workers than to tolerate the exclusive rule of the intellectuals. University study is not possible to those choice individuals alone who are endowed with exceptional natural gifts, it is merely a class privilege of persons whose position is economically advantageous. Consequently, the student has no right to be proud of his ability and his knowledge. He need not glory in being able to write Dr. before his name or M.A. after it. Every proletarian of average intelligence, given the necessary means, could acquire a university degree with the same facility as does the average bourgeois. Besides, and above all, it cannot be denied, that for the healthy progress of the proletarian movement it would be incomparably better that the mistrust of the workers towards the bourgeois refugees should be 100 times greater than necessary, rather than that the proletariat should be deceived even once by overconfidence in its leaders. But unfortunately, as we learn from the history of the modern labor movement, even the total exclusion of intellectuals would not save the working class from numerous deceptions. From the ethical point of view, the contempt felt by the non-intellectuals for the intellectuals is utterly without justification. It is a positive fact that even today, in many countries, the bourgeois refugee who makes his adhesion to the party of the revolutionary workers, the party of social subversion, or, as William II expresses it, the unpatriotic rout of those who are unworthy to bear the name of Germans, suffers serious economic and social damage. On the other hand, the proletarian commonly derives advantage in these respects from joining the party of his own class, and is thus impelled to take this step from motives of class egoism. Unquestionably, the working class, struggling on the political field, needs recruits from its own ranks who can rise to the position of officers in the proletarian army. It is natural, too, that these leaders should be furnished with adequate means, and that they should be firmly secured in their positions. But it ill becomes the working men who have thus risen in the social scale to look down upon their ex-bourgeois associates, who have descended in the social scale, and have thereby become voluntary declasses for love of the party. It results from all that has been said that the campaign against intellectuals in the Socialist Party, however justified it may be in individual cases, is as a whole utterly unjust, and often inopportune and absurd. Even the German labor movement, despite the high degree of technical organization to which it has attained, could not dispense with intellectuals. Although, as we have seen, its general character is decisively proletarian, and although it has as authoritative leaders such men of proletarian origin as August Bebel, Ignaz Ore, Johannes Timm, Martin Segitz, Adolf von Elm, Otto Hue, etc., it may be affirmed that German socialism would lose much of its prestige if it were to eliminate the intellectuals. According to Mering, the use of the intellectuals to the proletariat is not so much to serve as fellow combatants in the struggle, as to play the part of theorists who illuminate the road. He writes, if they wish to be practical fighters and not theorists, they become altogether insignificant as adherents to the labor movement, for what could be the import of the adhesion of a few hundred intellectuals to the working-class millions, seeing that the latter are already much better equipped than the former for the rough and tumble of practical life? On the other hand, he says, the intellectuals are of great value to the proletariat in the elaboration of the theory of class struggle. They display the historical nexus between the labor movement and the world process as a whole. They take care that the workers shall not lose sight of the purposive relationship of individual branches of their movement with the process of world transformation which it must be their aim to effect with all possible speed. Thus the task of the intellectuals consists in maintaining the freshness and vigor of the workers in their movement towards their great goal, and in elucidating for them the social relationships which make the approaching victory of the proletariat a certainty. It is not necessary here to undertake a defense of the intelligence of the proletariat against those who, seeing that intellectuals are historically necessary to the Socialist Party, wish on this account to impugn the political capacity of the manual workers. Anyone who has attentively followed the history of the international working class movement will know how much goodwill and capacity are to be found in that proletarian party which, permeated with class consciousness, has conceived the design of fighting for its own emancipation. He knows how much intelligence, devotion to duty, calm and indefatigable energy have been displayed in this cause by the workers of every country. As managers of cooperative societies, employees of trade unions, editors of socialist newspapers, the proletarians have from the technical point of view displayed themselves as models whom the bourgeois who undertake similar activities would do well to imitate. If, notwithstanding all this, we commonly find in the international working class parties that the bourgeois refugees are usually assigned the task of dealing with theoretical problems and in many cases, the supreme guidance in matters of practical politics, although in the latter sphere the proletarians always retain great influence, this phenomenon, far from being a testimonium paupertatis intellectualis on the part of the fighting proletariat, finds a perfectly natural explanation in the economic organization of contemporary production. This organization, while it permits the wage earner, when conditions are favorable, to cultivate his intelligence, since it monopolizes the supreme advantages of civilization ad usum delphinorum, makes it impossible for the intelligent worker to become an intellectual. Unquestionably modern production needs intelligent workers, such as are found among the modern proletariat. But it has need also of intellectuals, that is to say of persons whose natural mental abilities have received suitable training. Now a sufficient supply of these intellectuals is furnished by the master class, from among whose relatives they are recruited. Consequently it is not in the interest of private industry to open for the proletariat all the sluices of instruction. Moreover, as far as agriculture is concerned, many landowners cynically declare that the more ignorant the worker the better does he serve their turn. The consequence of all this is that the socialist of bourgeois origin has enjoyed that which the modern proletarian still necessarily lacks. The former has had time and means to complete his political education, he has had the physical freedom of moving from place to place, and the material independence without which political activity in the true sense of the word is inconceivable. It is therefore not astonishing that the proletariat should still be to some extent dependent upon bourgeois refugees. In 1894, at the Frankfurt Congress of the German Socialist Party, a committee was appointed for the study of the agrarian question, and of the 15 members of which it was composed no less than 9 were intellectuals. This is a manifest disproportion, especially when we remember that among the leaders of the German Socialist Party there is an exceptional numerical preponderance of working-class elements. But the committee in question had to deal with scientific problems, and these could be solved by those alone who had received a scientific education. The same thing happens whenever legal, economic, or philosophical problems have to be treated with technical competence, in a word, whenever the questions under discussion are not fully comprehensible except by those who have made prolonged and profound preliminary studies. Cases in which the self-taught man is incompetent present themselves daily. The increasing democratization of state institutions and the progressive socialization of the collective life, together with the securing of better conditions of labor for the workers, may perhaps gradually render the help of the intellectuals less essential. But this is a question for the remote future. Meanwhile, such a movement as that of the modern proletariat cannot afford to await that degree of maturity which would enable it to replace the ex-bourgeois among its leaders by men of proletarian origin. The bourgeois elements in the Socialist Working Class Party cannot be forcibly eradicated, nor excluded by any resolutions of party congresses. They are integral constituents of the movement for whose existence it is needless to offer any apologies. A political labor movement without deserters from the bourgeoisie is historically as inconceivable as would be such a movement without a class-conscious proletariat. This consideration applies, above all, to the early days of the labor movement, but it is still applicable to the movement in the form in which we know it today. Edward Bernstein, Zur Theorie u Geschichte des Sozialismus, 3rd. Dummler, Berlin. 1904, 4th ed., Part 2, page 18. I cast di Milan, a memorial presented by the Milanese Federation to the party executive and to the Italian comrades, stamp, editor. Lombarda di Mondani, Milan, 1903, page 18. Clara Zetkin, Geistiges Proletariat, Frauenfrage, u Sozialismus, a lecture, Verlag Vorwitz, Berlin, 1902, page 32. F. Est Molino, Collectivismo, Lotta di classe e Ministero, Rejoinder to e Turati, Nurbani, Florence, 1904, page 34. Franz Mehring, Academica u Proletaria, 2, Leipziger Volkszeitung, 11, number 95. Part 5, Chapter 1. The Referendum. In the domain of public law, democracy attains its culminating point in that complex of institutions which exists in Switzerland, where the people possess the right of the referendum and that of the initiative. The use of the referendum is compulsory in Switzerland upon a number of questions which are statutorily determined. The legislative measures drawn up by the representative body must then be submitted to a popular vote, for acceptance or rejection. In addition, the burghers exercise the power of direct legislation. When a certain number of voters demand the repeal of an existing law or the introduction of a new one, the matter must be submitted to popular vote. These important popular rights are supplemented by the direct popular election of the supreme executive authorities, as in the United States. Although these democratic ordinances have often in actual practice proved but little democratic in their results, the referendum, above all, having frequently shown that the democratic masses possess less democratic understanding than the representative government, and although leading socialists have therefore with good reason sharply criticized these manifestations of democracy, other socialists look to these institutions for the definitive solution of all questions of public law, and for the practical contradiction of the opinion that oligarchy arises by natural necessity, contending that by the referendum and by the initiative the decisive influence in legislative matters is transferred from the representative assembly to the totality of the citizens. Now the democratic parties, as far as their internal organization is concerned, have either failed to adopt the principles of direct popular sovereignty, or else have accepted application of these only after prolonged hesitation and in exceptional cases. From the democratic point of view they are therefore inferior to many of the Swiss cantons. For example, German social democracy does not submit the deliberations of its congresses to ratification by the party as a whole. Moreover, and here the German arrangements differ from those which obtain among the socialists of Italy, France, and England, where the vote is based upon the number of the adherents in the local branches which the delegates respectively represent. In Germany the decisions at the Congress are determined by the simple majority of the delegates. Thus we have parliamentarism in place of democracy. It is true that every member of the Socialist Party has the right of submitting any motion as he pleases to the annual Congress. But the initiative thus secured is purely nominal. The motions sent in by individuals are hardly ever considered, and they are never passed, and the consequence is that none but a few cranks avail themselves of this right. When the Congress is actually sitting, if a new resolution is to be submitted at least 10 delegates must demand it. The only institution in the modern socialist parties which corresponds to the right of initiative is that in virtue of which the executive is compelled to summon an extraordinary Congress upon the demand of a certain number of the members, in Germany, 15 sections, in Italy, not less than 1/10 of all the members, in Belgium, 2 provincial federations or 20 sections. In the Italian Socialist Party the referendum was practiced for a certain time, especially as regards questions upon which a preceding Congress had not come to a decision, or where this decision had been insufficiently clear. From 1904 to 1906 the Executive Council had recourse to this means on 4 occasions. In one of these the question submitted was whether in the local branches the minority had the right of secession to form autonomous branches. Of the 1,458 sections consulted, 778 replied, 166 for, 612 against. On another occasion it was necessary to consult the party upon the compatibility of Freemasonry with socialism, and to ask whether members of the party could continue to be members of lodges. The participation of the members in this referendum was insignificant, but of the replies received, the majority were adverse to Freemasonry. In the two other cases in which the referendum was employed, one related to a local Milanese question and the other to the choice of seat for a congress. Thus the use made in Italy of the referendum has been extremely restricted and the results have been mediocre. In England, many of the trade unions, after having for long made use of the referendum, have now discontinued the practice, on the ground that it led to a loss of tactical stability and was prejudicial to the finances and to the work of administration. In Germany, where, notwithstanding the hesitation of the majority, the referendum was introduced in certain districts for the election of the delegates to the Congress, it was soon perceived that those comrades alone had sufficient knowledge to participate in the election of delegates who had taken part in the meetings upon party questions and were familiar with the attitude assumed upon these by the various candidates. Consequently, the application of the referendum to the election of delegates came to be regarded as a dangerous measure, tending to withdraw the Electoral Act from the sovereignty of the Assembly. In Holland, where the referendum is obligatory for the election of the Executive Committee of the Socialist Party, in 1909 the participation of the rank and file in the election was so small that, notwithstanding the violent internal struggles then agitating the higher centres of the party, not more than one-half of the members exercised their right to vote. The history of the referendum as a democratic expedient utilized by the socialist parties may be summed up by saying that its application has been rare, and that its results have been unfortunate. The results have been bad owing to the confused manner in which the questions have been formulated and owing to the inadequate participation of the masses. The rare application within the Socialist Party of this direct appeal to the members is in remarkable contrast with the frequent use made of the referendum by the bourgeois national organism of Switzerland, and it is in flagrant contradiction with the demand which all socialists make of the state for direct legislation by the people through the initiative and right of popular veto. Where party life is concerned, the socialists for the most part reject these practical applications of democracy, using against them conservative arguments such as we are otherwise accustomed to hear only from the opponents of socialism. In articles written by socialist leaders it is ironically asked whether it would be a good thing to hand over the leadership of the party to the ignorant masses simply for love of an abstract democratic principle. The conservative has views which harmonize perfectly with the thought here expressed, but he will speak of the state instead of the party. The referendum is open to criticism to the same extent and for the same reasons as is every other form of direct popular government. The two principal objections are the incompetence of the masses and the lack of time. Bernstein has said with good reason that even if none but the most important political and administrative questions are to be submitted to the popular vote, the happy citizen of the future will find every Sunday upon his desk such a number of interrogatories that he will soon lose all enthusiasm for the referendum. It is, however, especially in respect of questions demanding a prompt decision that the referendum proves impracticable. It conflicts with the militant character of the party, interfering with easy mobilization. Moreover, in all the more important cases, as when it is necessary to determine the attitude of the Socialist Party towards an imminent war, the use of a referendum would be rendered impossible by the forcible opposition of the state. It may be added that it is easy for the chiefs to lead the masses astray by clever phrasing of the questions, and by reserving to themselves the right of interpretation in the case of replies which are ambiguous precisely because the questions have been ambiguously posed. The referendum, through its absolute character and its withdrawal from all criticism, favors the dominion of adroit adventurers. George Sand describes the plebiscite, if not counterpoised by the intelligence of the masses, as an attack upon the liberty of the people. The power of Bonapartism was, in fact, based on the referendum. Napoleon's plebiscites, favorable versus unfavorable votes Constitution of 1791 was not submitted to popular vote. Constitution of 1793 received 1,801,018 favorable and 11,600 unfavorable. Constitution of Year 3 received 1,057,390 favorable and 49,977 unfavorable. Election as consul received 3,012,569 favorable votes. Consul for life in 1802 received 3,577,259 favorable and 8,371 unfavorable. Emperor in 1804 received 3,524,253 favorable and 2,578 unfavorable. The institution of the referendum demands for its just working a perfectly conscientious bureaucracy, for the history of this electoral system shows with what ease its results are falsified. Even if the operation should be effected strictly according to rule, the result of a referendum can never have a truly demonstrative value, for it always lacks the vivifying influence of discussion. To conclude, it may be said that it can exercise no substantial influence upon the executive. For Napoleon III, election to the presidency in 1848 gave him 5,500,000 votes against 1,590,000 for Cavaignac. Re-election for 10 years in 1851 gave approximately 7,500,000 votes. Emperor in 1852 was approved with approximately 7,800,000 votes. Result of the plebiscitary elections of Napoleon I, Idées Napoléoniennes, ed. Page 19, by Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Celebrated is the reproach hurled by Victor Hugo at Napoleon III on account of the plebiscite of the year 1851. Who made the report? Baroche. Who investigated? Raucher. Who was in control? Pietri. Who made the count? Maupart. Who verified it? Troplong. Who announced it? You. This is to say that the villain reported, the hypocrite investigated, the rogue controlled, the false counted, the venal verified, the liar proclaimed. Transfrom. Victor Hugo, Napoleon Le Petit, ed. Page 313. Part 5, Chapter 2. The postulate of renunciation. The dissolution of the democratic consciousness of the leaders may doubtless be retarded, if not completely arrested, by the influence of intellectual or purely ideological factors. So long as the guidance and representation of the party remains in the hands of persons who have grown grey in the great tradition of socialism. So long, that is to say, as the party is still dominated by vigorous socialistic idealism, it is possible that in certain conditions the leaders will retain their ancient democratic sentiments, and that they will continue to regard themselves as the servitors of the masses from whom their power is derived. We have already discussed the drastic measures that have been proposed to prevent the embourgement of the leaders of proletarian origin. But it is not enough to prevent the proletarian elements among the leaders from adopting a bourgeois mode of life, it is also essential, on this line of thought, to insist upon the proletarianization of the leaders of bourgeois origin. In order to render it impossible for the socialist intellectuals to return to their former environment, it has been proposed to insist that they should assimilate the tenor of their lives to that of the proletarian masses, and should thus descend to the level of their followers. It is supposed that their bourgeois instincts would undergo atrophy if their habits were to be in external respects harmonized as closely as possible with those of the proletariat. This thesis is rooted in the records and experiences of popular history. A life in common awakens sympathy, attenuates the sentiments of class opposition, and may culminate in their entire disappearance. In the equalitarian state of Paraguay, which was founded and administered by the Jesuit order, those who were under tutelage felt themselves to be at one with the Jesuit fathers who were exploiting them, since there was no distinction between the leaders and the led in respect of clothing or general manner of life. During the French Revolution, the peasantry took the castles of the nobles by storm. It was only in La Vendée that the two classes made common cause in the pitiless struggle with the centralized revolutionary government in Paris, because the patriarchal life in common, the common festivals and common hunting parties, had there effected a close psychological community between the peasants and their lords. Similarly, in Italian villages we do not usually find a well-marked hatred of the clergy, for the local cures, good-natured if uncultured individuals, are in no way elevated above the rest of the population, whose habits, and even whose poverty, they usually share. Numerous measures, both material and ideal, have been proposed to prevent the formation of an oligarchy within the democratic parties. Speaking of the Italian students, Bakunin defines in the following terms the role which in his opinion the young refugees from the bourgeoisie ought to play in the ranks of the proletariat. Ni quids, ni prophets, ni instructors, ni docteurs, ni créatures. Auxiliary jeunes intellectuels Illinois convient d'être les accouches de la pensée infantile par la vie même du pupil, et d'élèver les aspirations aussi inconscientes que puissantes du prolétariat de l'état de confusion à celui de classe. Bakunin saw clearly that in certain countries, such as Italy and Russia, the working class movement could not possibly dispense with the aid of bourgeois intellectuals, but he desired that those who by birth were the natural adversaries of socialism should be subjected to a very strict regime when they adhered to the socialist cause. In this respect he may be considered a precursor of Tolstoy. In French, Happy Smiley. La vie domine la pensée et détermine la volonté. He continues. Si ni it élève dans un milieu bourgeois, veut devenir, sincèrement it sounds phrases, l'ami et le frère des ouvriers Illinois doit renoncer à toutes les conditions de son existence passée, à toutes ses habitudes bourgeoises, rompre tous ses rapports de sentiment, de vanité, et d'esprit avec le monde bourgeois, et, tournant le dos à ce monde, devenant son ennemi et lui déclarant Hongrie réconciliable, c'est jeter entièrement, sans restriction ni réserve, dans le monde ouvrier. S'il n'y trouve pas en lui une passion de justice suffisante pour lui inspire cette résolution et ce courage, tu Illinois ni se trompe pas lui-même et tu Illinois ni trompe pas les ouvriers, Illinois ni deviendra jamais leur ami. Thus it was above all for reasons of a psychological order that Bakunin demanded from the bourgeois socialists, from the intellectuals, a complete abandonment of their former mode of life. He believed that the outer world exercises a decisive influence upon the world of mental life. Self-renunciation, sacrifice, repudiation of all the forms of bourgeois existence, such were the conditions essential to the labor leader during the long history of the Russian Revolution. In 1871 Nechayev wrote his famous Revolutionary Catechism, enunciating the principle that the true revolutionary must be a man consecrated to the cause. In the first paragraph we read, in French, Happy Smiley. Illinois nany intérêts personnels, ni affaires, ni sentiments, ni attachments, ni propriété ni même unnom. Tout en lui est absorbé par un seul intérêt exclusif, one seul pensée, one seule passion, la révolution. Thus the aim was to attain to an absolute forgetfulness of the former bourgeois existence. Even more important than this illusory internal mortification was the external or environmental mortification which, among the Russian socialists, subsequently came to constitute the substratum of their activities, and which Bakunin described as complete immersion in the life of the people. The suppression of bourgeois instincts, this was the postulate which long dominated the history of Russian socialism. The apostles of the revolution, who were in many cases of the highest birth, must effect this suppression, in accordance with established custom, by living among the people, by harmonizing their mode of life with that of the proletariat, by confounding themselves with the latter. Such was the theory of the Narodniki or populists, and its practical consequences were endured with the greatest heroism. Abandoning their social position, bidding farewell to all the intellectual comforts of the town, renouncing study and bourgeois career, men of science, schoolmasters, nobles, Jewish girl students, and young women of family, withdrew to remote villages. Working as agricultural laborers, wheelwrights, locksmiths, blacksmiths, etc., they endeavored to acquire the most intimate knowledge of the common people, to gain their confidence, and whilst still keeping always in view the great revolutionary aim, they became the advisors of the people in the most varied conditions of their lives. After 1870 an analogous movement, though a somewhat less extensive one, was manifest among the socialist intellectuals of other countries, and more especially among those of Italy, who for this reason were stigmatized by Marx, in a spasm of unjustified anger, as D-classes. This term, used in an insulting sense, presents the Italian socialists in a false light. Bakunin spoke of such declassement, not as a historical fact, but as a psychological postulate of the effective socialist action of those who were not proletarians by birth. Thus in Bakunin's view the declass was not a social outcast, a bankrupt, an ineffectual genius, in a word, an involuntary outcast, but the very opposite, a voluntary outcast, one who has deliberately broken with the society in which he was born, in order to adapt himself to a strange environment and one hostile to that in which he was himself brought up. He is an intentional declass. And apart from the end which he pursues, he must inspire us with respect for his spirit of self-sacrifice and for the invincible firmness of his convictions. It is a historical fact, though one of which the proof cannot be attempted here, that the bourgeois leaders of the early Italian labor movement were D-classes. But that they were such almost exclusively in the sense in which the word is used by Bakunin, and not in the sense in which the word is used by Marx. Carlo Cafiero, the best-known leader of the Italian section of the International, derived from an aristocratic and wealthy family, placed the whole of his considerable fortune at the disposal of the party, whilst himself leading the life of a poor bohemian. He may be considered the prototype of such idealists. Similar political tactics, of which perhaps idealists alone are capable, and these only in periods dominated by strong collective emotion, are based upon the psychological experience that the most ominously dictatorial tendencies of the leaders can be weakened, if not altogether suppressed, by one prophylactic means alone, namely, by the artificial creation of a social homogeneity among the various strata and fragments of which the revolutionary Socialist Party is composed. It thus becomes a moral postulate that all members of the party should live more or less in the same manner. This homogeneity of life is regarded as a safety valve against the development of oligarchical forms within the working-class parties. In our own day, the principle that the leaders should practice economic renunciation and should identify themselves with the multitude is advocated only by a few isolated romanticists who belong to the anarchist wing of the socialist movement, and even by them only in timid periphrases. A similar principle, however, continues to prevail in the form of a political postulate, for the demand is made in certain working-class sections of the French and German socialist parties that the leaders should break off all social relationships with the bourgeois world, should devote themselves entirely to the party, and should have no other companions than regularly inscribed members. In a Gesdist Congress held in the north of France, a resolution was passed that it was the duty of the socialist deputies to spend their lives among their comrades. In Germany we find traces of the same order of ideas in the absolute prohibition that members of the party shall write for the bourgeois press, or take any part whatever in bourgeois society. It is obvious that these attempts, which are inefficacious and impractical, can succeed at most in creating party fanaticism. They cannot establish identity of thought and action between the leaders and the proletarian masses. Heinrich Strobel. Gewerkschaften u Sozialistische Geist, New Zeit, Anno 23. Volume 2, Number 44. Jade Guevara, Historia de la Conquista de Paraguay, Buenos Aires, 1885. Adolphe Thiers, Histoire de la Révolution Française, Brockhaus u Avenarius, Leipzig. 1846, Volume 2, pp 395-6, Karl Kautsky, Die Klassengegensätze van 1789, Dietz, Stuttgart, 1889. Page 17. In French, Happy Smiley. Le Catechisme Révolutionnaire, reprinted by Marx, L'Alliance de la Démocratie. Socialists et l'Association Internationale des Travailleurs. A. Darson, Successor Foucault, London and Hamburg, 1873, page 90. In French, Happy Smiley. Illinois Bagno nella vita del popolo, Bakunin, Illinois Socialismo e Mazzini, ed. Page 24. Adolf Braun, Russland U. D. The Revolution, page 4. Among numerous documents relating to this period of the Russian struggle for liberty, compare to also Geheimdenkschrift über die Nihilistischen Umtrieb im Jahr 1875. Deutsche Rundschau. Part 5, Chapter 3. Syndicalism as prophylactic. According to the syndicalist doctrine, it is essential to transfer the revolutionary center of gravity of the proletariat from the political party to the trade union. The union is conceived as a politically neutral organism, one which does not adhere to any party, but which is socialist in inspiration and aim. It is the great merit of the syndicalists that they have understood how disastrous would be isolated syndicalist activity, devoid of any general theory, living simply from day to day, and to have advocated with much energy the indissoluble union of the working class, organized in its trade unions, with the socialist idea as spiritus rector and as ultimate aim. The syndicalists desire, and here, for once, they agree with the Marxist politicians, to diffuse among the organized workers the conviction that the trade union cannot attain its aim except by the elimination of capitalism, that is to say, by the abolition of the existing economic order. But the syndicalists also desire, and here they are in open conflict with all the other currents of contemporary socialism, that the trade union should not merely be an asylum for socialist ideas, but that it should also directly promote socialist activity, pursuing not simply a trade unionist policy in the amplest sense of the term, but in addition and above all a socialist policy. syndicalism is to put an end to the dualism of the labor movement by substituting for the party, whose sole functions are politico-electoral, and for the trade union, whose sole functions are economic, a completer organism which shall represent a synthesis of the political and of the economic function. Hence it is not the purpose of syndicalism to do away with organization as the basis of the labor movement. It expressly recognizes that this basis is indispensable. The syndicalists hold, and with good reason, that the dangers of organization cannot be eliminated simply by suppressing the organization, any more than we can prevent intoxication of the blood or diseases of the circulation by withdrawing the blood from the vessels. These would be quack cures, alike fatal in their result, for the latter would kill the human organism and the former would kill the political and social organism. The problem rather is to discover an appropriate means for reducing to a minimum the chief defect which seems inherent in organization, namely, the rule exercised by the minority over the majority. Here we find a political school, whose adherents are numerous, able, well-educated, and generous-minded, persuaded that in syndicalism it has discovered the antidote to oligarchy. But we have to ask whether the antidote to the oligarchical tendencies of organization can possibly be found in a method which is itself also rooted in the principle of representation. Does it not rather seem that this very principle is in insoluble contradiction with the anti-democratic protestations of syndicalism? In other words, is not syndicalism itself affected by a manifest antinomy? The great significance of syndicalism is found, above all, in the clear and penetrating manner in which it has recognized the dangers of bourgeois democracy. With a genuinely scientific skepticism it has stripped away the veils which conceal the power exercised by the democracy in the state, showing that this power is really no more than the hegemony of a minority, and demonstrating that it is in acute opposition with the needs of the working class. In French Happy Smiley. La démocratie prétend continuer l'exploitation des masses productrices par une oligarchie de professionnels de l'intelligence. All the struggles which international syndicalism has undertaken against the German social democracy, against the Italian and French intellectuals, and against the trade unions constituted upon a bureaucratic basis, may be reduced in ultimate analysis to a struggle against democratic demagogy. Syndicalism is, however, mistaken in attributing to parliamentary democracy alone the inconveniences that arise from the principle of delegation in general. Mantica is right when he says that the syndicalists themselves have not succeeded in getting rid of the mental impedimenta with which all those are burdened who belong to any party, whether it participates in parliamentary elections or rejects such participation on principle. Nolens volens, the syndicalist party is nothing more than a socialist party inefficiently revised and corrected. The syndicalists wish to stop where logically there is no stopping place. All that the syndicalists have written upon political parties in general, and upon their big brother the Socialist Party in particular, applies to themselves as well, because it applies to all organizations as such without exception. The more syndicalism endeavors to displace the axis of working-class policy towards syndicalist action, the greater is the danger it runs of itself degenerating into an oligarchy. Even in the revolutionary syndicalist groups the leaders have frequent opportunities of deceiving the rank and file. The treasurer of a strike, the secretary of a trade union, even the participator in a conspiracy or the leader upon a barricade, can betray those from whom they have received their instructions far more easily and with much more serious consequences than can a socialist member of parliament or municipal councillor. French syndicalists have frequently insisted with a certain violence upon what they speak of as direct action as the only means of bringing the working class into effective operation as an autonomous mass not represented by third persons, and of excluding a priori all representation. In French Happy Smiley. Ce qui ne peut être que trahison, deviation, imbourgent. But they arbitrarily restrict their one-sided theory to the political party alone, as if it were not inevitable that like causes should produce like effects when their action is displayed upon the field of the syndicalist movement. They reason as if they were immunized against the action of sociological laws of universal validity. The organic structure of the trade unions is based upon the same foundation as that of the political party of the workers, namely, the representation of the interests of the rank and file by individuals specially elected for that purpose. In the decisive moments of the struggle for higher wages, the masses do not represent themselves but are represented by others. Trade unions without representatives, without some kind of executive, do not exist and are inconceivable. The management of a trade union is sometimes a post of transition extremely favorable to a political career. In Germany 35 trade union leaders sit in parliament, and in England 27. In France the two first permanent secretaries of the Metallurgical Federation have become deputies. The strike, direct action by the proletariat, which the syndicalists regard as the panacea for all the ills affecting the labor movement, offers to men with a taste for political life excellent opportunities for the display of their faculty for organization and their aptitude for command. The same may be said of the political strike, the general strike. For the professional leaders of the working class, the economic strike is often precisely what war is for professional soldiers. Both present a good opportunity for rapid and splendid promotion. Many labor leaders have risen to extremely exalted and lucrative positions because they have directed a great strike and have thus attracted the attention of the general public and of the government. The political position now, writing in 1912, occupied in England by John Burns is largely due to the celebrity he acquired as a strategist when he led the Great Dockers' Strike in London during the year 1889. He then created a solid foundation for his subsequent popularity, and in particular he then gained the confidence of the most important categories of organized workers, and thus paved the way for his elevation from the bench of the working engineer to the rank of cabinet minister. This is one example among many which could be adduced in support of the assertion that very frequently the strike, instead of being a field of activity for the uniform and compact masses, tends rather to facilitate the process of differentiation and to favor the formation of an elite of leaders. Syndicalism is even more than socialism a fighting party. It loves the great battlefield. Can we be surprised that the syndicalists need leaders yet more than do the socialists? The syndicalists reject the system of democratic representation and of bureaucracy. They desire to substitute for it the more combative tactics of the Revolutionary Army of Liberty, tactics founded upon the tried ability of the leaders. The modern labor leader, they tell us, must not be a bureaucrat. Already today, they add, the great strike leaders arise suddenly from obscurity as did formerly the great leaders of revolution. In so far as it corresponds to historic truth, this conception does not at the best afford more than a general explanation of the institution of leadership. Its adequacy would be far greater were it possible to prove that these strike leaders, whose necessity is admitted by the syndicalists themselves, when they have emerged from obscurity to fulfill a temporary need, were to prove sufficiently disinterested to undergo a spontaneous eclipse as soon as the strike was over. We know, however, that in general they seize the opportunity to secure a position of permanent influence. No form of strike, however much it may seem to be inspired by the autonomy of the masses, will be able to kill the dragon of demagogy, or even to prevent the formation of a class of independent leaders. Under certain conditions, the mere theoretical propaganda of the idea of the strike and of direct action has sufficed to secure power and influence for the popular leader, to lift him upon the shoulders of the multitude to a position in which he could pluck at his ease the golden apples of life. Aristide Briand, born at Nantes of a family of small tavern keepers, having joined the Socialist Party in Paris, speedily acquired fame and power among the workers by his defense of the doctrine of the general strike and the military strike. He soon gained so great a prestige as to require but a few years to climb to the position of Premier of France. The starting point of his triumphal march was the Nantes Congress, 1894, where he secured the acceptance of the idea of the general strike as part of the official program of the French trade unions. Syndicalism is hostile to the democratic policy of the Socialist Party and the authoritarian syndicates, for the syndicalists hold that democracy affords a mere caricature of the fundamental principle of the labor movement, and they declare that from the democratic soil no fruit can spring but that of oligarchy. No other movement bases itself so energetically as does the syndicalist movement upon the right and ability of the masses for self-government. Where, as in France, the leadership of the labor movement is in their hands, they lay great stress upon the fact that their authority is restricted to carrying into effect the resolutions passed at the sovereign assemblies of the comrades. They assure us that the Confederation Générale du Travail, which sits in Paris, is not a directive organ, but a mere instrument for the coordination and the diffusion of the revolutionary activity of the working class. They describe this body as equally hostile to centralization and to authoritarianism. All impulse to action, we are assured, starts from the masses, and the syndicalist leaders are merely the exponents of this impulse. In strikes, the activity of the Comité Confédéral is not directive in the strict sense of the term. This body is a mere intermediary to ensure the solidarity of the workers to secure an element of suractivite and of polarization. Such is the theory. In practice, these same French syndicalists complain that in all decisive questions the masses wait until those above take the initiative, and that in default of such initiative the comrades remain with folded arms. As in all groups characterized by an ostensibly democratic ideology, among the syndicalists the dominion of the leaders often assumes veiled forms. In France, the trade union leaders are forbidden to seek election as deputies, for they must be preserved from all impure contacts. They must remain in constant communication with the masses, and their activities must be carried on in the full light of day. It is none the less true that the necessities of their position often oblige them, in the interest of the trade unions, to enter into relationships with the organs of state, in such a way that their anti-parliamentary attitude is apt to mean no more than that, instead of treating with the government in the open, from the summit of the parliamentary tribune, where their actions are, in part at least, visible to the rank and file, they negotiate mysteriously out of sight in antechambers and passages. The theory of the masses professed by the syndicalists has a reverse side to which it is well to pay attention. The trade union organizations, taken as a whole, do not include in their membership more than a minority of the workers susceptible of organization, in Italy, 11%, in England, 23%, in Sweden, where the proportion is highest of all, 42.21%. Among the organized workers, it is once more only a minority which plays an active part in trade union life. The syndicalists at once lament this fact and rejoice at it, being inspired, in this respect, by sentiments which are by no means logically consistent. They rejoice to be rid of the dead weight of those who are still indifferent or immature. No doubt this attitude is inspired by the old Blanquist idea, that masses too vast and intellectually heterogeneous paralyze all activity by their lack of mobility, and that only alert minorities are enterprising and bellicose. If they were logical, the syndicalists would draw the conclusion that the general movement of the modern proletariat must necessarily be the work of a minority of enlightened proletarians. But the democratic tendencies of our time prevent the formulation of such a conclusion, or at least prevent its frank avowal, for this would bring the syndicalists into open conflict with the very basis of democracy, and would force them to proclaim themselves, without circumlocution, partisans of an oligarchical system. The syndicalist oligarchy, it is true, would not consist, like that of the Socialist Party, in the dominion of the leaders over the masses, but in the dominion of a small fraction of the masses over the whole. There are a few theorists of syndicalism who already speak unreservedly of socialism as an evolution based upon the action of working-class elites. The oligarchical character of the syndicalist movement is displayed most conspicuously in the demand, made for reasons which have nothing to do with democracy, for absolute obedience to the orders of the organized élite. In French Happy Smiley. Les indifferents, par le seul fait qu'ils sont négligés de formuler leur volonté, et non tuer acquiescer auxiliary decisions prizes. Following the example of the reformist trade unions of Germany and England, those French unions that are inspired by the doctrine of revolutionary syndicalism hold fast to the principle that the organized workers have the right to issue orders to the unorganized. It may be admitted that the supreme directive organs of the French labor movement do not possess that plenitude of powers which the corresponding hierarchical grades of other countries have at their disposal, above all in Germany. There are various reasons for this difference, such as the national character of the French, the weakness of the organizations, etc. But even in France there is a great difference between theory and practice. In the first place, the leaders exercise a powerful influence upon the organized comrades through the newspapers, which, as everyone knows, are not edited by the masses. In addition, there exists a whole hierarchy of sub-chiefs. The number of trade unionists enrolled in the Confédération Générale du Travail is about 350,000, whilst the number of subscribers to the Voix du Peuple, the central organ of the Confederation, is no more than 7,000. These subscribers are described as, in French Happy Smiley, les plus actifs militants, members de bureaux et des conseils syndicaux. Par leur intermédiaire se diffuse la pensée confédérale. Here we have a frank confession that there exists a graduated intellectual subordination which conflicts with the syndicalist theory. Even the general strike was primarily conceived in France as a hierarchical procedure. A resolution voted at the Nantes Congress, 1894, specified that the general strike must be accurately prepared in advance by a central committee of 11 and by a large number of local subcommittees. These were to give the signal and to direct the movement. Today the syndicalists reject this conception on account of its Jacobin character, but in practice they are compelled to conform to the idea, notwithstanding the theoretical contradiction in which they are thus involved. In the works of some of the French syndicalist writers who have a strong tendency towards aestheticism, such as Édouard Berth, we find that the Jacobin germs of the theory in question have undergone a full development. The more syndicalism gathers power, the more conspicuous among the syndicalists become the effects which are everywhere characteristic of the representative system. From the ranks of the French syndicalists, leaders have already sprung whose sensitivity towards the criticisms of their followers can be equalled only by that of an English trade union leader. Youthful syndicalism, although born out of opposition to the authoritarianism of the leaders, is thus quite unable to escape the oligarchical tendencies which arise in every organization. For the syndicalist leaders, as for others, the preservation of their own power becomes the supreme law. So far has the process already gone in France, that they have abandoned the old tactics of taking advantage of the prosecutions instituted against them by the government to make propagandist speeches in court and to employ the language of heroes and prophets. Instead, on these occasions, they act with extreme prudence and display diplomatic reserve. Sorel himself speaks of the degenerescence progressive du syndicalism. And he has declared, in French Happy Smiley, La Confédération Générale du Travail prend de place en plus l'aspect d'un gouvernement ouvrier. Georges Sorel, Les Illusions du Progrès, ed. Page 263. Paolo Mantica, postscript to an article by Fiorino dal Pedulo, Elysianismo o Anti-Elysianismo, Divanaya Social, 6, Fasc 19 and 20, page 272. Union Fédérate des Ouvriers Métallurgistes de France, Bourse du Travail, Paris, page 16. Émile Pauget, La Confédération Générale du Travail, ed. pp. 7, 23, 24. Part 5, Chapter 4. Anarchism as prophylactic. Anarchists were the first to insist upon the hierarchical and oligarchical consequences of party organization. Their view of the defects of organization is much clearer than that of socialists and even than that of syndicalists. They resist authority as the source of servility and slavery, if not the source of all the ills of the world. For them constraint is synonymous with prison and police. They know how readily the individualism of the leaders checks and paralyzes the socialism of the led. In order to elude this danger, anarchists, notwithstanding the practical inconveniences entailed, have refrained from constituting a party, at least in the strict sense of the term. Their adherents are not organized under any stable form. They are not united by any discipline. They know nothing of obligations or duties, such as elections, pecuniary contributions, participation in regular meetings, and so on. It is a necessary consequence of these peculiarities that the typical anarchist leader differs considerably from the typical socialist leader, the characteristic product of the last 25 years. Anarchism has no party organization which can offer lucrative positions, nor does the anarchist pathway lead to parliamentary honors. Consequently, there are fewer opportunities for contagion, fewer temptations, and much less field for personal ambition. Thus it may be expected, as a logical consequence of the theory that environment makes character, that in the average anarchist leader idealism should be more conspicuous than in the average socialist leader. The anarchist lives remote from the practice of politics, with all its passions, all its appetites, and all its allurements. Consequently he is more objective in his judgment of persons and of things, more contemplative, more self-enclosed, but also more of a dreamer, more remote from reality. Among anarchist leaders we find many learned, cultivated, and modest men who have not lost the sentiment of true friendship, and to whom it is a pleasure to cultivate and nourish that sentiment. Sincere and high-minded men, such as Peter Kropotkin, L.C. Reclus, Christian Cornelissen, Enrico Malatesta, and many others less famous. But though the anarchist leaders are as a rule morally superior to the leaders of the organized parties working in the political field, we find in them some of the qualities and pretensions characteristic of all leadership. This is proved by a psychological analysis of the characteristics of the individual anarchist leader. The theoretical struggle against all authority, against all coercion, to which many of the most eminent anarchists have sacrificed a large portion of their lives, has not stifled in them the natural love of power. All that we can say is that the means of dominion employed by the anarchist leader belong to an epoch which political parties have already outlived. These are the means utilized by the apostle and the orator, the flaming power of thought, greatness of self-sacrifice, profundity of conviction. Their dominion is exercised, not over the organization, but over minds. It is the outcome, not of technical indispensability, but of intellectual ascendancy and moral superiority. Whilst anarchists repudiate the formation of political parties, they adhere none the less to the principle of organization in the economic field. Some of them, even, explicitly recognize the need for the technical guidance of the masses, whilst others declare their conviction that it would suffice to restrict the functions of the leaders to purely administrative work, to eliminate, once for all, the differences, so dangerous to the organization, which arise between the leaders and the led. As if the technical and administrative superiority of the leaders were not alone sufficient to establish their supremacy over the masses in all other respects. Not even Bakunin proposed to exclude the principles of organization and discipline, but he desired that they should be voluntary instead of automatic. He conceived the anarchist regime as a federation of perpetual barricades, and proposed to institute a council of the revolutionary commune, consisting of delegates, 1 or 2 in number from each barricade, or from each street or quarter, these delegates having an imperative mandate. The communal council thus composed would nominate from among its own members special executive committees for all the branches of the revolutionary administration of the commune. The capital, having effected a successful insurrection and constituted itself as a commune, would then declare to the other municipalities of the country that it put forward no claim to exercise any supremacy over them. But it would invite them to provide themselves also with a revolutionary organization, and to send delegates to a meeting place to be determined by agreement, in order to establish a federation of insurgent associations, communes, and provinces, and thus to create a revolutionary power sufficiently strong to oppose any possible reaction. As Marx justly pointed out, these executive committees, if they were to do anything at all, must be furnished with powers, and must be sustained by public force. The federal parliament would have no reason for existence unless it were to organize this public force. Besides, this parliament could, just like the communal council, delegate its executive power to 1 or more committees, and each of these would in fact be invested with an authoritative character which the needs of the struggle would not fail continually to accentuate. In a word, according to Marx, the whole Bakuninian scheme would be characterized by an ultra-authoritative stamp. Like the syndicalists, the anarchists have extolled direct action, which, they consider, possesses the value of an ethical principle. Direct action, in contradistinction to the tactics of negotiation, of mutual compromise, of hierarchical organization, and of the representative system, tends to secure a higher standard of life for the workers, and the emancipation of the proletariat from capitalism and political centralization, to secure these advantages by the immediate self-help of the workers. Notwithstanding this, anarchism, a movement on behalf of liberty, founded on the inalienable right of the human being over his own person, succumbs, no less than the Socialist Party, to the law of authoritarianism as soon as it abandons the region of pure thought and as soon as its adherents unite to form associations aiming at any sort of political activity. Nuenhuis, the veteran champion of anarchizing socialism with a frankly individualist tendency, showed on one occasion that he had a keen perception of the dangers which anarchism runs from all contact with practical life. At the Amsterdam Congress of 1907, after the foundation of the new Anarchist International, he raised a warning voice against the arguments of the Italian Enrico Malatesta, an anarchist attached to the school of Bakunin. Malatesta, having dilated upon the strength of bourgeois society, declared that nothing would suit this society better than to be faced by unorganized masses of workers, and that for this reason it was essential to counter the powerful organization of the rich by a still more powerful organization of the poor. Citelis tar pensi, cher ami, said Nuenhuis to Malatesta. Tu pius ten alla tranquillement chez les socialistes. Ils any dissent par autre chose. In the course of this first anarchist congress there were manifest, according to Nuenhuis, the symptoms of that diplomatic mentality which characterizes all the leaders of authoritarian parties. Ostrogorski has proposed a substitute for party organization, which invariably leads to the institution of anti-democratic forms, a system of temporary associations, which should come into existence only for the attainment of definite ends, and should be dissolved as soon as these ends have been secured, league system. He considers that the adoption of this system would tend to restore to political struggles the sincerity, honesty, and clarity which they lack today. Now, the analysis of political parties which has been effected authorizes us to doubt the efficiency of the proposed method. Its adoption would not secure any real progress, even were it possible to suppress by a simple decree the organizations which have been brought into existence by the necessary determinants of historical evolution. Whilst anarchism, which presents to us the most abstract and most idealistic vision of the future, has promised to the world an order from which all concentration of power shall be excluded, it has not known how to establish, as a part of anarchist theory, the logical elements of such an order. Ferdinand de Melaniuenhuis, der Staatssozialistische Charakter der Sozialdemokratie, Archiv für Sozial 2, Fasc I, page 144. We find some admirably drawn character sketches of anarchist leaders in the work of Peter Kropotkin, Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Smith, Elder, London, 1899, Volume 2, page 196. See also the psychological portrait of an unnamed anarchist in De Amicis, Lotta Civili, Nurbini, Florence, 1904, pp 128 et seq. Bakunin, Oeuvre, ed. Volume 2, page 297. Karl Marx, L'Alliance de la démocratie socialiste et l'Association internationale des Travailleurs, ed. page 14. Regarding the autocratic tendencies of Bakunin, see pp 3, 9, 10-11, 18, 24-5. Erich Mussum, Die Direktaktion im Befreiungskampf der Arbeiterschaft. Generalstreik, monthly supplement of Der Freie Arbeiter. Anno I, October 1905. Ferdinand de Melaniuenhuis, Die Naive International, De Vrije Socialist. Hilversum, September 1907, Volume 10, Number 71. M. Ostrogorski, La Démocratie et l'Organisation des Partis Politiques, ed. Volume 2, pp 618 et seq. Most once said that only the dictatorial and the servile could be sincere opponents of anarchism. Even if the use of the only be left uncriticized, these words seem to me to display a fatal defect in the psychological foundations of anarchism. For, in view of the natural endowments of human beings, it seems probable that the majority will always continue to belong to one or other of the two types here characterized by most. Walter Borges, Die Ideenwelt des Anarchismus, Dietrich, Leipzig, 1904, page 58. Part 6, Chapter 1. The conservative basis of organization. At this point in our inquiry, two decisive questions present themselves. One of these is whether the oligarchical disease of the democratic parties is incurable. This will be considered in the next chapter. The other question may be formulated in the following terms. Is it impossible for a democratic party to practice a democratic policy, for a revolutionary party to pursue a revolutionary policy? Must we say that not socialism alone, but even a socialistic policy is utopian? The present chapter will attempt a brief answer to this inquiry. Within certain narrow limits, the Democratic Party, even when subjected to oligarchical control, can doubtless act upon the state in the democratic sense. The old political caste of society, and above all the state itself, are forced to undertake the revaluation of a considerable number of values, a revaluation both ideal and practical. The importance attributed to the masses increases even when the leaders are demagogues. The legislature and the executive become accustomed to yield, not only to claims proceeding from above, but also to those proceeding from below. This may give rise, in practice, to great inconveniences, such as we recognize in the recent history of all the states under a parliamentary regime. In theory, however, this new order of things signifies an incalculable progress in respect of public rights, which thus come to conform better with the principles of social justice. This evolution will, however, be arrested from the moment when the governing classes succeed in attracting within the governmental orbit their enemies of the extreme left, in order to convert them into collaborators. Political organization leads to power. But power is always conservative. In any case, the influence exercised upon the governmental machine by an energetic opposition party is necessarily slow, is subject to frequent interruptions, and is always restricted by the nature of oligarchy. The recognition of this consideration does not exhaust our problem, for we have further to examine whether the oligarchical nature of organization be not responsible for the creation of the external manifestations of oligarchical activity, whether it be not responsible for the production of an oligarchical policy. The analysis here made shows clearly that the internal policy of the party organizations is today absolutely conservative, or is on the way to become such. Yet it might happen that the external policy of these conservative organisms would be bold and revolutionary, that the anti-democratic centralization of power in the hands of a few leaders is no more than a tactical method adopted to effect the speedier overthrow of the adversary, that the oligarchs fulfill the purely provisional function of educating the masses for the revolution, and that organization is after all no more than a means employed in the service of an amplified Blanquist conception. This development would conflict with the nature of party, with the endeavor to organize the masses upon the vastest scale imaginable. As the organization increases in size, the struggle for great principles becomes impossible. It may be noticed that in the democratic parties of today the great conflicts of view are fought out to an ever-diminishing extent in the field of ideas and with the weapons of pure theory, that they therefore degenerate more and more into personal struggles and invectives, to be settled finally upon considerations of a purely superficial character. The efforts made to cover internal dissensions with a pious veil are the inevitable outcome of organization based upon bureaucratic principles, for, since the chief aim of such an organization is to enroll the greatest possible number of members, every struggle on behalf of ideas within the limits of the organization is necessarily regarded as an obstacle to the realization of its ends, an obstacle, therefore, which must be avoided in every possible way. This tendency is reinforced by the parliamentary character of the political party. Party organization signifies the aspiration for the greatest number of members. Parliamentarism signifies the aspiration for the greatest number of votes. The principal fields of party activity are electoral agitation and direct agitation to secure new members. What, in fact, is the modern political party? It is the methodical organization of the electoral masses. The Socialist Party, as a political aggregate endeavoring simultaneously to recruit members and to recruit votes, finds here its vital interests, for every decline in membership and every loss in voting strength diminishes its political prestige. Consequently, great respect must be paid, not only to new members, but also to possible adherents, to those who in Germany are termed Mitläufer, in Italy Sympathisanti, in Holland Geestverwanten, and in England sympathizers. To avoid alarming these individuals, who are still outside the ideal worlds of socialism or democracy, the pursuit of a policy based on strict principle is shunned, while the consideration is ignored whether the numerical increase of the organization thus effected is not likely to be gained at the expense of its quality. The last link in the long chain of phenomena which confer a profoundly conservative character upon the intimate essence of the political party, even upon that party which boasts itself revolutionary, is found in the relationships between party and state. Generated to overthrow the centralized power of the state, starting from the idea that the working class need merely secure a sufficiently vast and solid organization in order to triumph over the organization of the state, the party of the workers has ended by acquiring a vigorous centralization of its own, based upon the same cardinal principles of authority and discipline which characterize the organization of the state. It thus becomes a governmental party, that is to say, a party which, organized itself like a government on the small scale, hopes some day to assume the reins of government upon the large scale. The revolutionary political party is a state within the state, pursuing the avowed aim of destroying the existing state in order to substitute for it a social order of a fundamentally different character. To attain this essentially political end, the party avails itself of the socialist organization, whose sole justification is found precisely in its patient but systematic preparation for the destruction of the organization of the state in its existing form. The subversive party organizes the framework of the social revolution. For this reason it continually endeavors to strengthen its positions, to extend its bureaucratic mechanism, to store up its energies and its funds. Every new official, every new secretary, engaged by the party is in theory a new agent of the revolution, in the same way every new section is a new battalion, and every additional 1,000 francs furnished by the member subscriptions, by the profits of the socialist press, or by the generous donations of sympathetic benefactors, constitute fresh additions to the war chest for the struggle against the enemy. In the long run, however, the directors of this revolutionary body existing within the authoritarian state, sustained by the same means as that state and inspired by the like spirit of discipline, cannot fail to perceive that the party organization, whatever advances it may make in the future, will never succeed in becoming more than an ineffective and miniature copy of the state organization. For this reason, in all ordinary circumstances, and as far as provision is humanly possible, every attempt of the party to measure its forces with those of its antagonists is foredoomed to disastrous failure. The logical consequence of these considerations is in direct conflict with the hopes entertained by the founders of the party. Instead of gaining revolutionary energy as the force and solidity of its structure has increased, the precise opposite has occurred. There has resulted, pari passu with its growth, a continued increase in the prudence, the timidity even, which inspires its policy. The party, continually threatened by the state upon which its existence depends, carefully avoids, once it has attained to maturity, everything which might irritate the state to excess. The party doctrines are, whenever requisite, attenuated and deformed in accordance with the external needs of the organization. Organization becomes the vital essence of the party. During the first years of its existence, the party did not fail to make a parade of its revolutionary character, not only in respect of its ultimate ends, but also in respect of the means employed for their attainment, although not always in love with these means. But as soon as it attained to political maturity, the party did not hesitate to modify its original profession of faith and to affirm itself revolutionary only in the best sense of the word, that is to say, no longer on lines which interest the police, but only in theory and on paper. This same party, which at one time did not hesitate, when the triumphant guns of the bourgeois governors of Paris were still smoking, to proclaim with enthusiasm its solidarity with the communards, now announces to the whole world that it repudiates anti-militarist propaganda in any form which may bring its adherents into conflict with the penal code, and that it will not assume any responsibility for the consequences that may result from such a conflict. A sense of responsibility is suddenly becoming active in the Socialist Party. Consequently, it reacts with all the authority at its disposal against the revolutionary currents which exist within its own organization, and which it has hitherto regarded with an indulgent eye. In the name of the grave responsibilities attaching to its position, it now disavows anti-militarism, repudiates the general strike, and denies all the logical audacities of its past. The history of the international labor movement furnishes innumerable examples of the manner in which the party becomes increasingly inert as the strength of its organization grows. It loses its revolutionary impetus, becomes sluggish, not in respect of action alone, but also in the sphere of thought. More and more tenaciously does the party cling to what it calls the ancient and glorious tactics, the tactics which have led to a continued increase in membership. More and more invincible becomes its aversion to all aggressive action. The dread of the reaction by which the Socialist Party is haunted paralyzes all its activities, renders impossible all manifestation of force, and deprives it of all energy for the daily struggle. It attempts to justify its misoneism by the false pretense that it must reserve its strength for the final struggle. Thus we find that the conservative tendencies inherent in all forms of possession manifest themselves also in the Socialist Party. For half a century the Socialists have been working in the sweat of their brow to create a model organization. Now, when 3 million workers have been organized, a greater number than was supposed necessary to secure complete victory over the enemy, the party is endowed with a bureaucracy which, in respect of its consciousness of its duties, its zeal, and its submission to the hierarchy, rivals that of the state itself. The treasuries are full. A complex ramification of financial and moral interests extends all over the country. A bold and enterprising tactic would endanger all this, the work of many decades, the social existence of thousands of leaders and sub-leaders. The entire party would be compromised. For these reasons the idea of such a tactic becomes more and more distasteful. It conflicts equally with an unjustified sentimentalism and a justified egoism. It is opposed by the artist's love of the work he has created with so much labor, and also by the personal interest of thousands of honest breadwinners whose economic life is so intimately associated with the life of the party and who tremble at the thought of losing their employment and the consequences they would have to endure if the government should proceed to dissolve the party, as might readily happen in case of war. Thus, from a means, organization becomes an end. To the institutions and qualities which at the outset were destined simply to ensure the good working of the party machine, subordination, the harmonious cooperation of individual members, hierarchical relationships, discretion, propriety of conduct, a greater importance comes ultimately to be attached than to the productivity of the machine. Henceforward the sole preoccupation is to avoid anything which may clog the machinery. Should the party be attacked, it will abandon valuable positions previously conquered, and will renounce ancient rights rather than reply to the enemy's offensive by methods which might compromise its position. Naumann writes sarcastically, "The war cry, proletarians of all countries unite, has had its due effect. The forces of the organized proletariat have gained a strength which no one believed possible when that war cry was first sounded. There is money in the treasuries. Is the signal for the final assault never to be given? Is the work of preliminary organization to go on forever? As the party's need for tranquility increases, its revolutionary talents atrophy. We have now a finely conservative party which, since the effect survives the cause, continues to employ revolutionary terminology, but which in actual practice fulfills no other function than that of a constitutional opposition. All this has deviated far from the ideas of Karl Marx, who, were he still alive, ought to be the first to revolt against such a degeneration of Marxism. Yet it is quite possible that, carried away by the spectacle of an army of 3 million men acting in his name, swearing on solemn occasions in verba magistri, he also would find nothing to say in reprobation of so grave a betrayal of his own principles. There were incidents in Marx's life which render such a view possible. He certainly knew how to close his eyes, in public at any rate, to the serious faults committed by the German social democracy in 1876. In our own day, which may be termed the age of the epigones of Marx, the character of the party as an organization ever greedy for new members, ever seeking to obtain an absolute majority, cooperates with the condition of weakness in which it finds itself vis-à-vis the state, to effect a gradual replacement of the old aim, to demolish the existing state by the new aim, to permeate the state with the men and the ideas of the party. The struggle carried on by the socialists against the parties of the dominant classes is no longer one of principle, but simply one of competition. The revolutionary party has become a rival of the bourgeois parties for the conquest of power. It therefore opens its doors to all those persons who may assist in the attainment of this end, or who may simply swell its battalions for the struggle in which it is engaged. With the necessary modification, we may well apply to the Internationalist Socialist Party the words which de Maupassant puts into the mouth of the Navi de l'Oncle Sosthene in order to describe the essence of French Freemasonry. Instead of destroying it, you organize competition that lowers the prices, that's all. And then again, if you did not admit free thinkers among you, I would understand. But you admit everyone. You have Catholics en masse, even leaders of the party. Pius IX was one of you before he became Pope. If you call a society composed in this manner a citadel against clericalism, I find your citadel weak. Ah yes, you are rogues. If you tell me that French Masonry is an election factory, I will agree with you. That it serves as a machine for the election of candidates of all sorts I will not deny. That it has no other function than to make fools of good people. That it regiments in order to send them to the ballot box like soldiers to the front, I will agree. That it is useful because it changes each of its members into an electoral agent, I will cry out. It is as clear as day. But if you maintain that it serves to lessen the monarchic spirit, I will laugh in your face. Au lieu de détruire, vous organisez la concurrence. Si a fait baisser les prix, voilà tout. Et puis encore, si vous en admettiez parmi vos que des libres penseurs, je comprendrai. In French happy smiley. Mais vous recevez tout le monde. Vous avez des catholiques en masse, mean des chefs du part 1. Pi the 9th fut des voters avant d'être pape. Si vous appelez one société ainsi composée one citadelle contre le cléricalisme, j'ai la true fable, votre citadelle. Ah! Ouai, vous êtes des marlins. Si vous me dites que la franc-maçonnerie est one usine elections, j'ai vous élecorde, tu el cert de machine à faire voter les candidats de toutes nuances, j'ai le n'irai jamais, tu el n'a d'autre fonction que de berner le bon pupil. De ellen regiment pour le faire aller à ellen comme on envoie au feu les soldats, j'ai serai de votre avis, tu el est utile. Indispensable meme à toutes les ambitions politiques parce tu el change chacun de ses membres en agent électoral, j'ai vous crierai. C'est clair comme le soleil. In French happy smiley. Mais si vous me pretendez tu el certa saper l'esprit monarchique, j'ai vous ais au nez. Thus the hatred of the party is directed, not in the first place against the opponents of its own view of the world order, but against the dreaded rivals in the political field, against those who are competing for the same end, power. It is above all in the electoral agitation carried on by the socialist parties when they have attained what is termed political maturities that this characteristic is most plainly manifest. The party no longer seeks to fight its opponents, but simply to outbid them. For this reason we observe a continual recurrence in socialist speeches of a claim which harmonizes ill with socialist principles, and which is often untrue in fact. Not the nationalists, they say, but we are the best patriots, not the men of the government, but we are the best friends of the minor civil servants in Italy, or of the peasants in Germany, and so on. Evidently among the trade unions of diverse political coloring, whose primary aim it is to gain the greatest possible number of new members, the note of competition will be emphasized yet more. This applies especially to the so-called free unions of Germany, neutrally tinted bodies which on principle hold in horror all definiteness in respect of political views or conceptions of the world order, and which are therefore distinguishable in name only, a few trifling terminological differences apart from the Christian unions. If we study the speeches and polemic writings directed by the leaders of the free unions against the leaders of the Christian unions, we find that these speeches and writings contain no declarations of principle and no theoretical expositions, but merely personal criticisms and accusations, and above all accusations of treachery to the cause of labor. Now it is obvious that these are no more than the means vulgarly employed by competitors who wish to steal one another's customers. By such methods, not merely does the party sacrifice its political virginity by entering into promiscuous relationships with the most heterogeneous political elements, relationships which in many cases have disastrous and enduring consequences, but it exposes itself in addition to the risk of losing its essential character as a party. The term party presupposes that among the individual components of the party there should exist a harmonious direction of wills towards identical objective and practical aims. Where this is lacking, the party becomes a mere organization. A classical example of the extent to which the fear of injuring the socialist organization will lead even the finest intelligences of the party to play tricks with socialist theory is afforded by the history of that celebrated preface which in 1895 Friedrich Engels wrote for a posthumous edition of Marx's book, Die Klassenkämpfe in Frankreich, 1848-9. This preface became the subject of great international discussions, and has been justly considered as the first vigorous manifestation of reformism in German socialism. For Engels here declares that socialist tactics will have more success through the use of legal than of illegal and revolutionary means, and thus expressly repudiates the Marxist conception of the socialist revolution. It was not till some years later that Kautsky published a letter from Engels in which the latter disavowed his preface, saying, "My text had to suffer from the timid legalism of our friends in Berlin, who dreaded a second edition of the anti-socialist laws, a dread to which I was forced to pay attention at the existing political juncture." Karl Kautsky, Der Weg zur Markt, Buchhandlung Vorwärts, 1909, page 42. From this it would appear that the theory, at that time brand new, that socialism could attain to its ends by parliamentary methods, and this was the quintessence of Engels' preface, came into existence from a fear lest the Socialist Party organization, which should be a means, and not an end in itself, might suffer at the hands of the state. Thus Engels was fate, on the one hand, as a man of sound judgment and one willing to look facts in the face, compared to W. Sombart. Friedrich Engels, Ein Blatt zur Entwicklungsgeschichte des Sozialismus, Separat Abdruck der Zukunft, Berlin, 1895, page 32, and was attacked, on the other hand, as a pacifist utopist, compared to Arturo Labriola, Riform e Rivoluzione Social, ed. Cit., pp 181 and 224, whereas in reality Engels would seem to have been the victim of an opportunist sacrifice of principles to the needs of organization, a sacrifice made for love of the party and in opposition to his own theoretical convictions. As is well known, in 1871 Bebel, in open Reichstag, declared himself opposed to the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine, an annexation which had already been completed, and, with the sole support of Liebknecht, pushed his theoretical opposition to war to the point of voting, in wartime, against the military credits. Bakunin cherished no affection either for the Marxists or for the Germans, but he was unable to refuse his admiration to the youthful Marxist party in Germany, which had had the sublime courage to proclaim in Germany, in the country where freedom is least known, under the triumphant military regime of Bismarck, its ardent sympathies for the principles and heroes of the Commune. M. Bakunin, Illinois Socialismo e Mazzini, ed. Cit. Page 9. In the year 1906 the total funds of the German trade unions amounted to about 16 million marks. The richest union, that of the compositors, had accumulated funds amounting to 4,374,013 marks. Next came the Bricklayers' Union, with 2,091,681 marks, the Metalworkers' Union, with 1,543,352 marks, and the Woodworkers' Union, with 1,452,215 marks. Karl Kautsky, Der Neue Tarif der Buchdrucker, New Zeit, Anno XXV, Volume 1, No. 4, page 129. Since then, notwithstanding the intervening years of crisis involving exceptionally high claims for out-of-work pay, the financial position of the unions has become yet stronger. In 1909 the compositors owned 7,929,257 marks, the bricklayers, 6,364,647 marks. The metalworkers, 6,248,251 marks, the woodworkers, 3,434,314 marks. Statistisches Jahrbuch für das Deutsche Reich, 1910, Anno XI, pp. 376-7. These ample funds are of great importance for defensive purposes, but their value for offensive purposes is extremely restricted. It would be utterly absurd for the Union to pursue the policy of heaping up funds in the hope of thus overthrowing capitalism. In Germany there are hundreds of capitalists in whose private treasuries are available means exceeding those of all the unions put together. Moreover, on the present system of depositing savings with private banks, the earnings of this accumulated capital yield profit, not to the trade unionist, but to the enemies of the working class who are shareholders in these banks, so that the trade union funds are ultimately employed against the labor movement. Bruno Buchwald, Die Gewerkschaftsbank, Die Neue Gesellschaft Anno 3, Fasc X. Hence the trade union funds help to strengthen the opponents of the trade unions. For this reason a scheme has long been on foot among trade unionists to institute a bank of their own. Friedrich Naumann, Das Schicksal des Marxismus, Hilf, October 11, 1908, page 657. Karl Kautsky, Preface to Karl Marx, Randglossen zum Programm der Deutschen Arbeiterpartei, 1875, New Zeit, Anno 9, Volume 1, pp. 568 et seq. Part 6, Chapter 2. Democracy and the Iron Law of Oligarchy. While the majority of the socialist schools believe that in a future more or less remote it will be possible to attain to a genuinely democratic order, and while the greater number of those who adhere to aristocratic political views consider that democracy, however dangerous to society, is at least realizable, we find in the scientific world a conservative tendency voiced by those who deny resolutely and once for all that there is any such possibility. As was shown in an earlier chapter, this tendency is particularly strong in Italy, where it is led by a man of weight, Gaetano Mosca, who declares that no highly developed social order is possible without a political class, that is to say, a politically dominant class, the class of a minority. Those who do not believe in the God of democracy are never weary of affirming that this God is the creation of a childlike mythopoeic faculty, and they contend that all phrases representing the idea of the rule of the masses, such terms as state, civic rights, popular representation, nation, are descriptive merely of a legal principle, and do not correspond to any actually existing facts. They contend that the eternal struggles between aristocracy and democracy of which we read in history have never been anything more than struggles between an old minority, defending its actual predominance, and a new and ambitious minority, intent upon the conquest of power, desiring either to fuse with the former or to dethrone and replace it. On this theory, these class struggles consist merely of struggles between successively dominant minorities. The social classes which under our eyes engage in gigantic battles upon the scene of history, battles whose ultimate causes are to be found in economic antagonism, may thus be compared to two groups of dancers executing a chasse-croise in a quadrille. The democracy has an inherent preference for the authoritarian solution of important questions. It thirsts simultaneously for splendor and for power. When the English burghers had conquered their liberties, they made it their highest ambition to possess an aristocracy. Gladstone declared that the love of the English people for their liberties was equalled only by their love for the nobility. Similarly, it may be said that it is a matter of pride with the socialists to show themselves capable of maintaining a discipline which, although it is to a certain extent voluntary, none the less signifies the submission of the majority to the orders issued by the minority, or at least to the rules issued by the minority in obedience to the majority's instructions. Vilfredo Pareto has even recommended socialism as a means favorable for the creation of a new working-class elite, and he regards the courage with which the socialist leaders face attack and persecution as a sign of their vigor, and as the first condition requisite to the formation of a new political class. Pareto's theory de la circulation des élites must, however, be accepted with considerable reserve, for in most cases there is not a simple replacement of one group of élites by another, but a continuous process of intermixture, the old elements incessantly attracting, absorbing, and assimilating the new. This phenomenon was perhaps recognized at an earlier date, in so far as the circulation des élites was effected within the limits of a single great social class and took place on the political plane. In states where a purely representative government prevails, the constitutional opposition aims simply at such a circulation. In England, for instance, the opposition possesses the same simple and resistant structure as the party which holds the reins of government. Its program is clearly formulated, directed to purely practical and proximate ends, it is thoroughly disciplined, and is led by one lacking theoretical profundity but endowed with strategic talent. All its energies are devoted to overthrowing the government, to taking the reins of power into its own hands, while in other respects leaving matters exactly as they were. It aims, in a word, at the substitution of one clique of the dominant classes for another. Sooner or later the competition between the various cliques of the dominant classes ends in a reconciliation which is effected with the instinctive aim of retaining dominion over the masses by sharing it among themselves. The opinion is very generally held that as a result of the French Revolution, or that in any case in the Third Republic, the old order had socially speaking been completely suppressed in France. This view is utterly erroneous. In the present year of grace we find that the French nobility is represented in the cavalry regiments and in the Republican diplomatic service to an extent altogether disproportionate to its numerical strength. And although in the French chamber there does not exist, as in Germany, a declared conservative party of the nobility, we find that of 584 deputies no less than 61 belong to the old aristocracy, noblesse d'épée and noblesse de robe. As we have said, the theory that a directive social group is absolutely essential is by no means a new one. Gaetano Mosca, the most distinguished living advocate of this sociological conception, and, with Vilfredo Pareto, its ablest and most authoritative exponent, while disputing priority with Pareto, recognizes as precursors Hippolyte Taine and Ludwig Gumplowicz. It is a less familiar fact, but one no less interesting, that the leading intellectual progenitors of the theory of Mosca and Pareto are to be found among the members of the school against which these writers more especially direct their attacks, namely among socialist thinkers, and especially among the earlier French socialists. In their work we discover the germs of the doctrine which at a later date was elaborated by Mosca and Pareto into a sociological system. The school of Saint-Simon, while holding that the concept of class would some day cease to be characterized by any economic attribute, did not look for a future without class distinctions. The Saint-Simonians dreamed of the creation of a new hierarchy which was to be founded, not upon the privileges of birth, but upon acquired privileges. This class was to consist of, in French happy smiley, les plus aimants, les plus intelligents, et les plus forts, personification vivante du triple progrès de la société, and capables de la diriger dans one plus vaste courrier. At the head of their socialist state the Saint-Simonians desired to place those whom they termed, in French happy smiley, hommes généraux, who would be able to prescribe for each individual his quantum of social labor, the individual's special aptitudes being taken into account in this connection. Here it is obvious that dependence must be placed upon the discretion of these supermen. One of the most ardent followers of Saint-Simon, an enthusiastic advocate of the Nouvelle Dynastic, when forced to defend himself against the accusation that his doctrine paved the way for despotism, did not hesitate to declare that the majority of human beings ought to obey the orders of the most capable. They should do this, he contended, not only for the love of God, but also on grounds of personal egoism, and finally because man, even if he could live in isolation, would always need some external support. The necessity for issuing orders on one side and the necessity for complying with them on the other are furnished with metaphysical justification. Such authority would only be 1. Transformation politique de l'amour qui unit tous les hommes en Dieu. It pouvez vous lui préférer cette triste indépendance qui aujourd'hui isole les sentiments, les opinions, les efforts, et qui, sous un nom pompeux, n'est rien autre chose que l'égoïsme accompagné de tous les mots tu Illinois infante. The Saint-Simonian system is authoritarian and hierarchical through and through. The disciples of Saint Simon were so little shocked by the Caesarism of Napoleon III that most of them joyfully accepted it, imagining that they would find in it the principles of economic socialization. The school of Fourier went further still. With a wealth of detail bordering on pedantry and exhibiting more than one grotesque feature, Fourier thought out a vast and complex system. Today we can hardly restrain a smile when we study the tables he drew up describing his spherical hierarchy, consisting of 1,000 grades and embracing all possible forms of dominion from anarchy to omniarchy, each of them having its special hautes dignités and its appropriate hautes fonctions. Sorel has well shown that the socialism of the days prior to Louis Blanc was intimately connected with the Napoleonic era, so that the Saint-Simonian and Fourierist utopias could not live and prosper elsewhere than in the soil of the idea of authority to which the great Corsican had furnished a new splendor. According to Berth, Fourier's whole system presupposes for its working the invisible but real and indispensable ubiquity of Fourier himself, for he alone, the Napoleon, as it were, of socialism, would be capable of activating and harmonizing the diverse passions of humanity. Socialists of the subsequent epoch, and above all revolutionary socialists, while not denying the possibility, in the remote future, of a democratic government by majority, absolutely denied that such a government could exist in the concrete present. Bakunin opposed any participation of the working class in elections. He was convinced that in a society where the people, the mass of the wage earners, is under the economic dominion of a minority consisting of possessors, the freest of electoral systems could be nothing more than an illusion. Qui dit pouvoir, dit domination, et tout domination présume l'existence d'une masse dominée. Democracy is even regarded as the worst of all the bourgeois regimes. The Republic, which is presented to us as the most elevated form of bourgeois democracy, was said by Proudhon to possess to an extreme degree that fanatical and petty authoritative spirit, zèle gouvernemental, which believes that it can dare everything with impunity, being always ready to justify its despotic acts under the convenient pretext that they're done for the good of the Republic and in the general interest. Even the political revolution signifies merely un déplacement de l'autorité. The only scientific doctrine which can boast of ability to make an effective reply to all the theories, old or new, affirming the imminent necessity for the perennial existence of the political class is the Marxist doctrine. In this doctrine the state is identified with the ruling class, an identification from which Bakunin, Marx's pupil, drew the extreme consequences. The state is merely the executive committee of the ruling class, or, to quote the expression of a recent neo-Marxist, the state is merely a trade union formed to defend the interest of the powers that be. It is obvious that this theory greatly resembles the conservative theory of Gaetano Mosca. Mosca, in fact, from a study of the same diagnostic signs, deduces a similar prognosis, but abstains from lamentations and recriminations on account of a phenomenon which, in the light of his general political views, he regards not merely as inevitable, but as actually advantageous to society. Aristide Briand, in the days when he was an active member of the Socialist Party, and before he had become Prime Minister of the class state, pushed the Marxist notion of the state to its utmost limits by recommending the workers to abandon isolated and local economic struggles, to refrain from dissipating their energies in partial strikes, and to deliver a united assault upon the state in the form of the general strike, for, he said, you can reach the bourgeoisie with your weapons in no other way than by attacking the state. The Marxist theory of the state, when conjoined with a faith in the revolutionary energy of the working class and in the democratic effects of the socialization of the means of production, leads logically to the idea of a new social order which to the school of Mosca appears utopian. According to the Marxists, the capitalist mode of production transforms the great majority of the population into proletarians, and thus digs its own grave. As soon as it has attained maturity, the proletariat will seize political power, and will immediately transform private property into state property. In this way it will eliminate itself, for it will thus put an end to all social differences, and consequently to all class antagonisms. In other words, the proletariat will annul the state, qua state. Capitalist society, divided into classes, has need of the state as an organization of the ruling class, whose purpose it is to maintain the capitalist system of production in its own interest and in order to effect the continued exploitation of the proletariat. Thus to put an end to the state is synonymous with putting an end to the existence of the dominant class. But the new collectivist society, the society without classes, which is to be established upon the ruins of the ancient state, will also need elective elements. It may be said that by the adoption of the preventive rules formulated by Rousseau in the Contrat Social, and subsequently reproduced by the French revolutionists in the Déclaration des droits de l'homme, above all by the strict application of the principle that all offices are to be held on a revocable tenure, the activity of these representatives may be confined within rigid limits. It is none the less true that social wealth cannot be satisfactorily administered in any other manner than by the creation of an extensive bureaucracy. In this way we are led by an inevitable logic to the flat denial of the possibility of a state without classes. The administration of an immeasurably large capital, above all when this capital is collective property, confers upon the administrator influence at least equal to that possessed by the private owner of capital. Consequently, the critics in advance of the Marxist social order ask whether the instinct which today leads the members of the possessing classes to transmit to their children the wealth which they, the parents, have amassed, will not exist also in the administrators of the public wealth of the socialist state, and whether these administrators will not utilize their immense influence in order to secure for their children the succession to the offices which they themselves hold. The constitution of a new dominant minority would, in addition, be especially facilitated by the manner in which, according to the Marxist conception of the revolution, the social transformation is to be effected. Marx held that the period between the destruction of capitalist society and the establishment of communist society would be bridged by a period of revolutionary transition in the economic field, to which would correspond a period of political transition, when the state could not be anything other than the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. To put the matter less euphemistically, there will then exist a dictatorship in the hands of those leaders who have been sufficiently astute and sufficiently powerful to grasp the scepter of dominion in the name of socialism, and to wrest it from the hand of the expiring bourgeois society. A revolutionary dictatorship was also foreshadowed in the minimum program of Mazzini's Republican Party, and this led to a rupture between Young Italy and the socialist elements of the Carbonari. Filippo Buonarroti, the Florentine, friend and biographer of Gracchus Babeuf, a man who at one time played a heroic part in the French Revolution, and who had had opportunities for direct observation of the way in which the victorious revolutionists maintained inequality and endeavored to found a new aristocracy, resisted with all his might the plan of concentrating the power of the Carbonari in the hands of a single individual. Among the theoretical reasons he alleged against this concentration, the principle was that individual dictatorship was merely a stage on the way to monarchy. To Mazzini and his friends, Buonarroti objected that all the political changes they had in view were purely formal in character, aiming simply at the gratification of personal needs, and above all at the acquirement and exercise of unrestricted authority. For this reason, Buonarroti opposed the armed rising organized by Mazzini in 1833, issuing a secret decree in which he forbade his comrades of the Carbonari to give any assistance to the insurgents, whose triumph, he said, could not fail to give rise to the creation of a new ambitious aristocracy. The ideal republic of Mazzini, he wrote, differs from monarchy in this respect alone, that it possesses a dignity the less and an elective post the more. There is little difference, as far as practical results are concerned, between individual dictatorship and the dictatorship of a group of oligarchs. Now it is manifest that the concept dictatorship is the direct antithesis of the concept democracy. The attempt to make dictatorship serve the ends of democracy is tantamount to the endeavor to utilize war as the most efficient means for the defense of peace, or to employ alcohol in the struggle against alcoholism. It is extremely probable that a social group which had secured control of the instruments of collective power would do all that was possible to retain that control. Theophrastus noted long ago that the strongest desire of men who have attained to leadership in a popularly governed state is not so much the acquirement of personal wealth as the gradual establishment of their own sovereignty at the expense of popular sovereignty. The danger is imminent lest the social revolution should replace the visible and tangible dominant classes which now exist and act openly, by a clandestine demagogic oligarchy, pursuing its ends under the cloak of equality. The Marxist economic doctrine and the Marxist philosophy of history cannot fail to exercise a great attraction upon thinkers. But the defects of Marxism are patent directly we enter the practical domains of administration and public law, without speaking of errors in the psychological field and even in more elementary spheres. Wherever socialist theory has endeavored to furnish guarantees for personal liberty, it has in the end either lapsed into the cloudland of individualist anarchism, or else has made proposals which, doubtless in opposition to the excellent intentions of their authors, could not fail to enslave the individual to the mass. Here is an example: to ensure that the literature of socialist society shall be elevated and moral, and to exclude a priori all licentious books, August Bebel proposed the nomination of a committee of experts to decide what might and what might not be printed. To obviate all danger of injustice and to secure freedom of thought and expression, Bebel added that every author must have the right of appeal to the collectivity. It is hardly necessary to point out the impracticability of this proposal, which is in effect that the books, however large, regarding which an appeal is made, must be printed by the million and distributed to the public in order that the public may decide whether they are or are not fit for publication. The problem of socialism is not merely a problem in economics. In other words, socialism does not seek merely to determine to what extent it is possible to realize a distribution of wealth which shall be at once just and economically productive. Socialism is also an administrative problem, a problem of democracy, and this not in the technical and administrative sphere alone, but also in the sphere of psychology. In the individualist problem is found the most difficult of all that complex of questions which socialism seeks to answer. Rudolf Goldscheid, who aims at a renaissance of the socialist movement by the strengthening of the more energetic elements in that movement, rightly draws attention to a danger which socialism incurs, however brilliantly it may handle the problems of economic organization. If socialism, he says, fails to study the problem of individual rights, individual knowledge, and individual will, it will suffer shipwreck from a defective understanding of the significance of the problem of freedom for the higher evolution of our species, will suffer shipwreck no less disastrous than that of earlier conceptions of world reform which, blinded by the general splendor of their vision, have ignored the individual light sources which combine to produce that splendor. The youthful German Labour Party had hardly succeeded in detaching itself, at the cost of severe struggles, from the bourgeois democracy when one of its sincerest friends drew attention to certain urgent dangers. In an open letter to the Leipzig Committee of the Allgemeine Deutsche Arbeiterverein, Rodbertus wrote, "You are separating yourselves from a political party because, as you rightly believe, this political party does not adequately represent your social interests. But you are doing this in order to found a new political party. Who will furnish you with guarantees against the danger that in this new party the adversaries of your class, die antisocialen element, may some day gain the upper hand?" In this observation, Rodbertus touches the very essence of the political party. An analysis of the elements which enter into the composition of a party will show the perfect justice of his criticism. A party is neither a social unity nor an economic unity. It is based upon its program. In theory, this program may be the expression of the interests of a particular class. In practice, however, anyone may join a party, whether his interests coincide or not with the principles enunciated in the party program. The Socialist Party, for example, is the ideological representative of the proletariat. This, however, does not make it a class organism. From the social point of view, it is a mixture of classes, being composed of elements fulfilling diverse function in the economic process. But since the program has a class origin, an ostensible social unity is thereby conferred upon the party. All socialists as such, whatever their economic position in private life, admit in theory the absolute preeminence of one great class, the proletariat. Those non-proletarians affiliated to the party, and those who are but partial proletarians, adopt the outlook of the working class, and recognize this class as predominant. It is tacitly presupposed that those members of a party who do not belong to the class which that party represents will renounce their personal interests whenever these conflict with the interests of the proletarian class. On principle, the heterogeneous elements will subordinate themselves to the idea of a class to which they themselves do not belong. So much for theory. In practice, the acceptance of the program does not suffice to abolish the conflict of interests between capital and labor. Among the members belonging to higher social strata who have made their adhesion to the political organization of the working class, there will be some who will, when the occasion demands it, know how to sacrifice themselves, who will be able to unclass themselves. The majority of such persons, however, notwithstanding their outward community of ideas with the proletariat, will continue to pursue economic interests opposed to those of the proletariat. There is, in fact, a conflict of interests, and the decision in this conflict will be determined by the relationship which the respective interests bear towards the principal necessities of life. Consequently, it is by no means impossible that an economic conflict may arise between the bourgeois members and the proletarian members of the party, and that as this conflict extends it will culminate in political dissensions. Economic antagonism stifles the ideological superstructure. The program then becomes a dead letter, and beneath the banner of socialism and within the bosom of the party, a veritable class struggle goes on. We learn from actual experience that in their conduct towards persons in their employ the bourgeois socialists do not always subordinate personal interests to those of their adoptive class. When the party includes among its members the owners of factories and workshops, it may be noticed that these, notwithstanding personal goodwill and notwithstanding the pressure which is exercised on them by the party, have the same economic conflict with their employees as have those employers whose convictions harmonize with their economic status, and who think not as socialists but as bourgeois. But there exists yet another danger. The leadership of the Socialist Party may fall into the hands of persons whose practical tendencies are in opposition with the program of the working class, so that the labor movement will be utilized for the service of interests diametrically opposed to those of the proletariat. This danger is especially great in countries where the working class party cannot disperse with the aid and guidance of capitalists who are not economically dependent upon the party. It is least conspicuous where the party has no need of such elements, or can at any rate avoid admitting them to leadership. When the leaders, whether derived from the bourgeoisie or from the working class, are attached to the party organism as employees, their economic interest coincides as a rule with the interest of the party. This, however, serves to eliminate only one aspect of the danger. Another aspect, graver because more general, depends upon the opposition which inevitably arises between the leaders and the rank and file as the party grows in strength. The party, regarded as an entity, as a piece of mechanism, is not necessarily identifiable with the totality of its members, and still less so with the class to which these belong. The party is created as a means to secure an end. Having, however, become an end in itself, endowed with aims and interests of its own, it undergoes detachment, from the teleological point of view, from the class which it represents. In a party, it is far from obvious that the interests of the masses which have combined to form the party will coincide with the interests of the bureaucracy in which the party becomes personified. The interests of the body of employees are always conservative, and in a given political situation these interests may dictate a defensive and even a reactionary policy when the interests of the working class demand a bold and aggressive policy. In other cases, although these are very rare, the roles may be reversed. By a universally applicable social law, every organ of the collectivity, brought into existence through the need for the division of labor, creates for itself, as soon as it becomes consolidated, interests peculiar to itself. The existence of these special interests involves a necessary conflict with the interests of the collectivity. Nay, more, social strata fulfilling peculiar functions tend to become isolated, to produce organs fitted for the defense of their own peculiar interests. In the long run they tend to undergo transformation into distinct classes. The sociological phenomena whose general characteristics have been discussed in this chapter and in preceding ones offer numerous vulnerable points to the scientific opponents of democracy. These phenomena would seem to prove beyond dispute that society cannot exist without a dominant or political class, and that the ruling class, while its elements are subject to a frequent partial renewal, nevertheless constitutes the only factor of sufficiently durable efficacy in the history of human development. According to this view, the government, or, if the phrase be preferred, the state, cannot be anything other than the organization of a minority. It is the aim of this minority to impose upon the rest of society a legal order, which is the outcome of the exigencies of dominion and of the exploitation of the mass of helots affected by the ruling minority, and can never be truly representative of the majority. The majority is thus permanently incapable of self-government. Even when the discontent of the masses culminates in a successful attempt to deprive the bourgeoisie of power, this is after all, so Mosca contends, effected only in appearance. Always and necessarily there springs from the masses a new organized minority which raises itself to the rank of a governing class. Thus the majority of human beings, in a condition of eternal tutelage, are predestined by tragic necessity to submit to the dominion of a small minority, and must be content to constitute the pedestal of an oligarchy. The principle that one dominant class inevitably succeeds to another, and the law deduced from that principle that oligarchy is, as it were, a preordained form of the common life of great social aggregates, far from conflicting with or replacing the materialist conception of history, completes that conception and reinforces it. There is no essential contradiction between the doctrine that history is the record of a continued series of class struggles and the doctrine that class struggles invariably culminate in the creation of new oligarchies which undergo fusion with the old. The existence of a political class does not conflict with the essential content of Marxism, considered not as an economic dogma but as a philosophy of history, for in each particular instance the dominance of a political class arises as the resultant of the relationships between the different social forces competing for supremacy, these forces being of course considered dynamically and not quantitatively. The Russian socialist Alexander Hazen, whose chief permanent claim to significance is found in the psychological interest of his writings, declared that from the day in which man became accessory to property and his life a continued struggle for money, the political groups of the bourgeois world underwent division into two camps, the owners, tenaciously keeping hold of their millions, and the dispossessed, who would gladly expropriate the owners, but lacked the power to do so. Thus historical evolution merely represents an uninterrupted series of oppositions, in the parliamentary sense of this term, attaining one after another to power, and passing from the sphere of envy to the sphere of avarice. Thus the social revolution would not effect any real modification of the internal structure of the mass. The socialists might conquer, but not socialism, which would perish in the moment of its adherents' triumph. We are tempted to speak of this process as a tragicomedy in which the masses are content to devote all their energies to effecting a change of masters. All that is left for the workers is the honor. De participe au recruitment gouvernemental. The result seems a poor one, especially if we take into account the psychological fact that even the purest of idealists who attains to power for a few years is unable to escape the corruption which the exercise of power carries in its train. In France, in working-class circles, the phrase is current. Élu, foutu. The social revolution, like the political revolution, is equivalent to an operation by which, as the Italian proverb expresses it, Si cambia Illinois maestro di capella, ma la musica è sempre quella. Fourier defined modern society as a mechanism in which the extremist individual license prevailed, without affording any guarantee to the individual against the usurpations of the mass, or the mass against the usurpations of the individual. History seems to teach us that no popular movement, however energetic and vigorous, is capable of producing profound and permanent changes in the social organism of the civilized world. The preponderant elements of the movement, the men who lead and nourish it, end by undergoing a gradual detachment from the masses, and are attracted within the orbit of the political class. They perhaps contribute to this class a certain number of new ideas, but they also endow it with more creative energy and enhanced practical intelligence, thus providing for the ruling class an ever-renewed youth. The political class, continuing to employ Mosca's convenient phrase, has unquestionably an extremely fine sense of its possibilities and its means of defense. It displays a remarkable force of attraction and a vigorous capacity for absorption which rarely fail to exercise an influence even upon the most embittered and uncompromising of its adversaries. From the historical point of view, the antiromanticists are perfectly right when they sum up their skepticism in such caustic phraseology as this. Tuist si tu one revolution? Des gens qui se tirent des coups de fusil dans une rue, cela casse beaucoup de carreaux, Illinois n'y a guère que les vitriers qui y trouvent du profit. Le vent emporte la fumée. Ceux qui restent dessous mettent les autres dessous. C'est bien la peine de remuer tant de honnêtes paved qui n'en pouvaient mais. Or we may say, as the song runs in Madame Angot. In French Happy Smiley. Ce n'est pas la peine de changer de gouvernement. In France, the classic land of social theories and experiments, such pessimism has struck the deepest roots. Via Pareto, Les Systèmes Socialistes, ed. Cit., Volume 1, pp 62 et seq. Gaetano Mosca, Piccolo Polmica, Reforma Social, Anno 14, Volume 17, Fasc 4. Œuvre de Saint-Simon et Infantin, Volume 41, Doctrine Saint-Simoniens, Exposition par Bozard, Leroux, Paris, 1877, page 275. Preface by George Sorel to the work of Fernand Palautier, Histoire des Bourses du Travail, ed. pp 7 et seq. Édouard Berth, Marchands, Intellectuals et Politiques, Movement Socialiste, Anno 9. Number 192, page 385. Proudhon, Les Confessions d'un Révolutionnaire, ed. page 24. Angelo Oliviero Olivetti, Problema del Socialismo Contemporaneo, Canoni, Lugano, 1906, page 41. Aristide Briand, La Grève Générale et la Révolution. Speech published in 1907. Girard, Paris, page 7. Friedrich Engels, Die Entwicklung des Sozialismus von der Utopieser Wissenschaft. Buchhandlung Vorwärts, Berlin, 1891, 4th ed., page 40. Many believe with Hobson, Boodle and Kant, ed. Cit., pp 587 and 590, that the socialist state will require a larger number of leaders, including political leaders, than any other state that has hitherto existed. Bernstein declares that the administrative body of socialist society will for a long time differ very little from that of the existing state. Edward Bernstein, Zur Geschichte, etc., ed. Cit., page 212. Karl Marx, Randglossen zum Programm der Deutschen Arbeiterpartei, Waffenkammer des Sozialismus, 10th Semi-Annual Volume Frankfurt on the Main, 1908, page 18. Filippo Buonarroti, Conspiration pour l'égalité, Dites de Babeuf, Brussels, 1828. Compare to especially page 48. Giuseppe Romano Cattonia, Filippo Buonarroti, Sandron, Palermo, 1902, 2nd ed., pp 211-12, 213, 218, and 228. There continually recurs the dream of Schiller's Marquis Posa, in Don Carlos, who endeavors to make absolutism the instrument of liberation, or the dream of the gentle abbé. Pierre, in Zola's Rome, who wishes to use the church as a lever to secure socialism. Kropotkin, Die historische Rolle des Staats, Grunau, Berlin, 1898, page 52. La Bruyère, Caractères, ed. Cit., page 28. A. Bebel, Die Frauen der Sozialismus, J. H. W. Dietznakf. Stuttgart, 34th ed., 1903, page 23. Rudolf Goldscheid, Grundlinien zu einer Kritik der Willenskraft, W. Braumeler, Vienna and Leipzig, 1905, page 143. Rodbertus, Athena Brief, etc., in F. A Lassalle's Politische Reden u Schriften, ed. Cit., volume 2, page 15. Eduard Bernstein, Were die Sozialdemokratie Volkspartei, Sozial. Monet Shefti, August 1905, page 670. Gaetano Mosca, Elementi di Scienza Politica, ed. Cit., page 62. Among the socialists there are a few rare spirits who do not deny the truth of this axiom. One of these is the professor of philosophy and socialist deputy of the Swedish upper house, Gustav F. Stefan, who declares, even after the victory, there will always remain in political life the leaders and the led. Stefan, Die Demokratie in England, Diedericks, Jena, 1911, page 59. Alexandre Hazen, Erinnerungen, German translation by Otto Buck Wiegand U. Greben, Berlin, 1907, volume 2, page 150. Félicien Chalais, Syndicalisme révolutionnaire et syndicalisme réformiste, Alcan, Paris. 1909, page 16. There is a new conductor, but the music is just the same. Charles Fourier, De l'anarchie industrielle et scientifique, Liber. Phalanst. Paris, 1847, page 40. The disillusionment of the French regarding democracy goes back to the Revolution. Guizot declared that this terrible experiment sufficed to disgust the liberty-seeking world forever, and to dry up the noblest hopes of the human race at their source. Trans from F. Guizot, Du Gouvernement de la France, ed. Cit., page 165. Part 6, Chapter 3. Party Life in Wartime. Never is the power of the state greater, and never are the forces of political parties of opposition less effective than at the outbreak of war. This deplorable war, come like a storm in the night, when everyone, wearied with the labors of the day, was plunged in well-deserved slumber, rages all over the world with unprecedented violence, and with such a lack of respect for human life and of regard for the eternal creations of art as to endanger the very cornerstones of a civilization dating from more than 1,000 years. One of the cornerstones of historical materialism is that the working classes all over the world are united as if by links of iron through the perfect community of economico-social interests which they possess in face of the bourgeoisie, this community of interests effecting a horizontal stratification of classes which runs athwart and supersedes the vertical stratification of nations and of races. The greatest difference, in fact, in the views taken of economico-social classes and of linguistico-ethical nationalities, as between the respective adherents of nationalistic theories and of the theories of historical materialism, consists in this, that the former propound the hypothesis that the concept nation is morally and positively predominant over the concept class, while the latter consider the concept and reality of nation altogether subordinate to the concept class. The Marxists, in fact, believed that the consciousness of class had become impressed upon the entire mentality of the proletariat imbued with socialist theories. The war has shattered this theory at one terrible blow. The German Socialist Party, the strongest, wealthiest, and best organized section of the working class international, for 30 years past the leading spirit in that international, suddenly and emphatically declared its entire solidarity with the German emperor. Throughout the proletarian mass there has not been reported a single instance of moral rebellion against the struggle which enlists socialists to fight on behalf of German imperialism and to contend with the comrades of other lands. Unquestionably, the tactics of the German socialists were largely due to the oligarchical tendencies which manifest themselves in modern political parties, because these parties, even if they pursue a revolutionary aim, and indeed precisely because they do so, that is to say because they make war against the existing state system and desire to replace it by another, have need of a vast organization whose central strength is found in a trusted and stable bureaucracy, the members of which are well paid, and which has at its disposal the powers of a journalistic system and of a well-filled treasury. This organization constitutes a state within the state. Now the forces of party, however well developed, are altogether inferior and subordinate to the forces of the government, and this is especially true in such a country as Germany. Consequently, one of the cardinal rules governing the policy of the Socialist Party is never to push its attacks upon the government beyond the limits imposed by the inequality between the respective forces of the combatants. In other words, the life of the party, whose preservation has gradually become the supreme objective of the parties of political action, must not be endangered. The result is that the external form of the party, its bureaucratic organization, definitively gains the upper hand over its soul, its doctrinal and theoretic content, and the latter is sacrificed whenever it tends to involve an inopportune conflict with the enemy. The outcome of this regressive evolution is that the party is no longer regarded as a means for the attainment of an end, but gradually becomes an end in itself, and is therefore incapable of resisting the arbitrary exercise of power by the state when this power is inspired by a vigorous will. Inevitably such a party is unable to sustain so terrible a test as that of upholding its faith in principles when the state, determined upon war, and resolved to crush anyone who gets in the way, threatens the party in case of disobedience with the dissolution of its branches, the sequestration of its funds, and the slaughter of its best men. The party gives way, hastily sells its internationalist soul, and, impelled by the instinct of self-preservation, undergoes transformation into a patriotic party. The World War of 1914 has afforded the most effective confirmation of what the author wrote in the first edition of this book concerning the future of socialist parties. This natural tendency of the modern political party is reinforced, in the particular case under consideration, by the decision of the German socialists to support their government in all respects, owing to their fear and hatred of Tsarism. This invincible aversion, upon which is dependent the general agreement with which the entire Germanic democracy has accepted the war, arises not solely from the foolish prejudice that the Slavs belong to an inferior race, but is also the outcome of a special historical theory held by Marx. Marx, in fact, regarded Russia as responsible for the reaction wherever this became manifest. More particularly, he considered that the militarist regime of the Prussian nobles, which he ardently abhorred, was merely the vanguard of the Russian autocracy. He added that the most infallible means for destroying the predominance of the German Junkers would be to crush Russia, without whose aid the rule of the Prussian reaction would be impossible. This Marxist conviction had become a party dogma, deep-rooted in the mind of every individual member and diffused in 100 writings. The German socialists who enthusiastically obeyed the mobilization order issued by the emperor believed themselves to be fulfilling a sacred duty, not only from the patriotic point of view, but also from the democratic, considering that they were thus hastening the day of their own final deliverance. It was by such a state of mind that were inspired the principal speeches delivered and the most authoritative articles written by the German socialists when William II declared war against the Tsar. Moreover, an attitude which harmonized ill with the theoretical principle of historical materialism was defended by the socialists themselves as absolutely essential for the German proletariat. Substantially what the German socialists said was that, in the event of a defeat of the state to which they belonged, the proletarians would necessarily suffer greatly from unemployment and poverty. Consequently it was their supreme interest, and must be the supreme aim of their representatives, to avoid this eventuality. Hence it was their first and greatest duty to aid the German army by all the means at their disposal in its arduous task of defeating the enemy. Now, there is no lack of positive clearness about the view which underlies this reasoning. Since the proletariat is an integral part of the state, it cannot but suffer when the state falls upon evil days. Above all, the lot of the workers is dependent upon the degree to which manufacture and commerce flourish. No doubt the most prosperous condition of manufacturing industry does not afford the workers an absolute guarantee that they will receive good wages and be able to enjoy a high standard of life, since there is no proof that the curve of wages will always follow that of industrial profits. Indeed, it is notorious that while after 1870 the development of German manufacture was rapid and extensive, the condition of the German workers remained stationary for nearly 2 decades. But if the lot of the workers and that of the manufacturers are not always on the same footing in the matter of good fortune, it cannot be doubted that when bad times come they have to share the same distresses. If manufacturing industry is stagnant, any rise of wages is excluded a priori. While, however, this view of a community of interests in the national sphere between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat has a basis of reality, there can be no doubt that not only is it absolutely antagonistic to the idealism of class, that is to say, to the fraternal affection which denies national solidarity in order to affirm with enthusiasm the international solidarity of the proletariat, tending and aiming at speedy class emancipation, but further that it undermines the very concept of class. In fact, the theoretical position assumed by the German socialists, and imitated more or less faithfully by their comrades in other lands, is dictated by a criterion altogether different from that which forms the basis of historical materialism. This latter doctrine presupposes the existence of a working class by nature one and indivisible, whereas in the nationalist view there exists only a national proletariat, included within a given state, living within definite geographical boundaries, and subject to all the influences of force or of destiny. Indeed, the social democratic concept of class, as manifested under stress of war by the majority of the German socialists, constitutes the negation of the Marxist concept, in so far as the former degrades the latter, and, instead of becoming the instrument of world liberation as it was conceived by the internationalist theorists, is made the instrument of patriotic, social, and military cooperation. Historical materialism aimed at securing the solidarity of the human race under the guidance of the revolutionary proletariat and through the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and of national governments. The social democratic concept of class aims at the aggrandizement of the fatherland and at the prosperity of the proletariat and of the bourgeoisie therein, through the ruin of the proletariat and of the bourgeoisie of other lands. Between these two conceptions there is, in fact, so great a gulf fixed, that the most learned attempts to bridge it over will inevitably prove futile. If the war has not demonstrated the fallacy of the theory that the working classes of various countries, considered as a whole, possess common interests in opposition to the interests of the various national bourgeoisies also considered as a whole, it has at least demonstrated the non-existence of the reaction which this supposed phenomenon ought to have exercised upon the mentality and consequently upon the activity of the proletariat which prolonged socialist propaganda had endeavored to indoctrinate with Marxist principles. But while the German socialists appealed to their right to be guided by strictly economic interests and to make common cause with those who had hitherto been their worst enemies, they had the bad taste to deny this right to their foreign comrades. Paul Lensch, socialist member of the Reichstag, editor of the ultra-Marxist Leipziger Volkszeitung, has, with a seriousness worthy of a better cause, sustained the following remarkable assertions, that the victory of Germany is necessary for the destruction of militarism, which will become superfluous as soon as the enemies of Germany have been definitely defeated, while the defeat of Germany will necessarily provide militarism with new aliment, since Germany will have to take her revenge for the German proletariat. The defeat of Germany would be equivalent to an economic catastrophe, to the loss of the most essential means of subsistence, and to the ruin of the fruits of many years of labor, whereas for the English proletariat, the consequences of the defeat of England would unquestionably be extremely beneficial, by leading to the rapid diffusion of socialist ideas, to the distribution of monopolies, and to the disappearance of the stupid pride which characterizes the English race. According to this profound thinker, the same causes would produce different effects in England and France, on the one hand, and in Germany on the other. For Germany, a defeat must be avoided at all costs, for its results would be disastrous, while in the case of England and France they could not fail to be salutary. Speaking generally, it may be said that the war has further accentuated the oligarchical character of party leadership. In no country, Italy, of course, excepted, for Italy has had 10 months for mature deliberation, were the rank and file of the party active factors in the adoption of a policy for which every single member was accountable. In no country, except Italy, was the great question of the attitude of parties in relation to the problem of peace or war laid before the ordinary members. Everywhere the supreme decision was in the hands of the leaders, and the masses had merely to accept an accomplished fact. In most cases the majority of the leaders established their absolute supremacy over the minority by means of the so-called party discipline which obliges the minority to accept the will of the majority. This explains the almost incredible unanimity with which, in the Reichstag, in the memorable August sitting, the German Socialist Parliamentary Group voted the war credits. In the secret session of the group on the eve of the official session, the opponents of the war were in the minority, and were therefore compelled on the following day, by the obligations of party discipline, to confound themselves publicly with the majority, and to give a vote which ran counter to their most sincere convictions. This amounts to saying that party life involves strange moral and intellectual sacrifices. Moreover, by not a few party leaders the war was looked upon as a useful means of propaganda for the attraction of new recruits. This applies above all to the Socialist Party, eager to overthrow the barriers which separate from the party many sympathizers among the manual, operative, and shopkeeping classes, who are loath to join a party professing internationalist views. In a great public meeting held at Stuttgart on February 22, 1915, Haymann, a deputy to the Diet of Württemberg and one of the best-known leaders of the Socialist Party in the state, triumphantly declared, "Many have ardently desired to join our party. But there was an obstacle. Well, that obstacle no longer exists." Unquestionably, principles are often a stumbling block to a party whose main desire is to increase its membership, and to disregard inconvenient principles may bring electoral advantage, if at the cost of honor. The leaders are the first to favor such a tendency, for the more widely extended the foundations of their party, the greater grows their own individual power. In fact, the individual power of the leaders undergoes an immeasurable increase at a time when the majority of the members of all parties are under arms, and for this reason may be considered as politically non-existent because they are unable to exercise any influence upon the executive of the party to which they belong. On the continent, even those members who have not been summoned to the colors no longer possess any power of controlling their leaders, owing to the suppression of the freedom of the press and of the rights of public meeting and of combination. Wherever martial laws prevails, the leader is omnipotent. At the end of 1913, the central treasury of the German socialist trade unions owned property amounting to 88,069,295 marks, for 1,400,000, whilst the local and independent unions owned 3,152,636 marks, 150,000. Now a rebellion against the government and its foreign policy would have endangered all these funds. Paul Lensch, Die Deutsche Sozialdemokratie der Weltkrieg, Buchhandlung. Vorwitz, Berlin, 1915, pp 26, 42, 58. Zwei Reden, by Hildebrand and W. A. Heine, Dietz, Stuttgart, 1915, page 44. Part 6, Chapter 4. Final Considerations. In French, Happy Smiley. Prendre le terme dans la rigueur de l'exception Illinois n'a jamais existe de véritable démocratie, et Illinois n'en existera jamais. Illinois est contre l'ordre naturel que le grand nombre gouverne, et que le petit soit gouverne, J. Rousseau, Contrat social. Leadership is a necessary phenomenon in every form of social life. Consequently, it is not the task of science to inquire whether this phenomenon is good or evil, or predominantly one or the other. But there is great scientific value in the demonstration that every system of leadership is incompatible with the most essential postulates of democracy. We are now aware that the law of the historic necessity of oligarchy is primarily based upon a series of facts of experience. Like all other scientific laws, sociological laws are derived from empirical observation. In order, however, to deprive our axiom of its purely descriptive character, and to confer upon it that status of analytical explanation which can alone transform a formula into a law, it does not suffice to contemplate from a unitary outlook those phenomena which may be empirically established, we must also study the determining causes of these phenomena. Such has been our task. Now, if we leave out of consideration the tendency of the leaders to organize themselves and to consolidate their interests, and if we leave also out of consideration the gratitude of the led towards the leaders, and the general immobility and passivity of the masses, we are led to conclude that the principal cause of oligarchy in the democratic parties is to be found in the technical indispensability of leadership. The process which has begun in consequence of the differentiation of functions in the party is completed by a complex of qualities which the leaders acquire through their detachment from the mass. At the outset, leaders arise spontaneously, their functions are accessory and gratuitous. Soon, however, they become professional leaders, and in this second stage of development they are stable and irremovable. It follows that the explanation of the oligarchical phenomenon which thus results is partly psychological. Oligarchy derives, that is to say, from the psychical transformations which the leading personalities in the parties undergo in the course of their lives. But also, and still more, oligarchy depends upon what we may term the psychology of organization itself, that is to say, upon the tactical and technical necessities which result from the consolidation of every disciplined political aggregate. Reduced to its most concise expression, the fundamental sociological law of political parties, the term political being here used in its most comprehensive significance, may be formulated in the following terms: it is organization which gives birth to the dominion of the elected over the electors, of the mandataries over the mandators, of the delegates over the delegators. Who says organization, says oligarchy. Every party organization represents an oligarchical power grounded upon a democratic basis. We find everywhere electors and elected. Also, we find everywhere that the power of the elected leaders over the electing masses is almost unlimited. The oligarchical structure of the building suffocates the basic democratic principle. That which is oppresses that which ought to be. For the masses, this essential difference between the reality and the ideal remains a mystery. Socialists often cherish a sincere belief that a new elite of politicians will keep faith better than did the old. The notion of the representation of popular interests, a notion to which the great majority of Democrats, and in especial the working-class masses of the German-speaking lands, cleave with so much tenacity and confidence, is an illusion engendered by a false illumination, is an effect of mirage. In one of the most delightful pages of his analysis of modern Don Quixotism, Alphonse Daudet shows us how the brave Commandant Bravida, who has never quitted Tarascon, gradually comes to persuade himself, influenced by the burning southern sun, that he has been to Shanghai and has had all kinds of heroic adventures. Similarly, the modern proletariat, enduringly influenced by glib-tongued persons intellectually superior to the mass, ends by believing that by flocking to the pole and entrusting its social and economic cause to a delegate, its direct participation in power will be assured. The formation of oligarchies within the various forms of democracy is the outcome of organic necessity, and consequently affects every organization, be it socialist or even anarchist. Haller long ago noted that in every form of social life relationships of dominion and of dependence are created by nature herself. The supremacy of the leaders in the democratic and revolutionary parties has to be taken into account in every historic situation present and to come, even though only a few and exceptional minds will be fully conscious of its existence. The mass will never rule except in abstracto. Consequently, the question we have to discuss is not whether ideal democracy is realizable, but rather to what point and in what degree democracy is desirable, possible, and realizable at a given moment. In the problem as thus stated we recognize the fundamental problem of politics as a science. Whoever fails to perceive this must, as Sombart says, either be so blind and fanatical as not to see that the democratic current daily makes undeniable advance, or else must be so inexperienced and devoid of critical faculty as to be unable to understand that all order and all civilization must exhibit aristocratic features. The great error of socialists, an error committed in consequence of their lack of adequate psychological knowledge, is to be found in their combination of pessimism regarding the present, with rosy optimism and immeasurable confidence regarding the future. A realistic view of the mental condition of the masses shows beyond question that even if we admit the possibility of moral improvement in mankind, the human materials with whose use politicians and philosophers cannot dispense in their plans of social reconstruction are not of a character to justify excessive optimism. Within the limits of time for which human provision is possible, optimism will remain the exclusive privilege of utopian thinkers. The socialist parties, like the trade unions, are living forms of social life. As such they react with the utmost energy against any attempt to analyze their structure or their nature, as if it were a method of vivisection. When science attains to results which conflict with their a priorist ideology, they revolt with all their power. Yet their defense is extremely feeble. Those among the representatives of such organizations whose scientific earnestness and personal good faith make it impossible for them to deny outright the existence of oligarchical tendencies in every form of democracy, endeavor to explain these tendencies as the outcome of a kind of atavism in the mentality of the masses, characteristic of the youth of the movement. The masses, they assure us, are still infected by the oligarchic virus simply because they have been oppressed during long centuries of slavery, and have never yet enjoyed an autonomous existence. The socialist regime, however, will soon restore them to health, and will furnish them with all the capacity necessary for self-government. Nothing could be more anti-scientific than the supposition that as soon as socialists have gained possession of governmental power it will suffice for the masses to exercise a little control over their leaders to secure that the interests of these leaders shall coincide perfectly with the interests of the led. This idea may be compared with the view of Jules Guesde, no less anti-scientific than anti-Marxist, though Guesde proclaims himself a Marxist, that whereas Christianity has made God into a man, socialism will make man into a god. The objective immaturity of the mass is not a mere transitory phenomenon which will disappear with the progress of democratization au lendemain du socialism. On the contrary, it derives from the very nature of the mass as mass, for this, even when organized, suffers from an incurable incompetence for the solution of the diverse problems which present themselves for solution, because the mass per se is amorphous, and therefore needs division of labor, specialization, and guidance. In French Happy Smiley. L'espèce humaine vieut et gouverné, tel le serre. J'ai honte de mon espèce, wrote Proudhon from his prison in 1850. Man as individual is by nature predestined to be guided, and to be guided all the more in proportion as the functions of life undergo division and subdivision. To an enormously greater degree is guidance necessary for the social group. From this chain of reasoning and from these scientific convictions it would be erroneous to conclude that we should renounce all endeavors to ascertain the limits which may be imposed upon the powers exercised over the individual by oligarchies, state, dominant class, party, etc. It would be an error to abandon the desperate enterprise of endeavoring to discover a social order which will render possible the complete realization of the idea of popular sovereignty. In the present work, as the writer said at the outset, it has not been his aim to indicate new paths. But it seemed necessary to lay considerable stress upon the pessimist aspect of democracy which is forced on us by historical study. We had to inquire whether, and within what limits, democracy must remain purely ideal, possessing no other value than that of a moral criterion which renders it possible to appreciate the varying degrees of that oligarchy which is immanent in every social regime. In other words, we have had to inquire if, and in what degree, democracy is an ideal which we can never hope to realize in practice. A further aim of this work was the demolition of some of the facile and superficial democratic illusions which trouble science and lead the masses astray. Finally, the author desired to throw light upon certain sociological tendencies which oppose the reign of democracy, and to a still greater extent oppose the reign of socialism. The writer does not wish to deny that every revolutionary working-class movement, and every movement sincerely inspired by the democratic spirit, may have a certain value as contributing to the enfeeblement of oligarchic tendencies. The peasant in the fable, when on his deathbed, tells his sons that a treasure is buried in the field. After the old man's death, the sons dig everywhere in order to discover the treasure. They do not find it. But their indefatigable labor improves the soil and secures for them a comparative well-being. The treasure in the fable may well symbolize democracy. Democracy is a treasure which no one will ever discover by deliberate search. But in continuing our search, in laboring indefatigably to discover the undiscoverable, we shall perform a work which will have fertile results in the democratic sense. We have seen, indeed, that within the bosom of the democratic working class party are born the very tendencies to counteract which that party came into existence. Thanks to the diversity and to the unequal worth of the elements of the party, these tendencies often give rise to manifestations which border on tyranny. We have seen that the replacement of the traditional legitimism of the powers that be by the brutal plebiscitary rule of Bonapartist parvenus does not furnish these tendencies with any moral or aesthetic superiority. Historical evolution mocks all the prophylactic measures that have been adopted for the prevention of oligarchy. If laws are passed to control the dominion of the leaders, it is the laws which gradually weaken, and not the leaders. Sometimes, however, the democratic principle carries with it, if not a cure, at least a palliative, for the disease of oligarchy. When Victor Considerant formulated his democratico-pacifist socialism, he declared that socialism signified, not the rule of society by the lower classes of the population, but the government and organization of society in the interest of all, through the intermediation of a group of citizens, and he added that the numerical importance of this group must increase pari passu with social development. This last observation draws attention to a point of capital importance. It is, in fact, a general characteristic of democracy, and hence also of the labor movement, to stimulate and to strengthen in the individual the intellectual aptitudes for criticism and control. We have seen how the progressive bureaucratization of the democratic organism tends to neutralize the beneficial effects of such criticism and such control. Nonetheless, it is true that the labor movement, in virtue of the theoretical postulates it proclaims, is apt to bring into existence, in opposition to the will of the leaders, a certain number of free spirits who, moved by principle, by instinct, or by both, desire to revise the base upon which authority is established. Urged on by conviction or by temperament, they are never weary of asking an eternal why about every human institution. Now this predisposition towards free inquiry, in which we cannot fail to recognize one of the most precious factors of civilization, will gradually increase in proportion as the economic status of the masses undergoes improvement and becomes more stable, and in proportion as they are admitted more effectively to the advantages of civilization. A wider education involves an increasing capacity for exercising control. Can we not observe every day that among the well-to-do the authority of the leaders over the led, extensive though it be, is never so unrestricted as in the case of the leaders of the poor? Taken in the mass, the poor are powerless and disarmed vis-a-vis their leaders. Their intellectual and cultural inferiority makes it impossible for them to see whither the leader is going, or to estimate in advance the significance of his actions. It is, consequently, the great task of social education to raise the intellectual level of the masses, so that they may be enabled, within the limits of what is possible, to counteract the oligarchical tendencies of the working class movement. In view of the perennial incompetence of the masses, we have to recognize the existence of two regulative principles. 1. The ideological tendency of democracy towards criticism and control. 2. The effective counter-tendency of democracy towards the creation of parties ever more complex and ever more differentiated, parties, that is to say, which are increasingly based upon the competence of the few. To the idealist, the analysis of the forms of contemporary democracy cannot fail to be a source of bitter deceptions and profound discouragement. Those alone, perhaps, are in a position to pass a fair judgment upon democracy who, without lapsing into dilettantist sentimentalism, recognize that all scientific and human ideals have relative values. If we wish to estimate the value of democracy, we must do so in comparison with its converse, pure aristocracy. The defects inherent in democracy are obvious. It is none the less true that as a form of social life we must choose democracy as the least of evils. The ideal government would doubtless be that of an aristocracy of persons at once morally good and technically efficient. But where shall we discover such an aristocracy? We may find it sometimes, though very rarely, as the outcome of deliberate selection, but we shall never find it where the hereditary principle remains in operation. Thus monarchy in its pristine purity must be considered as imperfection incarnate, as the most incurable of ills. From the moral point of view it is inferior even to the most revolting of demagogic dictatorships, for the corrupt organism of the latter at least contains a healthy principle upon whose working we may continue to base hopes of social resonation. It may be said, therefore, that the more humanity comes to recognize the advantages which democracy, however imperfect, presents over aristocracy, even at its best, the less likely is it that a recognition of the defects of democracy will provoke a return to aristocracy. Apart from certain formal differences and from the qualities which can be acquired only by good education and inheritance, qualities in which aristocracy will always have the advantage over democracy, qualities which democracy either neglects altogether, or, attempting to imitate them, falsifies them to the point of caricature, the defects of democracy will be found to inhere in its inability to get rid of its aristocratic scoria. On the other hand, nothing but a serene and frank examination of the oligarchical dangers of democracy will enable us to minimize these dangers, even though they can never be entirely avoided. The democratic currents of history resemble successive waves. They break ever on the same shoal. They are ever renewed. This enduring spectacle is simultaneously encouraging and depressing. When democracies have gained a certain stage of development, they undergo a gradual transformation, adopting the aristocratic spirit, and in many cases also the aristocratic forms, against which at the outset they struggled so fiercely. Now new accusers arise to denounce the traitors. After an era of glorious combats and of inglorious power, they end by fusing with the old dominant class, whereupon once more they are in their turn attacked by fresh opponents who appeal to the name of democracy. It is probable that this cruel game will continue without end. Ludwig von Haller, Restauration der Staatswissenschaften, Winterthur, 1816, Volume 1, pp. 304 et seq. Werner Sombart, Denneck, ed. Cit., page 90. Compare to also F. Est Molino, Pro e contra Illinois. Socialismo, ed. Cit., pp. 262 et seq. Charles Gide et Charles Rist, Histoire des doctrines économiques depuis les Physiocrates jusqu'aux numbers jour, La Rose et Tenning, Paris, 1909, page 709. Victor Considerant, Principes du Socialisme. Manifeste de la démocratie au 19e siècle. Librairie Phalanstérienne, Paris, 1847, page 53.